Dexter's Laboratory is one of the most important cartoons of the 1990s. It was the first to have the famous cartoon label, and it is where so many talented people coalesced. Gennady Tartakovsky, Craig McCracken, Rob Renzetti. The show deserves props for that alone. And if you're wondering, yes, I will be pronouncing it Laboratory this entire video. It's how Dexter pronounces it, and it's how I pronounce that word because that's how Dexter pronounced it. I watched Dexter's Laboratory a lot as a kid, and this is probably one of the biggest cases of, I cannot believe that I was allowed to watch this as a kid.
Honey, I don't think that's gonna fit!
Just a little more, dear. Got it!
Because Dexter's Lab.
Your club is for big IDKSCs. IDK? I'm gonna tell Mom!
It's not a kid's show. It stars kids, and it was on a kids' network, sort of.
Here you are, Monsieur Foie Gras.
I can assure you it is 100% pure.
We're about to make a lot of bread.
I can't wait to be rolling in that dough.
Alright, I'm getting ahead of myself. Dexter's Lab has a very simple premise. Dexter is a boy genius with a secret laboratory, and makes all kinds of science fiction gizmos to get himself out of trouble or eke something to his advantage. Unfortunately, things almost always go wrong, usually due to his older sister Dee Dee blowing it to smithereens. In turn, Dexter tries to use many of his inventions to deal with his sister, and they usually don't work. Many shows in the following years would have a similar premise to Dexter's Lab, most infamously, Johnny Test. But there are plenty of shows about a kid genius like Jimmy Neutron. In most of these shows, the episode is about the invention. It's about what the invention can do and the kind of interesting stories and visuals that we can get out of it. Dexter's Lab uses the inventions more so as a vehicle for comedy instead of storytelling purposes. So the inventions themselves are usually less practical and don't have any real use. One episode has Dexter make a belt that makes him go in reverse. I honestly can't see a practical reason for that. But you wouldn't see this in, like, any other show, honestly. In its essence, Dexter's Lab is a cat and mouse cartoon, similar to Tom and Jerry or Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. And I guess that's a good place to start with this one. I've noticed a trend this day and age. There's a growing subset of people who watch Tom and Jerry and want Tom to win, because Jerry the mouse can be a jerk, and he's often the instigator. Or they want the coyote to win out of sheer persistence, and think that the Roadrunner is just annoyingly smug. If you're one of those people, you're probably not going to like Dexter's Lab all too much. So, in most cat and mouse cartoons, there's an understanding. Tom wants to eat Jerry. He has the natural advantage. The Roadrunner is going to die if Coyote wins. There's supposed to be some karmic sentiment in the cat losing to the mouse, over and over again for all eternity, which gives Jerry the right to be a smug asshole. Dexter's Lab is a cat and mouse cartoon that doesn't really have that. A good chunk of the episodes are about Dexter minding his own business, doing his own thing, and Dee Dee going out of her way to destroy Dexter's things. She always does it out of her own selfish desires, either out of curiosity with the infamous
What does this button do?
or specifically to go out of her way to annoy Dexter. Dee Dee is a force of nature, and the show wants you to think that. You're supposed to see her as the sand washing away a sandcastle and not like an actual character. It's an older style of making cartoons that you don't really see too often these days, where the characters are very loose and not worried about the larger implications of the narrative. Very classic Hanna-Barbera. I bring this up because I know these days a lot of people have a hard time getting into shows with jerk characters or something more mean-spirited. And I know the meme that I'm one of the guys who always says mean-spirited, but a show being more mean than others can be a barrier to entry for a lot of people. I can imagine people who don't like those shows really hating Dee Dee and not liking the show because of it. The formula is that Dexter tries to do something, Dee Dee screws it up, chaos ensues, and Dee Dee always wins in the end. Dexter very, very rarely wins over Dee Dee. Now, speaking personally, it doesn't really bother me. Some episodes do walk a very, very fine line. However, Dexter comes across as arrogant and short-sighted enough for this type of story to work. Once again, Dee Dee comes across more as the force of nature, just determined to break things, instead of a character with a willful agency. The shenanigans are often fun enough to make the setup enjoyable, for the first couple of seasons at least. And maybe it's just because I grew up with siblings, I find the dynamic between Dexter and Dee Dee, I don't want to say realistic because it's not, but relatable. You know, I've had siblings that have always messed up my shit. And sometimes, yes, I did mess up my sibling's shit. There are sometimes, very rarely, the show tries to go on saying that Dee Dee really actually does love Dexter.
What's Dee Dee's favorite thing?
My favorite thing is my brother, Dexter.
Aww.
But honestly, it always comes across as condescending and sarcastic, because the other 99.9% of the time, it's very clear that Dee Dee does not love Dexter. Like, for every one moment of that, you get 20 brother toss moments. And if that's the kind of thing that bothers you, you're probably not going to be fond of Dexter's Lab. I do know that it is a sore spot for some people. This show is 100% built for comedy, and for what it's worth, I find Dexter's Lab to be a really funny show, especially in Season 2 when the humor was really tightened up. It has so many styles of humor, from basic slapstick,
My hair is on fire! My hair is on fire! My hair is on fire!
to raw absurdism,
Stinking Uncle Monster! Yeah, yeah, yeah!
Stinking hunk of grape ape.
with a bit of gross out mixed in every now and again.
Mother, Father, I have something very important to tell you.
Whatever it is, let her rip.
The comedy in the first 2 seasons is so often on point. If you can see beyond the premise, this is absolutely one of the classics that you should learn from if you're trying to make cartoon comedy, like Looney Tunes before it, or Adventure Time after it. If you're looking for the raw, focused cartoon comedy show, this is one of the best out there. I'd pick out what I think is the funniest episode, but we have Continuum of Cartoon Fools, where Dexter keeps trying to lock Dee Dee out of his lab and fails, or Topped Off, when the 2 kids become coffee addicts. Oh no, my favorite one actually has to be 911. Where an emergency broadcast interrupts Dexter's favorite show, and so he does superhero stuff to try and stop every emergency possible. That one is a riot. But if you pick like any episode from the first 2 seasons, especially the second season as your favorite, I wouldn't call you wrong. The jokes are almost always on point. Just know that sometimes they're like this.
Think dancing. Dancing? Dance! Oh, okay, but it's $50 extra.
Okay, so I stated this at the start. This is not a kid's show. The show came out in the 1990s, and 1990s cartoons are expected to be edgier than you get today.
Stop! Go no further. Your efforts are in vain. I am the Silver Spooner.
Powerpuff Girls had blood in its intro, Hey Arnold dropped a crap, Ren and Stimpy exists. And while Dexter is definitely not Ren and Stimpy, there is a lot of adult humor in this show. Like, it actually surprised me because it's in almost every single episode from the first couple of seasons. You know, there's one episode where Dexter just kisses a goose's ass. Some of it is subtle, some of it is not.
And don't you come running to me when he says no!
There is also a lot of nudity and underwear humor. A lot of episodes have Dexter end up in his underwear, or even losing his underwear for one reason or another. This isn't Big Mouth, but it can actually get, like, stupidly graphic. And, how does it get graphic if they don't actually show anything? Like this. Most of the adult humor in the show, I don't have a problem with. I am an adult. However, Dexter ends up either in his underwear or completely nude way too often. Even beyond that, though, I was just surprised about how much adult humor was in here in general, since I did watch this show as a kid. Even looking back, I didn't realize there was a quarter of the stuff that was actually in the show. One episode has Dexter invent glasses that lets him see through everyone's clothes. And that episode is just like so wrong that it actually kind of works. Some of it is kind of awkward and uncomfortable.
Hey, how about a hug for your overworked hubby? Ooh, working out again, sweet cheek?
This is bad comedy.
It's strange that Rude Removal was so infamous, because it had the characters doing some censored swearing and flipping the bird. But this day and age, that's very tame compared to a lot of the rest of the show. In general, I don't think the adult humor is a problem with Dexter's Lab, and I do strongly want to emphasize in general. Sometimes the show does get too gross or awkward or whatever. You know, for every 20 bags of flour being treated as cocaine, you'll get 1 or 2 dad hitting on Mandark dressed up as mom, or Dexter kissing a bird's bottom. Even ignoring the nudity jokes, there are some adult jokes that I do think go too far and are just uncomfortable. So I'd say viewer discretion is advised. You should really be aware of this going into it. Don't treat Dexter's Lab like it's Rugrats or Jimmy Neutron. This show has the kind of stuff that I would not be surprised to see on Adult Swim sometimes. It's one of the shows where the censors were really asleep. It's not Ren and Stimpy or even Rocco, but it is a surprising winner of the bronze medal. What I do think is a problem actually is Dexter's attitude towards continuity. Dexter's Lab is a strange oddity in today's world where even the simplest, most episodic shows seem to be trying to construct an ongoing narrative, a consistent world, and even some kind of lore. Dexter's Lab's attitude towards continuity is no. Some episodes have the whole world explode, for instance, and it's fine the very next day. It's one of those cartoons. And that alone is fine, but it's in this area where very little is actually consistent. For example, Dexter has this best friend, Mordecai. He appears in like 4 episodes. However, there are a lot of episodes about Dexter having a circle of friends, but they're usually completely different friends. His D&D friends aren't the same friends that are in the Accents episode. And sometimes Dexter just has no friends. There really isn't any consistent external world. Sometimes the family has a dog, sometimes they don't. This is there to benefit the comedy. They want to focus on the jokes they're telling above all else. And I can respect that attitude to a certain level, but for one, it feels like a lot of extra work creating these new designs and concepts for characters that will never return. It also prevents much of the world from having a full identity. And of course, sometimes you got a fan favorite character that just never returns because of this. In one singular episode in the show, Mandark has a little sister, Lala Vava, and then she never ever returns. Even though it's a solid concept and has loads of potential, she just poofs. The only things that seem to stick around from episode to episode are the Justice Friends and Monkey, local superheroes, to the point where they even have their own segments. To put it briefly, the segments are okay. Monkey does have good writing and interesting villains. I think he's likable enough, but he has the disadvantage where he can't talk. As for the Justice Friends, I've seen the superheroes living in suburbia done so much better in the years since. Not to mention that I've seen way too many parodies of the Hulk or Superman or Captain America. This is also something that I don't think would be done today. You know, have a short in your series that's a completely different show. This is a streaming age. We have the power to watch anything we want at any time we want, exactly as we want to watch it. It kind of turns it into a disadvantage of wanting to watch Dexter's Laboratory, clicking on that on Netflix or whatever, and instead getting a show about superheroes living in an apartment. It feels like it doesn't belong here anymore. And that's the constant feeling I get whenever Monkey or a Justice Friends segment cropped up. Disappointment. It never really had anything to do with the quality of these sideshows. It's just the fact that they are sideshows. When I click on Dexter's Lab, and I don't get Dexter's Lab, I'm gonna feel a little bit disappointed. It'd be one thing if this was a full-on variety show like the Animaniacs, but Dexter's Laboratory is not a variety show. I feel like I'm being harsh or overly critical, but I want to make it clear, this is a really amazing show. So I'll mention one of my favorite aspects, the cultural references. Dexter's Lab does have a lot of the easy ones that you get in any show. You know, the Willy Wonka episode, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. But other than that, this show is like a total nerd paradise. The final episode of the second season has Dexter go to Japan, and it's just anime. Anime references up the wazoo. That might not seem like very special today, but in the mid-1990s, that was a huge deal. Anime was just starting to become mainstream. And of course, the Speed Racer episode of Dexter is fantastic.
Oh, okay, you can race, but only on one condition. You do it for the memory of your long-lost sister, Dee Dee.
Hello? I'm right here.
There it was again.
But the crowning jewels are the Star Trek and the Dungeons and Dragons episodes. Once again, D&D episodes are quite common today, but in the mid-1990s, that's insane. More insane than the anime episode. It was not a mainstream popular game back then. And while we weren't exactly in the Mazes and Monsters era, a good chunk of people still thought the game was all about devil worship and shit. D and DD came out over a year before the first Baldur's Gate game, which I think was a lot of people's first introduction to the world of Dungeons & Dragons. Of course, not every single reference is a gem. There's an episode about Dynomutt and Blue Falcon. If you're wondering, these are the two that ruined the Scoob movie a couple of years back. Considering that both of the times I've seen them, I've hated the products that they were in, I believe that's their superpower, just ruining whatever they're in. Hanna-Barbera tries to revive them every now and again to remind themselves why they are and always were a terrible idea. Now, this review has actually been one of the longer ones. And believe it or not, we're not quite done yet because you're actually getting treated to a double feature! Dexter's Laboratory ran from 1996 to 1998. It ended with the TV movie Ego Trip. And then in 2001, Cartoon Network greenlit another cartoon called Dexter's Laboratory. This is a joke that a lot of people make about shows like SpongeBob Season 1 through 3 and 6 through 8 not being the same show. But when it comes to Dexter's Lab, it's not really a joke. When you compare just a few screenshots here, you can see that there is an immediate difference between the original run and the revival. All of the characters got redesigned, the background style is completely different. The show has a completely different art style, the voice actors are different.
You're so stupid. Oh, and let's must not forget. You're so stupid!
I will be very surprised if this works, but here goes.
And the show is also not good. Like, really, really not good. And most of what I said so far only applies to seasons 1 and 2, because this is like one of the largest fall-offs that I have seen for any cartoon ever. Dexter's Lab Season 4 is worse than SpongeBob Season 6, and I don't make that claim lightly. But if I had to watch The Splinter or Chicken Scratch, I'd watch The Splinter and wonder why the hell Chicken Scratch was the short that they put on the Powerpuff Girls movie DVD. Top 50 worst cartoon episodes of all time, what the fuck were you thinking? This is disgusting, it is gross, and I hate it. I don't even know where to begin with a post-revival. Every episode looks like it was made by a completely different art studio. I am not exaggerating. Look at one episode to the next. The gross out gets so much worse. Jeepers creepers, where's peepers? Getting turned inside out. The plots. Oh my fucking god, the plots. One episode is Dexter becoming Dee Dee's foot. That's the plot. It is so lazy too. Dexter and Dee Dee fuse together because they're in a transporter together. Computer tries to warn him, but we get wide shots and Dee Dee is clearly not in the device. Episodes become just rehashes. Dexter was annoyed about getting clean and Dexter is dirty. He's also annoyed about getting clean and streaky clean. In the former, he laminates himself. In this one, he invents a laser to clean him that gets overpowered and destroys his clothes. Because naked. So many of the episodes are just fluffs of nothing. The one you probably heard about is Third Dad Cartoon. It's like 3 to 5 minutes of Dad trying to line up a golf shot, and then it just ends with rain. It is one of the most tedious things that I've ever seen, and so many episodes are just so devoid of anything charming or funny. One episode is just Mandark's entire day to the tune of his laughter. His laugh is mimetic, but it can't sustain an entire episode. The titular lab is seen less and less, and the characters just get completely out of tune. If you want to blow up the earth in one episode and start fresh in the next, that's fine. That's this kind of cartoon. If you want to give Dexter a best friend in one episode and then forget he exists in the next, it's a problem, but it's an ignorable one. In the early episodes, Dad was trying to get Dexter into sports. He was also super excited about a golf game and Dad is disturbed. Then you have the post-revival Tea Party, where Dad is just the biggest golf doofus and needs Dexter's help. Even if you don't care about continuity, the characters need consistency. And in the reboot, they just don't have any. You can't just have the smart, generally more down-to-earth mom going to Dexter's chess game and making a dumbass out of herself. Dexter himself becomes devoid of all common sense. Dee Dee gets even crueler and more actively malicious. And then you have Mandark. Mandark is actually one of the few things the revival could get consistent. Sort of. In the original, he transferred to Dexter's school and was like straight up evil. That's the beginning and the end of the original Mandark, and it's all you really need for this kind of show. Sequel series changes it up. His parents are now crystal-gazing hippies, and they decide to give him, in their own words, a name devoid of gender ties, calling him Susan, an abjectly feminine name. They make him grow out his hair and dress him like a girl. Dexter calls him a girl, and this gets Mandark to swear revenge. I'm not exactly sure how this reads in today's world. I'll put it as lightly as I can. Then you get another episode, Babe's Sister, one of the last ones. The whole thing has Dee Dee and Mandark's mother repeatedly calling him Susan, the name he doesn't want to be called, and Dee Dee...
You had this! I used to have one just like it!
I know exactly how this one reads. As someone who has never been dead-named or misgendered, this episode made me feel uncomfortable. There are a few decent episodes of the revival, like Headband, because the song at least is very, very catchy. Comic Relief was a cool change of style, but all too often you get episodes like Lab on the Run, which felt like a reference to something that didn't exist. The good in the revival isn't worth it. Stay far away from seasons 3 and 4, unless you really want to see Dee Dee attack an ostrich, I guess. It is one of the worst cartoons that I have ever seen. Luckily, seasons 1 and 2 are most of the show. Season 2 is almost 40 full-length episodes, and the original run of Dexter's Lab is an eternal classic. I hope it lives long and prospers. Season 3 and 4 can fuck off and die. Right up there with SpongeBob Season 6 and Family Guy Season 13. This one will probably be quick. I Am Weasel is a spin-off of Cow and Chicken. It started off as a segment on that show, similar to the Dial-M for Monkey Shorts and Dexter's Lab. And to describe I Am Weasel as thoroughly and accurately as I can, I Am Weasel is a cartoon. It has the Looney Tunes type formula. Weasel is smart at everything and always succeeds. This makes IR Baboon incredibly jealous. He always wants what Weasel gets effortlessly. Unfortunately, Baboon is an incompetent idiot who fails at everything that he tries to do. And Baboon doesn't wear pants, so his butt is out all the time. I don't know why this is important, but the show brings up the fact that the characters don't wear pants a ton. So it is the one thing in the show worth mentioning. No one wears any pants. I might be a little bit unfair. This show doesn't have a ton of gross out or butts humor, at least compared to Cow and Chicken, but it does have more than its fair share. It's about standard for a 90s cartoon. Speaking of Cow and Chicken, characters in that show often do appear, like Flem and Earl and the Red Guy, especially the Red Guy. Eventually, the Red Guy even becomes his own staple character on the show, almost like someone out there was worried that this concept wasn't good enough to stand on its own, and needed the best character from Cow and Chicken to survive. Honestly, at first I was kinda on board with the show. The earlier episodes, when it was just a Cow and Chicken segment, I was having some fun with. It wasn't the greatest thing in the world, but it was getting laughs out of me. It had nice little touches, like Weasel himself reacting to the title in the credits of each episode. Then the show became its own thing. The Weasel went pop, and it felt like they weren't really trying as hard. I don't want to say that the show feels like it's on autopilot or that it was never trying at all. It just feels, well, there's no other way to describe it. It feels like a cartoon. Like the most stereotypical idea of a cartoon in history. Like if you were watching a real show and the characters in that show wanted to watch a cartoon, this would be the show that they would be watching. It kind of feels almost like Itchy and Scratchy, although not quite as good. You know, something that's meant to be in the background, which, you know, it kinda actually is, being Cow and Chicken's favorite show. But you know what I mean, the comedy is not as tight, the premise doesn't have too much staying power without its reference. Weasel and Baboon do have the kind of dynamic that you'd see on a Looney Tunes show. They have the Bugs Bunny and Elmer Fudd thing, but I don't think their personalities are really complex enough to last, the way that many of the Looney Tunes actually are. Like, Bugs Bunny is more than just a wise ass who always wins. However, Weasel is just the guy who always wins and can do anything and everything. Baboon is just the idiot that gets jealous of him and can't do anything right. There's nothing more to their characters. This is fine for a season or, once again, a segment on another show, but if you're doing it for more than that, it quickly becomes tedious. And unfortunately, the other characters like the Red Guy don't elevate Weasel or Baboon all that much. I don't want to make it seem like this is a bad show or anything, because that would imply that it has qualities. I don't remember watching this much as a kid, but the episodes that I did watch at least did stick in my mind, so there must be something here. I can't call it boring, at least, like I can Robot Jones or Mike Lou and Og. I Am Weasel is harmless. Like, if someone put it on to force me to watch, I wouldn't really complain, but it will never be my first choice. It is like the most 5 out of 10 thing that I have ever seen. It is just there. To give some benefit where I can, the voice acting is really strong. Both Weasel and Baboon have very iconic and distinctive voices.
Deep Sea Tour. Interesting. Okay. Bon voyage.
Looky, I are skin and bones already. I are starving. I are starved to death.
And if the show was more popular, I'm sure they'd be in all of those impression compilations. It does help give the characters some kind of identity, and it will at least certainly help something from the show stick in my memory. Unfortunately, the best thing that I can say about the show is that it could have easily been worse. This might be damning it by faint praise, but I can imagine another version of the show going on and on and on about Baboon's ass, and all kinds of scatological humor. And while there is certainly some of that here, and that thing is always on the screen, they don't dwell on it as much as you might think. And if you're wondering, I'm just filibustering and trying to hit a 5-minute time limit, because there really is nothing else to say about this show. This is one of the reasons why doing a marathon like this can be a really bad idea, and I would suggest anyone who has that idea to really think about it, because every so often you're gonna get that thing. That thing that is not interesting in any way, doesn't have any qualities that really stand out in a positive or a negative way. And you just gotta say something about it, so people don't think that you're skimping out and giving the thing its dues. And I'm giving this thing everything I got. Seriously, I spent over 8 hours watching every episode of the show, and this is literally all I can say about I Am Weasel. That should tell you more about the show than the review can anyway. You could do a lot worse than I Am Weasel, but if you've got a cartoon that you like, you can do better. I can't imagine anyone having hard feelings for the show, or feelings at all, or care about it 20 years later. When all is said and done, I guarantee that this will have the least amount of views of all of the CN Real episodes, with the exception of maybe Long Live the Royals. On those lazy summer days when the heat gets turned up and you feel like there's not much you can do or want to do, those are the days that I tend to go back to watching Ed, Edd n Eddy. It's one of Cartoon Network's longest running series, and I do say it is one of their best. It's definitely one of the few that I could say that most of my audiences are familiar with even this day and age. But if you're one of the few who isn't, Ed, Edd n Eddy is a series unlike any other, with a storied history that is yet to be rivaled. It was created by Danny Antonucci. And if you know anything about Antonucci, you know how bizarre it is that the show even exists at all. Antonucci is, or was famous for these very grotesque, surreal shows, the kind of things that you'd find on Adult Swim or MTV. He was known for The Brothers Grunt or Lupo the Butcher, some of the most disturbing and gross shows that you'd find on mainstream television. And that was in the 90s, a decade with no shortage of disturbing and gross. Yet at the tail end of that decade, he found himself possessed to make a children's cartoon, which was completely on the other end of the spectrum. He did it on a dare. Someone thought that he couldn't make something for all audiences, and Danny Antonucci decided to give it a go. And oh boy, wow, did he give it a go. Ed, Edd n Eddy is a strange mix of things that should not work. From the adult cartoonist to a very limited cast filled with jerks, essentially trying to screw each other over. Like, while some of the characters are certainly more moral than others, the characters in the show are constantly trying to get one over on another. From the Eds trying to fleece the neighbor kids, to the neighbor kids pummeling them in retaliation. The show is also very loud, using a lot of non-sequitur humor, and it has this loose definition of plot. It also has this strange animation gimmick with the outlines on the characters. One of the biggest things most reviewers tend to note about Ed, Edd n Eddy is just how it shouldn't work. How logically none of these pieces should go together, and yet somehow, through the force of magic, Ed, Edd n Eddy works, and it works really, really well, creating this super fast-paced, really funny, just really charming show, for the most part. The premise is simple. The show stars three outcasts. Ed, a lovable dope with an obsession for monster movies and comics, this kid with ungodly strength and a big heart.
Here, Eddie! Lots of hurt! Want the onions!
Ed with two Ds, nicknamed Double D because, yes, it is that kind of show. He's the brains of the operation, with a knack for MacGyvering whatever is needed for the plot. And then you got Eddie, the man with the plan. The plan to win over the affection of the neighborhood kids, or just their money. No matter what it takes, morality be damned. Unfortunately, as big as his plans are, his ego or greed tends to be bigger, and that causes their astronomical rise to crash land in Kevin's front yard. This is a setup that should seem a little bit familiar to you.
What'd he say? Quiet!
While I don't think that Antonucci has ever cited the Stooges as a direct inspiration for this show, he more pointed to the classic cartoons of the 40s through 70s. Ed, Edd n Eddy really feels like a modern version of the Three Stooges. Yeah, three guys coming up with zany schemes that all too often backfire because of their flaws. Slapstick and outright chaos ensues. And as you might expect for such a setup, Ed, Edd n Eddy revels in its comedy.
Somebody, zop.
Almost every single episode is packed to the brim with jokes. Even if you can't remember what episode the joke comes from, things like,
Your plan is irrational, muddled, and inconsequential. Is that a doggy treat?
What's the rock for, Double D?
or Bear No Beef Dip just stick out in your mind.
Good lord, man! What have I told you about the needless taxing of one's digestive system?
I must obey my master, Bear No Beef Dip!
And most of ththese moments come from Ed, 1D. Now, in the past, I've ranted plenty about the idiot character before. Patrick Star, Peter Griffin, they all tend to get on my nerves. Making this kind of character is a tightrope walk. Having the big dumb brute who is capable of destroying everything, reveling in those non sequiturs, often making things worse for their friends.
Rolf, is that the support beam to the house?
What's a support beam?
It's easy to make this type of character annoying. And Ed does cause a lot of destruction. So many of the Edventures go awry because of Ed's childish naivete, or not being able to keep his big mouth shut. Ed works here because this show has another difficult tightrope. Ed, Edd n Eddy uses the unsympathetic comedy protagonist trope. Ed ruining everything doesn't really matter too much because in most episodes you kinda don't want the Eds to really win. After all, they're trying to pull one over on people who are generally innocent, you know, until they're messed with. Compare that to, say, SpongeBob, where so many of the episodes that punish Squidward are when he just wanted something like a relaxing Sunday or going to a men's choir. It's never funny to see Squidward suffer in those situations. However, when the Eds do things like sell empty boxes full of light bulbs under false pretenses, or sell tacos full of crayon and dandelion, all is fair game. A lot of the comedy is strengthened by Ed, Edd n Eddy's wild soundscape. While most shows use this standard toolbox of sound effects, or they're like Johnny Test and they use the whip 20 million times, the Eds have this wild sandbox of the most out there and unique folly that's just, well, watch. The sound effects are so iconic in this show, and it brings the comedy to the next level in some of the weirdest and just most delightful ways. Of course, as you'd expect with any difficult balancing act, the show does sometimes fall down. Ed, Edd n Eddy does have a slew of bad episodes. I even made a list of 10 of them a while back. Sometimes the Eds do get more consequences than they really deserve. Sometimes they didn't really do anything at all. To Sir with Ed is a good example of that, one of my least favorite episodes of the show. Eddie is doing nothing at all when Naz comes to babysit him, and it leads to humiliation after humiliation for no real reason, and it's just not funny. The bad episodes are definitely the minority here. But I will say, as the show goes on, the bad ones do become a little bit more pronounced. You know, Johnny's Arbor Day Party episode, the Pen Pal episode, the Shower episode, honestly a good chunk of Season 5. That being said, unlike most shows, the bad episodes in Ed, Edd n Eddy do tend to have at least a few gags that still work, that kinda make the episode worth it.
I know where you're going with this, Eddie! Nighty-night. Eddie's in pain now, he'll have to call you back!
The Shower episode has Double D's just complete and utter breakdown. And even the off-cited worst episode of the show, Your Ed Here, has Eddie dressing up like Jimmy, which is one of the best jokes in the entire show. The only episode I think that doesn't have any redeeming value at all is probably the Picture Day episode. It's just torturing Eddie for no real reason, and then it just kinda ends miserably with nothing funny in between. Most of the bad episodes do come from like late Season 4 and Season 5. At the back end, the show did get this animation bump, and it ended up looking a lot cleaner. However, I don't think that really fit with the overall feel of the show. Ed, Edd n Eddy has this stylistic ugliness to it. The show doesn't look bad, obviously, except in Season 1 where it can be a little bit too crude and awkward, but the show is in its own little world. Take the title cards, for instance. They're not aesthetically good, but they exist in their own world that has its unique appeal, and they fit with the overall tone. Besides the animation, though, I got pretty down on Season 5. It's because not only does it have an increase in bad episodes, the episodes that aren't bad are just drier. The school season has less jokes and less energy. Also, yes, the characters go to school now. This is one of those complaints that you usually get in a show like this, I think. You know, a status quo change. Everyone has to complain about it. Oh no, Twilight Sparkle has wings. Usually it's people just overreacting, and the change in the status quo does unlock new potential. While Going to School gives us episodes like Cool Hand Ed or Mission Ed Possible, episodes that I would not trade the world for, I feel the Ed's going to school wasn't thought out very well. First of all, a good chunk of these episodes don't even take place in the school. They're on the weekend or whatever, but the school pushes some of the traits of Ed, Edd n Eddy to the edge of believability. One of the more famous aspects of Ed, Edd n Eddy is its limited cast. It has 12 characters. That is all you get. That is all you'll ever get. Until the movie where we make a big deal about the one new character who is mentioned throughout the series. This works in a neighborhood cul-de-sac. Not so much in a school that should have crowded hallways and crowded classrooms. Season 5 even had to force in Jimmy and Sarah, who are far too young to be going to a junior high school, to even get to the 12. And this hinders a lot of the plots in Season 5. We have so few boys that literally all of them need to be on the football team to make the episode even kinda sorta work. One of those boys happens to be Double D, but when being on the football team literally goes against his entire characterization, and it's not something that he would ever do of his own free will. It's one example, but Season 5 has a lot of little things like that that do build up. The school works for a special, like the Valentine's Day special, not so much for a day-to-day kind of thing, especially if you don't want to add in the teachers, and instead just have them silently off-screen. It makes the style of the show feel a lot weirder and a bit more distracting. I wouldn't call it seasonal rot or anything. Maybe I would if Season 6 was as full as it was intended to be before I got nixed in favor of the movie. But Season 5 isn't horrendous, it's not awful, it's not even bad, it's just, it has signs of a show slowing down after a 10-year run, you know? Like, it just doesn't have the energy that it used to. Season 5 has a lot of little problems that do build up to a big problem. But like I said, it's still totally watchable. However, there is one major problem about the show that I have yet to mention. The Kanker Sisters. I've complained about this trio a lot. I think that most people who have watched the show have. The Kanker Sisters' shtick is sexual assault. Like, there really is no other way of putting it. It'd be one thing if these characters were a little too forward, or having secret stalkery crushes or something like Helga Pataki. But no, when these three show up on the scene, we get the Eds kissed many times against their will. Sometimes tied down and beat up in other ways. I'd say in the 2020s, the Cankers are uncomfortable in hindsight, but honestly, the Cankers were uncomfortable in the late 90s and early 2000s. Because the Cankers pushed it a lot farther than most other characters of this type, before and since. These three girls make Pepe Le Pew and Johnny Bravo look like the heart of romance. And that wasn't bad enough, their advances are often used as punishment to the Eds when they step out of line, which is just bad jujubes in and of itself. Not that the show is about its morals, it's uncomfortable whenever the Cankers do their thing. And these characters don't really have any redeeming qualities to offset this uncomfortableness either. The show constantly portrays every single aspect of the Cankers' personality as just trash, and not like a funny way either. I also hate the Cankers because they're lazy. This is a problem really early on in the show. The Eds are winning completely. Their scam has taken off. Everyone has fallen in line with their plans, and there's no way the Eds can possibly lose. But the Eds have to lose. That's what the show is about. How can we fix this? I know, let's just throw in the Cankers at the last minute, right out of nowhere. Give them God mode where they can't be harmed at all, and have the fight be completely unwinnable. Damn near 24 episodes of the show end with a Canker ex machina, and it gets old. The Cankers can work. Like, the episode where they destroy the cul-de-sac looking for their ship in a bottle is one of my favorites because the Cankers are seen as this destructive force of nature. And they don't engage in any of this lovey-dovey crap, but their one good appearance is something I would happily trade to have them removed from the series entirely. I do have minor problems with some of the other characters. Sarah gets away with far too much. Naz completely lacks a personality. Jimmy has two separate personalities that don't really ever coalesce. But they're small potatoes that you can easily tolerate watching the show, because their flaws are forgivable. Jimmy and Sarah have really funny moments sometimes. And sometimes the characters are Naz, who at least doesn't get in the way. And I guess that's my overall feelings with the show. It does have its problems, but they're so minor when you get to all of the good, funny, and really charming moments. I think it will always be a puzzle how well this show works. As I said at the start, it's got a lot of qualities that really don't feel like they should go together. Something about the show's premise probably hits one of your show pet peeves. Like, I don't often like jerk characters or sadist shows, but for some reason, with like everybody, Ed, Edd n Eddy just gets a pass because it's that charming and it works that well. It'll probably always be a mystery, but I'm glad it exists. It's a wonderful show, and it is one of my favorites. You ever watch a show that just makes you ask, why? Not even why bother, or why does this exist, or why would you even? Just why? Because saying even 2 words would be much more effort than the show in question merits. Mike Lewinog is that show. It is the most boring show. Period. This is the most boring cartoon that I have ever seen in my entire life. That probably sounds harsh, and in many ways it probably is, but I think it's warranted. I mean, the show seems harmless enough. And to be fair, the show is such a nothing that it's not even really worth hating outright, which is why you won't ever see an atrocities type review about it. But the shows that are worth hating are the ones that end up getting remembered in the end. When you get down to it, Mike Lewinog is one of the worst kinds of shows. It is so nothing that it is not worth liking, it's not worth hating, and in between it all, it's not worth remembering. Except for one little factoid, the funniest thing about it. Cartoon Network thought that this show was going to be their big hit of the year, and were totally surprised when people liked Courage the Cowardly Dog even more. Courage. I guess this is just what happened to animation corporations in the 90s, when they had their sights set on their own little pet project, and something completely surprising blew it out of the water. You know how like Disney thought Pocahontas would have been their big hit over The Lion King. Where do I even begin with this one? I suppose the premise. It is bad. So we have this girl named Mike. She is from Manhattan. The premise is that she is on a tribal island with 6 people on it. If you're losing track, that's half the cast of Ed, Edd n Eddy, a show that had a severely limited cast that had trouble making that work towards its end. Also, the way they go about forcing this premise is just really stupid. Like, it would make total sense if Mike was just shipwrecked here and that was the plot of the show. But apparently, back at school, Mike was invited to this cultural exchange program and she sarcastically said, "Tropical Island," and they just put her on this random island with 6 people on it. That sounds like it should be funny, but because the show is just nonchalant about it and never really makes a joke about it, it just ends up raising a lot of questions, and it makes it seem like the orchestrators were a special kind of fucked up. Like, the premise of the show is a demented way of paying back sarcastic sass. It also doesn't help that one episode of the show is about Mike waiting for mail from her best friends in the entire world back home. And she finally gets a letter in the end that tells her that they've moved on because she's gone on the island and they're not even gonna care anymore. Roll credits! Have you ever seen a show where the modern person teaches the not modern people modern concepts? You know, video games, candy, apartment buildings, stuff like that. I'm gonna guess yes, you've probably seen it time and time again. That's the show. That's the entirety of Mike, Lou, and Og. It's full of stock plots and concepts that would be difficult to make interesting and unique for one episode in a real show. However, here it's stretched out for 2 whole seasons. And in the end, Mike, Lou, and Og comes across as the worst kind of unbearable. They do mix in some City Mouse stuff, which might have worked if Mike had any real character to speak of. But that's all she is, just the City Mouse. She's a tomboy girl from Manhattan. That's her character start to end. She gets excited about things from the modern world, because the show is about teaching modern things to these people on this island. It's also paper thin, it's really hard to care about, and it's even harder to give a shit about because according to the concept of the show, Mike put herself in the situation. Once again, if she was like shipwrecked or whatever, I might feel something. But Mike is the dumbass who said tropical island and didn't say anything else while the whole trip was being orchestrated, and who didn't raise any objections when specifically an uncharted island was brought up, when she could have argued, I don't know, Hawaii counts as a tropical island. The Bahamas. So every time she complains, it's like, you asked for this. So, the 6 characters on the island. Lou is the daughter of the mayor, and she is a spoiled brat, and she calls herself the island's princess. How does she set herself apart from every other spoiled brat in cartoon history? By torturing a turtle constantly. Oh wait, no. I've seen that one before too. Lou has nothing unique about her. Then you have Og. He is the child boy genius whose purpose it is to invent the Manhattan stuff that Mike wants to introduce to the island. How does he set himself apart from every other boy genius like Dexter or Jimmy Neutron? Simple. He talks really quietly.
Cumulus, Caromantis serpulina, or foam nest tree frog.
That's his gimmick. According to the writers of the show, this is equivalent of a personality. Og is also in some group with animals who talk to him, but only because they don't think anyone else on the island is intelligent enough to deal with them. But that subplot amounts to nothing but wasting time since they're so often a non-presence. Like, it could be interesting, it could be a fun twist, but the talking animals are like so barely involved. In the end, it feels like talking animals were just on someone's checklist of how to make a cartoon, and they were put somewhere to fulfill an obligation. Then you have the adult characters. There are 4 of them, and here's the really sad thing. Despite having an extended cast of 6, 2 of the characters you can classify as like tertiaries that only pop up once in a while. Queeks, the old guy, is the grumpy old guy who is sometimes a fortune-telling oracle because we need tribal stereotypes, or what is even the point of doing this. And the rest of the time, you know, that he's on the show at all, he's an old neighbor guy who lives up in a cave. Then you got Wendell. He's the governor, and he's there to fill up crowd shots and give his daughter a reason to call herself princess. And that is his role in the show. And yes, what your mind immediately went to, the most, this is so fucking stereotypical, we should never do it idea that went straight to your head. Season 2, Episode 1B, Mike and Wendell compete to be the governor on the island. Then you have Marjorie. She's there to do whatever. Like, I think the show wants her to be an artist, but like, there really is no other way to describe her except as a person. She doesn't really have much of a character. She's just there if the story needs a character to do something that none of the other characters are immediately interested in. This character does not have a consistent character. Then you have Alfred. He is a hunter who is trying to hunt down a wombat. He constantly fails and never succeeds. Slapstick ensues. I've seen a much better version of this. Yes, that one came out later, but I'm bringing this up because this live-action show does cartoon antics better than this cartoon. This guy here just feels like the leftover scraps of Nigel Thornberry. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that this entire show just looks like discount Klasky Csupo. The blobs that look more like potatoes than actual people, abstract shapes for hair, a stylistic ugliness that kinda sorta works on a Tuesday. True story, I actually did have to look up and see if they actually animated this show, because the art style is just that derivative. But no, the studio who made Mike, Lou, and Og was called Kino Film. And literally, the only thing I could find out about them is that they made Mike, Lou, and Og. The guy who did make this show did work on Rugrats and Real Monsters, so there is a reason for the show to look the way it does. But like, if the logo on the show doesn't say Klasky Csupo, the characters shouldn't either. Their art style is just too iconic, too distinctive. And unless you're doing a direct homage, which this isn't, it's gonna look like plagiarism. Look, I'm not stifling you here. There has never been a show with more nothing or less than a point ever made than Mike, Lou, and Og. Like, what else is here? Some pirates that want to eat the turtle? Like, bumbling pirates, SpongeBob SquarePants. Fucking hell, tropical vibes, SpongeBob SquarePants. Honestly, at this point I'd rather watch Coconut Fred, because then I'd actually feel something. Coconut Fred was at least daring enough to reference Final Fantasy VII directly, instead of just generic Game Boy video game. Oh yeah, then there's also the turtle. So many of the episodes just end with the turtle smiling at the camera. Even if the turtle had nothing to do with the plot, it'll just randomly have the turtle turn to the camera and grin and make a stupid noise. Roll credits. I can't recall an episode that made me frustrated or angry or whatever. Like, Lou is an asshole and she does asshole things, but it's so paint by numbers that it doesn't even register. Jerk character does this. Why? She is Jerk. This is cartoon. This is one of those shows that makes you feel like you've had a lesser life for having watched it. And that's something I can't say for even some of the worst shows that we'll be getting to. As the credits roll, you just feel emptier and more hollow. Pardon if this review is a little bit disjointed. I'm still trying to process what I just watched. We've got a bit of a weird one today. One you probably never even heard of before. On the surface, Sheep in the Big City looks like a fairly typical cartoon. It would be a dime a dozen before more plot-focused cartoons took over the industry. You got this sheep, right? And he moved away from the farm to the big city. Get it? Sheep in the Big City. Unfortunately, all is not happy in the world for Sheep, as two members of a secret military organization, General Specific and Private Public, want to use Sheep for a sheep-powered ray gun. So Sheep must go through the many misadventures to avoid getting captured and win the heart of his beloved Swanky the Poodle. Sorry, wait, no, that's not the show, that's my Mad Lib. No, wait, that's really the show. And it's really stupid. And no, that's not an insult or anything like that. It's just a fact of the matter. The show knows that this whole premise is stupid and is hyper aware of it. One of the main characters of the show is actually the narrator. Like, not just the Powerpuff Girls way, like, the narrator is actually a character with the name Ben Plotz. And he can sometimes even get involved in the story. But most of his time, his role is just being done with this whole entire thing. Like, one episode has an ending that is so terrible that he just changes it. Another episode is a bunch of dreams, and so the narrator is complaining about it ending in dreams. And it's just really wonderful. Ben Plotz is the best character on the show. Most cartoons with a Looney Tunes type premise like this usually revolve around the slapstick or maybe even situational comedy. Sheep in the Big City is a standout because its main type of comedy is meta humor. Sheep in the Big City is a very meta show. Like, one episode has someone talking about something that's important and there'll be a very big red plot point blinking over it. The show will frequently make reference to itself or other cartoon tropes. Honestly, it's kind of like Phineas and Ferb in that way, just half a decade earlier. Or maybe I'm just thinking that because of this mad scientist character here.
Angry! I am an angry scientist!
My mistake.
I'd totally call him inspiration from Doofenshmirtz, if I didn't know that the creators were pitching Phineas and Ferb since the 90s. Honestly, I'm still tempted to anyway. I don't want to make the show seem like a total one-trick pony. There are other types of jokes beyond the meta stuff. It takes a lot of inspiration from Rocky and Bullwinkle, and has these just ridiculous shorts and sketches. Every episode of the show is divided into 3 chapters, and in between each of them, you get a commercial, usually shilling something from Oxymoron. Basically, they're Acme standin'. But I like Oxymoron a lot better because it's used as an excuse to keep saying moron in a kid's cartoon. They have a Christmas episode that's not about Christmas. It's about a holiday called Clearance Day, where everything is on sale. And everyone goes crazy about it because they can get 30 to 50% off on retail prices on store products. And that sounds crazy and like a cartoon until you're an adult in a different world and you see how people act during the Steam Summer Sale. The best part of that episode is watching Farmer John trying to come up with a dinner that won't offend any of his guests, all of which are farm animals. Like I said, this review is pretty disjointed because it's hard to talk about sheep. You're not supposed to really care about the characters more than you would say Wile E. Coyote or Bugs Bunny. The show is just joke, joke, joke. The story is stupid and it's going to MST3K itself while you're watching it. I will say this is a show that really isn't meant to be binged. It's actually very anti-binge, and it came out in a time before that was actually a thing. The show relies so heavily on meta humor. Like I said, there are other types of jokes, but meta humor is its staple. And when you're getting so many meta jokes one on top of the other, it's very easy to fall out of the beats of the humor. Remember, this came from a time where you could only watch the show like once or twice a day or a week, whatever. Digital distribution wasn't even a pipe dream at the time, and home releases weren't the most common thing in the world unless you were a big hit like SpongeBob, Simpsons, or Rugrats. I watched the whole show in 2 days. It's 26 episodes, and in doing that, I kinda burnt myself out on it by the end. So if I had some advice, I'd say take it slow. Because I really do think that you should check it out, just not all at once. I watched the show as a kid, and while I remembered like nothing specific about the premise, before revisiting it for this marathon, certain things from the show would just stick in your brain. Like every episode ends with a skit of the ranting Swede. The joke is very much accents are funny.
What about all those people living in the Houston and Dallas and Amarillo? They'll be fine, they can always go upstairs, and maybe that's where the family room is anyway.
But like, I'm never gonna forget about him ranting about supermarkets and wondering why they can't sell chocolate hamburgers. Oh, but you know, welcome to the future, ladies and gentlemen. I actually have a very specific memory of this show, believe it or not, and I don't know how factual it is in reality. But we got time, and I gotta talk about something to hit the time limit. So I watched this show a lot as a kid, back in 2000 and 2001. I remember it was airing at like 10 p.m. at night, like specifically. It's the kind of fever dream of a show that probably should be airing that late at night. Then in 2001, something happened.
All kids out of the pool for Adult Swim. All kids out.
Cartoon Network announced this new thing, Adult Swim. It would start playing at 9 p.m. at night, and it would continue to 10 p.m. at night, and then Sheep was never seen again. That's not completely accurate according to my research. Around that time, the show was actually greenlit for a second season, like exactly at the time, but I do know that the show was really poorly treated. Although in hindsight, I do feel that a lot of shows were given poorer treatment than they should have, just to make room for Adult Swim. Honestly, that might be where some of my bitterness towards the whole concept came from, and I do remember Sheep being a particularly big casualty of that. Keep in mind, I am going off memory here, but I do remember its time slot being when Adult Swim started. And after that, the network put Sheep in all the most random ass times and like for no reason, which is weird. Despite how obscure the show is these days, it was actually really liked back in the day. At the time, its premiere was the highest rated of all the Cartoon Network originals. And to be frank, I can see why. Sheep in the Big City was very ahead of its time. Meta-humor is a dime a dozen today, but in the year 2000, meta-humor only really exploded with like social media and everyone being able to quote and comment on every little thing and people getting by and large bored with traditional storytelling methods. At the time, something like this would have been super refreshing. There really was no other show in Y2K that was this self-referential. Yeah, you had other shows like Animaniacs that made pop culture references or acknowledged that they were cartoons, but something that went all in to make meta its bread and butter, that was unheard of at the time. The Simpsons would do a couple of episodes that were self-referential, like Treehouse of Horror 2, where they wish to be famous, and have to first-handedly deal with the 90s Simpsons mania, but imagine if every episode of the show was like that. I believe that this is an underrated classic, but that being said, I don't know how it would fare if you started airing it today. Nowadays, meta-humor is a dime a dozen. The fourth wall broke sometime in 2012, and we've been deconstructing its doors and windows for a decade now. So maybe it would come across as a little old and trite. Then again, they did revive Phineas and Ferb, and a proto-that is the biggest vibe I got from Sheep in the Big City, so who knows. If you do like meta-humor, even just a little bit, Sheep in the Big City is one you have to check out, a must-see. You know, if you could find it. Good luck on that one. This is gonna be a fun one. Actually, no it's not. So, in doing this Cartoon Network retrospective, there were two shows in particular that I was nervous to revisit. Johnny Bravo and Time Squad. Not because I was afraid of them being a horrible, terrible show or anything. I could handle a show I watched during my childhood ending up bad. No, I was worried that these two shows in particular would have aged poorly. Johnny Bravo got lucky and actually managed to hold up really well, but we're talking about that one next year. This year I picked Time Squad, which unfortunately was not so lucky. Why was I so nervous about this show in particular? Well, it's a show about history. The Time Squad is an organization from the year 100 million, dedicating to making sure the course of time runs smoothly. We follow one particular unit, Todd Russell, his robot the Lawrence 3000, as they kidnap an orphan from the year 2002 and take him on all kinds of historical adventures. And before I begin my rather harsh critique, I'll give a few compliments about the things about the show that I really do like. The premise of it is very interesting. Instead of a time traveler accidentally altering the course course of history, that's more or less the job of the Time Squad. History is already screwed up for reasons that they only kind of handwave, and so they need to make sure that things go the way that they were supposed to. I like this idea, I just wish that the show thought it out a little bit more. Our heroes here have to help make sure that things go exactly according to plan, according to our real history. Sometimes that's like helping Julius Caesar make Rome a great city, or making sure that William Shakespeare writes plays that he's known for, instead of children's works. But sometimes that also means, I don't know, making sure that Blackbeard is a pillaging pirate, making sure that Ivan the Terrible is the Tsar of Russia, making sure that Al Capone is not a clown and instead a gangster, making Edgar Allan Poe depressed.
Deep down my heart could only concede, now as nighttime turns to dawn, my thoughts of joy are dead and gone.
So, Time Squad isn't an educational show, obviously. This is not Hysteria. You're not using this to ace your classes or anything. Actually, come to think of it, the big problem here is that the more you know about history, the more into the subject you are, the worse this show will get to you. The last episode about Season 1 is about the Hatfields and McCoys, and the Time Squad needs to get them bickering and feuding again. Which, you know, in the real world, that led to several deaths. In their episode about Abraham Lincoln, there's just an offhand reference to Lincoln's theater plans.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll pick up Mrs. Lincoln and head over to the theater for an evening of light entertainment.
And like, as someone with more than a 6th grade education in history, it's kind of impossible to not notice how many people our main characters just send to their deaths. We gotta make sure that Woodrow Wilson is elected president in our Scooby-Doo parody. That won't backfire in the slightest, I'm sure. So Time Squad is obviously a kid's show. They're not going to be talking about the literally millions of deaths that the main character's actions directly cause in history. Gotta make sure that Amelia Earhart takes her flight.
And if you see the Bermuda Triangle along the way, you fly into it. You fly right into it.
Our attitude towards historical figures and just history in general has changed a lot in the past couple of decades, and so a lot of these moments just come across as very, very cringeworthy, like try-hard edgelord. So one of the most standout episodes of the show, and I don't mean that positively, is portraying the Allies in World War II as unapologetic nudists. In 2001, that was a ridiculous comedy skit. In 2025, considering the state of the world we're in, portraying the people who fought the Nazis as unapologetic nudists kinda seems a little bit disrespectful. At the best of times, Time Squad comes across as naive.
It took some doing, but we talked Karl Marx out of building the world's largest igloo and got him back to writing the Communist Manifesto.
At the worst of times, the show feels downright offensive. And that's even ignoring the episodes that are, like, actually blatantly racist.
Come on, Sir Henry. Remember your African tribesman dialect.
Oh, cannibalistic African tribes. Oh, no. A lot of the times, it comes across as the show trying to go over the line twice, and just not quite sticking the landing. So we have these random fucked up implications that come out of nowhere, and kinda taint your enjoyment of the show. We can't show you what happens when the Time Squad helps invent communism, so we're just gonna mention it in passing. To tell you the truth, the fact that this is a kid's show on the Cartoon Network is probably its biggest limiting factor. Under the hood, I think the show really does want to get into these dark and demented implications and really revel in the chaos. But because it's a kid's show on a kid's network, you can't really show all the death and the consequences of the characters' actions with standards and practices hanging over your nose. So the whole show is in this weird null space that just makes you randomly very uncomfortable. All of this does sound very similar to an argument that I made in the past, the Turning Red argument, but it's actually the opposite complaint. See, Time Squad is what would happen if Turning Red did mention 9/11 randomly and it had equally as much to do with the actual plot. This show does that kind of stuff a lot. Time Squad is not earnest enough to come across as respectful, but it's not demented enough to come across as funny. So you get moments like putting Gandhi in a jail cell because he'd rather tap dance instead of lead the Indian independence movement. These moments are frequent, and they make you really look at the show sideways, like seeing implications that probably aren't there. It's ironic that a show about time travel is one of the most poorly aged things that I've ever seen. So, there's Larry. From what I can tell, Larry was meant to be an LGBT character, because he's written a lot like the LGBT characters from the time. Because this is a cartoon on a kids network from 2001, they couldn't say a character was gay, so their way around the censorship was to basically give these kind of characters literally every gay stereotype that existed in 2001. At least, that's what Larry became in Season 2. Larry is on par for characters of the era, but looking back, I would not be surprised if some people found a character with so many stereotypes a little bit cringe. The strangest thing about Time Squad is the show is at its best when it is not dealing with history. The only times that the show actually manages to be funny is when they're on the space station, and we get insights to the characters' daily lives. My favorite episodes of the whole show have very little to do with time travel at all, like the episode where Larry gets a downgrade and drives Tud Russell insane with burgers. I mean, it's better than the episode where the three of them just stand still and do nothing for 3 minutes. Or the episode where Montezuma is a bad stand-up comic. Honestly, a gay couple adopting a kid on a space station is a fine idea for a premise. You just have to drop the time travel to...
George W. Bush. Who the heck is that?
Oh yeah. So in the finale, they go see George W. Bush, who was president at the time, in 2002. The finale is bad. Half of the episode is just Otto getting tortured by a nun, in once again not funny ways, and the entire show ends with Otto agreeing to let Tud Russell make him miserable.
Twine? What happened to tax cuts for the rich? Subsidizing giant corporations?
The world is a vastly different place now if that's all that Bush could have been criticized for. In 2002. In my opinion, Time Squad is just one of the most uncomfortable, clueless shows that I have ever seen. And honestly, it's one that goes into the "we will never talk about this again" category. For much of my life, Samurai Jack was my favorite cartoon of all time. This was the one for me way back in the day, watching it every school night whenever it was on. It was an extremely simple premise. A samurai from the past is born and raised to fight the ultimate evil, Aku. He is given the only weapon in the world that can harm Aku, and the two of them engage in an epic duel. This is the premise of episode 1, but before the final blow is struck, Jack is sent into the distant future where Aku dominates the world. And now Jack seeks to find a way to return to the past. The world was simple back in the past, back when we were kids. We didn't really understand why something appealed to us, why it clicked so well. It was just fun or enjoyable. And before we even understood it or understood ourselves, this piece of media somehow became part of our identity and helped craft our formative years. Then when we're adults, we start to put the pieces together. And sometimes the jigsaw doesn't always paint the most pretty of pictures. You're left with this burning desire to get back to the past, back when the world was right. So let's talk about what Samurai Jack was back in the past. I couldn't call it unique among Western animation. There were action shows on multiple networks, Danny Phantom, Gargoyles, Warner Brothers Teen Titans on the same network, but Samurai Jack uniquely stood out for so many reasons. It was the first Cartoon Network original to not go with the cartoon branding since it began, and Samurai Jack started with what essentially functioned as a movie. Instead of one quick episode like most cartoons got right out of the gate, Samurai Jack got 3 full episodes that told one continuous story, where our samurai is tricked by the evil he tried to fight and is thrown into this alien world. Alien in every sense of the word. He's dubbed Jack by the locals, and we see his first fight, helping a race of sapient talking dogs fight off bug androids. Even ignoring the series proper, the pilot trilogy is super satisfying and fantastic in its own right. Like any proper introduction of a show, it does make you want more. But if the entire experiment ended there, I still think that it would have been loved, still be respected. And it's an experiment that paid off, since the network would do something similar with the later Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, also giving it the full-fledged 3-act start. Right off the bat, we know that we're in for something special and something unique. The action of the show is impeccable. What you might expect as a simple hack-and-slash series, the pilot quickly quashes that as we see Jack create a wide variety of traps and use all manner of weapons. We see him go around the world, learning all of these different techniques and fighting styles, and by the end we see it pay off as he's forced to take on an entire army. The fight choreography is second to none in the show. Like, I've seen other action shows, a lot of them, and even to this day, I'd have to put Samurai Jack at the top of the hill, even next to some of its contemporaries, which were masters in their own right. Avatar, The Last Airbender, Teen Titans, Ben 10. Some of the most engaging episodes of this entire show are just prolonged fight scenes. No thought of character, scarcest thought of motivation. Just have Jack in a scenario and have him fight till he's pushed to the brink. Demongo, Smackback, The Hunters, Mad Jack. A lot of it comes down to the art. The show already stands out stylistically by nearly completely abandoning outlines. It's very reminiscent of a lot of art from Asia, which focuses on minimalism and uses color to help things stand out. And the show's use of color is so well crafted that even when Jack in a white robe is standing in a snowfield, you can make out every little detail. And every now and again you have this stylistic digression. There are episodes that go with a fresh, unique art style. Samurai Jack fighting Shinobi is the best example of this. A pure white character fighting a pure black character, blending into the backgrounds during a tense combat with the clock winding down. The sun is setting, and the later it gets, the more the samurai is forced to stand out, while the more the ninja is able to blend into the shadows that surround them both. The show separated itself from other action shows of its time by having these intense periods of just silent atmosphere. Other shows would do something similar, but Jack made this its identity. Sometimes you'd have half of the episode with no dialogue, and the only thing you hear is the Foley sound effects and the most subtle use of background music. It's all the more special when so many other action shows felt insecure about attracting a young audience, and so would pepper their fight scenes with quote-unquote witty dialogue, or God forbid catchphrases. If it didn't need to be said in Samurai Jack, it simply was not said. And there was a lot that simply didn't need to be said. Samurai Jack was a lot more mature than most of the cartoons of its time, both in imagery and in tone. This is probably the most well-known fact about Samurai Jack these days. Most of his opponents were some variety of robot, and whether intentional or not, the censors of the time did not care what Jack did to them. So you'd have fights with intense brutality, as Jack decapitated them, sliced them in half, hacked off limbs, and broke them apart. And it got messy because oil was used as a clear stand-in for blood. Not to say that the show is otherwise clean. Jack himself gets hit quite a bit, and he does actually bleed. And the show isn't subtle about the darkness that Aku has wrought upon the world. In the pilot movie, we literally see the silhouette of a dog crucified. One of the more comedic episodes of the show has Jack turned into a chicken, where he's forced into a future form of cockfighting. Even without the blood, the show never played it safe in that regard. It respected its audience, no matter who they really were, in a way that other shows simply did not, in a way that a lot of shows still don't. I don't want to make it seem like this show is all intense all the time, because it's not. Because Samurai Jack is set into the distant future, it's easy to mistake this for a science fiction show. It's not. Being in the distant future is basically a backdrop for the writers to do whatever the hell they want. Sure, in one episode Jack is going into space or fighting dystopian criminals, but another episode is a homage to Alice in Wonderland. And another episode, Jack is saving a medieval peasant village from a dragon with gastrointestinal distress. There's no concrete world or anything like that in Samurai Jack, but there really didn't have to be. There were only 3 things needed to stay consistent. Jack was the hero who would never stray from his quest to return to the past and fight all evil. Aku was that evil who would focus on causing misery and harm, even if double-crossing people caused his own plans to fail. And the sword that Jack wields is the only thing in the world that can harm Aku. So Jack is the only person in the world who can defeat Aku's tyranny. Beyond that, literally everything else depended on the story that the writers wanted to tell. From the super silly side, where Aku tries to tell children fairy tales, to super serious, where Jack comes across his hometown that had been destroyed thousands of years ago, and everything in between, from a train robbery to climbing a mountain. Personal preference says that I love the deeper episodes more. They're the ones that I resonate with the most. Jack climbing that mountain becomes a deep internal conflict about determination over the external conflict of just not dying.
Do you give up? Will you abandon their hope? Have you forgotten?
Jack literally being infected with Aku's evil and only being able to fight back due to the memories and the spirit of those he's helped in his quest.
Aku's victories are not your failures. The struggle against Aku is arduous.
You have won many victories, rekindling hope. Each sends their blessing.
Those kind of stories stick with you for years and years. Then again, some of the funny bits do stick with you too.
Because I knew that you knew that I knew that you knew that I knew you would cheat.
Samurai Jack stood out by going for the seldom used 2-act structure. Most media, cartoons or otherwise, goes for 3 or even 5 acts. Samurai Jack was different. After an initial catalyst, the first half of the episode would be building up the conflict or anticipation. And the entire second act was all about the release. It might have been a fight, or even an entirely new conflict. Jack and the Traveling Creatures. Act 1 is using said creatures to get to a time portal. Act 2 is the fight with the Guardian. Jack versus Mad Jack. Act 1, Jack is getting pissed off as possible. Act 2, Jack fighting off his own doppelganger. I didn't understand it at the time, but this helped Samurai Jack just feel different. It wasn't like anything else, but damn was it good. Close to flawless. Close to it. Going through these series for seeing real, I've definitely gotten newer, harsher opinions on some of my old childhood classics. And going back here, I was definitely concerned that I might not like this show as much as I did when I was a kid, or found a slew of whole new flaws. But no, Samurai Jack still stood as strong as it ever did. Honestly, stronger in some other ways. However, there is one flaw that I do have to point out. If you do suffer from something like photosensitive epilepsy, this is a show that you'll probably have to skip. This show uses a lot of strobe effects. Like, it can even be seen in the intro. And during the intense action, there is a lot of bright flashes. And at points, it did even become a problem for me. It's not like the Problem Solvers, but it is something that I do think that I have to mention. There's also one episode in particular, Jack in the Haunted House. I think that episode is stellar. It is wonderful and tense and atmospheric, and I love it. But if you have any kind of photosensitive condition, do not watch that episode. It uses an art style that continually has that strobing effect. And while I do a lot of these disclaimers just to be cautious, I can imagine some people having a real problem with that episode in particular. Beyond that though, the one problem that Samurai Jack had left its fans was a lack of a sense of closure. The show had no ending. No real ending. This was not uncommon at all for cartoons back in the day. Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab, even Ed and Eddie didn't get its ending until 2009. And whenever the shows did stop, people were usually satisfied with whatever they were left with. Samurai Jack was different though. This wasn't Bugs Bunny trying to avoid getting shot for all eternity. Jack was on a quest. He had a goal, a real thing that he was trying to accomplish. And even with the show's laissez-faire focus on plot, some beads of a narrative did sneak through. Jack was destined to return to the past. One of the more memorable antagonists, the Guardian, said so. And as the show ended and the internet exploded, fans were able to talk, reminisce, and rumors spread. As early as 2002, there were rumors of a Samurai Jack movie, which could have been in live action or even stereoscopic 3D. But as one decade turned to the next, it seemed to be one of those things that was just a childhood fantasy, and we all grew up, not really knowing how long ago it was that we made those fond memories. Could have been 5 years, 15, 50 for all that it mattered. For all that it mattered, hope was simply gone. And then there was a rescue from an unlikely place.
50 years have passed. I do not age.
How much longer can you keep this up?
March 11th, 2017. Adult Swim stated that they would be airing a 10-episode Season 5. And unlike other reboots, the head was at the helm. Tartakovsky, the show's creator, would be on board as an executive producer. It really looked like Jack was back. It looked like Jack was back. I made my opinions known on Season 5 a long time ago at this point. Closer to its debut than today, actually. And I'll immediately let you know that my opinions have not softened. In fact, my opinions on Season 5 have grown harder, colder. It's almost symbolic in a way. Once upon a time, life was special and there was a sense of wonder that we couldn't explain. We grow up and we learn the secrets of the magic trick. We become older and more jaded and burdened down by what life did to us. The obstacles life throws at us begin to seem insurmountable. I tried to be generous. But then I started watching episode 1 of season 5, and in one of the first action scenes, we see Jack fighting, and there's this onomatopoeia of his impact scream in the back, like it's a slice of 60s superhero cheese that is held up just as well. Samurai Jack season 5 is one of those things that gets worse every time I watch it, because it is something that does literally everything wrong. I did a full review on season 5, so I don't want to drag this out with a full repeat, but honestly I probably can't even help it. Aku is depressed because he hasn't killed Jack in 50 years. This is objectively the wrong way to use Aku. Making him depressed strips away everything fun or intimidating or even interesting about the character, and the season as a whole heavily downplays Aku, which is bad because he's only one of the 2 real characters. Jack has a similar problem. Jack is traumatized by his repeated failures. which is also the opposite of why he was an appealing character to begin with. His hope and his determination was the main draw of investment. The show tries to play it super realistically with trauma, and honestly, it does it so poorly that it's actually borderline offensive. Jack's trauma is mostly portrayed by him talking to his hallucinations and having flashbacks. Sure, whatever. Do you know how Jack gets over his trauma? He thinks he let some kids die due to stupid narrative contrivance. And then Jack gets told he didn't get the kids killed. No proof, he's just told this. And then Jack is never in trauma again for the rest of the series. Throughout the 2010s, we had a lot of media that tried to tackle dark and difficult subject matters that were praised as progressive or deep or innovative. And I think that as time goes on, we will be re-evaluating them. And Samurai Jack Season 5 is a good showcase of this. The season comes across as a writer learning the word trauma for the very first time, knowing nothing about it, but wanting to put it in their work to come across as deep or saying something, even when they really have nothing to say about it except trauma is difficult. There's a reason that realistic depiction of a panic attack is a meme today. Realistic depiction of a non-flashback here. I refuse to acknowledge Season 5's premise on its own merit. The sword leaves Jack because he used it to accidentally slay innocents. However, in the original series, Jack and the Zombies shows that the sword cannot be used in the hands of evil to harm innocents. Is that a loophole or a plot hole? You decide! Jack is depressed because Aku destroyed all of the time portals. This sounds like an interesting premise until you realize that there were other ways that Jack could and did use to try and get back to the past. The very first instance of him trying to get to the past, the first one, is using a law of physics. Not a time portal, not a magic spell, and this was the first time. Episode 5 of the show, 2 episodes after the pilot movie. There are magic spells, wishes, so on. The Guardian episode showed that eventually Jack would return to that specific portal. And Season 5 reads as them like forcing everything to bend and break to fit this one idea for the most contrived idea possible. Season 5 wants to tell this big narrative story that went beyond the ambitions of the original, which was entirely episodic. And I do respect that. Or I did until it decided that it did not want to commit. Jack has to kill human beings for the first time, and that's the big conflict in Season 5. In theory. Let's ignore that Jack already did debatably already kill humans in the original series. The robot corpses were always about censorship, and they never had a real effect on the plot or the characters. This is more of a term that has to deal with music, but it applies here. Jack's adversaries being robots is completely non-diegetic. Samurai Jack has always been great at humanizing robots. That was the basis of one of its best episodes, Tales of X9. The robots, until they're sparking with oil spilling, look and act like humans or aliens or whatever. Jack even befriends plenty of them along the way, and the times that he is forced to confront clear non-robots, it's very rare that he doesn't treat combat exactly the same way. At what point does a robot become not a robot? I'll tell you at what point. At the point they're talking like a human with human desires, with human emotions. Jack versus Mad Jack, that's a perfect example. The samurai is fighting a bunch of bounty hunters who are all robots that explode in the end. So, riddle for the ages. Why would a robot who follows programming with no emotion need to be tempted with money to do its stated task, unless they have some form of human emotion? The conflict over killing a human being, it's forced. It's a conflict that I do not believe the samurai would have. I absolutely believe that he would never kill an innocent, but nothing about his characterization tells me that he would be fully apprehensive to kill in self-defense if it came down to it. Why do I think that? Because we had 52 episodes of that same thing. We, as the audience, know that all of these robots are robots, but much of the series has Jack failing to understand the future world that he's in. And maybe I could let the premise slide if they actually wanted to treat the conflict with some respect. So the big draw of the season is that Jack needs to fight off these real human beings or else he will die. He kills one off in episode 2. And then because we don't want an ongoing conflict, he kills 5 of the others in episode 3. And then he falls in love with the 7th. And I'm supposed to take this seriously as a serious adult conflict. Okay, sure. If I'm supposed to take this seriously, that these are human characters that we're supposed to somewhat empathize with, why is the only daughter of Aku, who stays alive, the only one of the 7 who has a name? Besides Ashi, none of the other sisters are given a name in the 5th season. And if you're wondering, some of the robots were given names. Also, Ashi doesn't give a shit about the sisters who were killed. She just ends up caring more about a ladybug and ends up falling in love with a man who killed her sisters, justified or not. There's a sad irony here that a series that used to make robots feel very human is now reducing humans to essentially robots. I hate Ashi. She ruined Season 5 and the ending of the show. And her introduction as a character is where they should have scrapped what they were doing and started over. Because here's the main point. Here's the main issue with Samurai Jack Season 5. In Samurai Jack Season 5, the main character is not Samurai Jack. The main character is Ashi. Season 5 is Ashi's story, from her birth to her training to learning that her worldview is broken to her eventual death. She is the one with the actual arc that the writers seem to care about, considering how half-assed Jax is. She starts out as fucking annoying in episodes 3 and 4, but because she is our main character, she needs to learn about how great the samurai really is. One of the biggest problems with Season 5 is that it does not know how to use its time wisely. Scaramouche gets revived, soaks up screen time for no reason, and then just dies. But episode 6 is a clip show. Like, in all but technicality, it is a clip show. We see old characters and moments and getting a reminder of the good times that we had with Jack doing the things. I like the song Samurai Jack. I like a more satisfying ending and a more well-rounded plot a lot better. In episode 8, Ashi and Jack randomly start falling in love for no reason, except for the fact that he's the male protagonist and she's the female protagonist. This is despite the fact that Jack is 50 years older than Ashi, and he's thrust into both a teacher role and a messiah role. Ashi falls in love with Jack after you had a full episode about everyone in the world praising Jack to high heavens. You want to talk about adult issues here? I think there might be a little bit of a power balance issue going on. But even putting all that aside, the relationship is full of the most bog-standard cringe and cliché sitcom tropes you can imagine.
Ashi, you're naked.
Their first kiss ends an episode with the first and only time that a licensed song has been used in this entire franchise, and it is so incongruent with everything Samurai Jack, if for no other reason than the genre it is. And as we all know by now, the ending of the ending. Jack uses Ashi to go back to the past. They kill Aku, and at the most dramatic point, Ashi disappears because we gave up writing 7 episodes ago. This is the most blatant example of a grandfather paradox that I've ever seen. And the ending was so bad and so hated that there's a video game that literally retcons it. Samurai Jack Battle Through Time. But only if you get 100%. If you get anything else, you get the standard ending. Otherwise, Ashi is safe and fine somehow, even though Jack killed her father before she was born. There are many, many rules you can use for time travel, but for some fucking reason, Samurai Jack picked the worst possible, least satisfying one. There's a cliche that the original show fell into. Jack abandons going to the past to save those immediately in the future. This happens again and again and again. And the finale does want us to care about all the characters that Jack sacrificed for. That's why they all show up in the final battle. However, by making it so the future is essentially erased like this, none of this shit ever happened. None of these people ever existed. And it makes Jack look like a fucking idiot every time he does something like stick with the astronauts to protect their ship instead of rocketing back in time. Because with the ending of these shows, these scientists do not fucking exist. And even if they did manage to get born in the time stream, there'd be no Aku or his robots to worry about. Because of this ending, every time that Jack sacrifices going back to the past to save the people in the now, it's pointless. The ending isn't just bad, isn't just unsatisfying, it is damaging. To take it as canon means that, well, Samurai Jack never happened. Maybe that's what growing up in maturity is in the end. Realizing that wanting is better than having. Or maybe it's realizing that we can pick and choose where we view as canon. Samurai Jack Seasons 1 through 4 is still a phenomenal series, and I love it, and it is integral to who I am, and my passion towards animation. There are seldom shows you can find in past, present, or future that live up to its legend. Season 5 is fan fiction! And it affects my enjoyment of the original as much as the Shyamalan film affects my enjoyment of Avatar: The Last Airbender. There was this combination show that was released, Grim and Evil, which was the fusion of 2 separate cartoons, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy and Evil Con Carne. At some point, the shows became their own 2 separate things. While Billy and Mandy went on for 6 seasons and years, Evil Con Carne only made it partway through its 2nd season, and it's not so fondly remembered today. There's a misconception that the show is nixed because Billy and Mandy just outshone it on every level, but actually, no, the shows actually had similar ratings. The decision was on the creator, Maxwell Adams, who found that it was just too much to be showrunning 2 cartoons at the same time. So he picked one of the 2 shows and basically ended the other one. This one. And I have to say, he made the right choice. This isn't going to be a long review because there's just not much to talk about. So the premise is really simple. What if we followed the villain? That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole show. I mean, there is more to it, obviously, but that's the heart and soul of what we're dealing with here. I guess for this to make sense, I'm gonna have to take you back a few decades. In the early 2000s, this was a fresh idea. It was almost unheard of for media to follow the point of view of the villain in a story. That wasn't like the twist in a horror plot. Like, think of any piece of media, especially for kids. In the 80s and the 90s, pretty much all of them followed the good guy, at least in theory. The concept of following the show's villain as a protagonist was pretty fresh in the early 2000s. But since then, we're in a vastly different world. First was video games, where we got this new concept called a moral choice system, where you could be super duper evil by eating live chickens or whatever. And of course you'd have Grand Theft Auto, which was games about committing crimes, paving the way for shock shit like hatred. And then the rest of the media followed, making villains full-on protagonists of their own stories, especially in the superhero world. But the trend followed through even for animation aimed at more general audiences. We have Megamind, Despicable Me, even Phineas and Ferb had some of the stuff with Doofenshmirtz. What I'm trying to say is that time has not been kind to this one. You want a review of Evil Con Carne? It's only 3 words long. Go watch Villainous. That show is the same basic idea, but the characters are just so much better. It has so much better pacing, and it just feels more. It's the Seinfeld effect. I mean, Billy and Mandy was something like this too. It portrayed the Grim Reaper, the personification of Death Almighty, as an idiot who became the eternal slave of 2 children. That kind of portrayal of death was also pretty uncommon as far as I can tell. The few things that did use death as a comedic foil did at least try to keep the idea that he could end your life at any point. You know, kept the idea that he was still a threatening force, until Grim and Evil, where death became completely pathetic. I might just be trying to be nice here, because the reality of the situation is that Evil Con Carne is simply a comedy show that is not funny. The premise is that this guy who wants to take over the world was blown up by a fish. His brain and stomach manages to survive, and they're put on a circus bear that constantly causes problems. Because I guess that's a comedic premise. It's supposed to be absurd, but absurd with no logic or reason can't really sustain something like this. And it doesn't. The longer you go on, the more you wonder why the bear is even there. They tried the robot body the one time, but even ignoring that, like, other characters could move Hector around. I don't understand why the stomach is there at all. I don't even mean, like, practically speaking, because it's obviously stupid for the sake of stupid. I mean, I don't know why it's there because I don't know why anyone would consider the stomach funny.
We have the perfect shot! I just can't do it! Why not?
I haven't the stomach for it.
I'll make you good!
The characters in the show just aren't memorable or special. What they are is incredibly inconsistent. The show doesn't last long at all, but sometimes General Scar is smart enough to usurp Hector, and sometimes he's not able to realize that an obvious bomb is an obvious bomb. Sometimes Dr. Ghastly is super caring about Hector to the point where they randomly have a son that comes back from the future. And sometimes she shows, like, no care at all for what he's going through, and it's fine with him being in the pickle jar for 6 months. Sometimes Hector has complete control over the bear, sometimes he doesn't. Whatever works for the joke you're currently trying to tell, I guess. I mean, the characters do have their gimmicks, I guess. The bear is a bear. General Scar wants to be the one to take over the world, even though that's why he's working for Hector. For some reason, he can't wait like 5 minutes for Hector to take over the world. He needs to try and destroy Hector before Hector enacts his plans to take over the world, and ends up constantly ruining said plans. Also, Ghastly is there. These characters just don't really have much chemistry with each other. None of them come close to, like, Norm or Vanessa. Like I Am Weasel, this is another show that I can't outright call bad. It didn't piss me off or gross me out, but there is just nothing here. Even more nothing than I Am Weasel. This is the kind of show that just makes me feel like I wasted my time. And I guess I wasted all of your time too. I'm pretty sure that Evil Con Carne does have its fans somewhere, but quite honestly, I have no idea why. Billy and Mandy is still pretty cool though. I'm gonna watch some more of that. Once again, right choice of the show to continue. My god, the universe where this was the one that he picked. That would truly be the worst timeline. Whatever Happened to Robot Jones is a show that, by all means, should be interesting. There are many interesting facts surrounding the show. In the year 2000, it was a part of this Voice Your Choice weekend contest, in which viewers could vote on a bunch of different pilots, using this amazing new invention called the Internet. Even though Robot Jones came in second place below Grim and Evil, the higher-ups at Cartoon Network decided to give the show a go anyway, and immediately regretted that decision, doing their best to get rid of it as fast as possible. Robot Jones was also famous for using a text-to-speech function from Microsoft Word 98 to create the main character's voice.
Excuse me, Miss Cavendish. But there must be an error. This idea is illogical. How will our learning be tested successfully if we are given the answers in advance?
I say famous, that's inaccurate. The show was famous for doing that at first, but later being voiced over by an actual voice actor, Bobby Block.
On the contrary, I find informational programming one of the most stimulating experiences a robot can have.
If you know anything about Robot Jones, you know that one solitary thing. For the record, I watched most of the episodes with the new voice. I could only find 2 episodes with a computerized voice. They've never been officially released in any capacity, and the redubbing happened very early on in the show's lifespan, so even pirated recordings can be very difficult to obtain. Which version of the show is better is hotly debated among the people who remember Robot Jones. All 2 of them. They argue that maybe if the show went with the original intention of having a computerized voice, the show would have actually lasted. Personally, I doubt it. Very little about the show actually works. Let's start with the art style. So, Robot Jones doesn't look like any other Cartoon Network cartoon. It doesn't look like any cartoon, except for one.
It's Schoolhouse Rocky, the chip off the block of your favorite Schoolhouse Rock.
Robot Jones was intentionally designed to look like Schoolhouse Rock. Now, if it's been a while since you've been to an elementary school, Schoolhouse Rock was an educational show from the 1970s, and one of the only 4 good cartoons from the 1970s. Even though the show was of higher quality than its peers, the visual appeal was not one of the best aspects of Schoolhouse Rock. Back in the 1970s, cartoons were made extremely on the cheap, because that was the only way that you could really turn a profit on television animation before merchandising was able to make up for the lack of funding. That's why you have a lot of things like the scrolling backgrounds in Scooby-Doo, those shows having very limited movement, so on. And while Schoolhouse Rock certainly looks better than some of its contemporaries, the shortcuts still are apparent in it. Simply put, Schoolhouse Rock is a very crude-looking show. But Schoolhouse Rock gets away with looking crude for a couple of reasons. Number 1, it has some kick-ass music. We all still quote, "I'm just a bill sitting on Capitol Hill" for a reason. Number 2, Schoolhouse Rock was not trying to tell a story where things like character acting and emotion are important. It was an educational cartoon. This is a legitimate problem here because Robot Jones goes hard in with the style, to the point where you could argue that it is style over substance. The show, by and large, takes place in the early 1980s. We have many pop culture references to Atari games, there's a big episode about the Rubik's Cube, and the entire show, as I mentioned, is designed to look like a late 70s cartoon. And by and large, I think that was a major mistake, because the show looks incredibly crude. I get that this was by design because cartoons from that era were crude, but cartoons in the 1970s looking 1970s made sense for 1970s reasons. This show came out in the year 2000, when cartoons were focusing on higher details. It's also not helped by the fact that anime was becoming mainstream, and that tended to go all in on the flash and visuals. In comparison to the contemporary landscape, Robot Jones just looks very cheap. Robot Jones comes across as more of an anachronism than an outright throwback. The difference between the two is knowing what to keep and what to throw away. Like many video games take on that old school retro aesthetic, like V6, it has the graphics and gameplay so simple that you could imagine it being on the Atari 2600. But the actual game is a little bit more complicated. It builds on those ideals, and changes things up just enough to appeal to modern day gamers. It's not Pitfall on the Atari just being re-released today. However, all too often, that's what Robot Jones feels like. Which wouldn't be a problem, except cartoons from the 1970s and the early 80s were absolutely terrible. It's called the Dark Age of animation for a reason. Let me put it like this. It's like if a show today used the stylistic choice of going with Synchrovox instead of actual lip syncing. The characters in Robot Jones are simple and bland, to match what they were in the 1980s, which was acceptable in the 1980s. Not in the year 2000. The show came out after sitcoms like The Simpsons and more complicated shows like Gargoyles or X-Men. The only character who is not bland in this entire thing is Shannon, and that is because she literally has a different personality in every goddamn episode. There are Robot's friends, which are generic friends, there's the teachers, which are generic mean teachers, and the Yogman bullies, who are just typical bullies that kind of poof out of the series by the end. You've seen these archetypes just a million times, especially now that it's 20 years later. I mean, Robot Jones does try, I will admit, a little bit. A lot of the 1970s, 80s stuff was all about morality tales, teaching kids lessons. And at the end of each episode, Robot Jones does state the lesson, which is usually him taking away confused information about what he's experienced in the end. Basically, imagine conversing with ChatGPT. Unfortunately, it's so dry that it feels too annoying to appreciate the humor in it. And a lot of that comes from the voice.
Tonight I learned that although most teenagers are embarrassed by their parents, each family is unique in its own way.
And I suppose we should talk about that aspect of the show. Personally, I don't think a Microsoft voice would have helped the series at all. In fact, I think the show should have gone all the way towards a clearly human voice. By speaking like a robot and adding a digital filter, it slows down Robot Jones' dialogue. That's a problem, because so much of the humor in the show is dialogue-based. As a result, the pace is too damn slow, and many of the episodes just seem draining because of it. And that's bad because the show had a lot of stiff competition. A lot of people say that Teenage Robot and Nickelodeon stole the show's thunder because it kinda sorta had the same premise. You know, robot teenager trying to fit in at a high school and failing because of machine-related problems. I can see that, but Robot Jones actually reminded me a lot more of Invader Zim. Like a really, really bad version of Invader Zim. You see, most of the conflicts come not from Robot Jones being a robot, but because of how badly he misunderstands the human world, and how he often seems to come to the conclusion that robots are better than humans. Zim does it just with aliens. If that's not enough for you, both shows have an episode where the not-human trying to fit in with humans takes their parents to school for a parent-teacher conference and has to deal with the consequences of that. And you can see how night and day it is when one goes over the top and the other tries to downplay it and tries to be quaint and quiet and slow. I think I laughed maybe one time in the show's entire run, when the father gets the idea that the principal was peeping on his wife. And yes, if you're wondering, the principal of the school looks like Charlie Chaplin if he decided to become the dictator of Germany during World War II. I have no idea how they got away with the design. But even more than that, I don't know how they literally do nothing with this. The principal of the school is your generic mean principal. He's not like that crazy. You know what the difference between the Austrian painter guy here and Principal Prickly from Recess is? Prickly actually has depth, even though he came first. And as a result, his antics are actually funny. Honestly, the most frustrating thing about Robot Jones is that it has a lot that it does literally nothing with. Season 2 begins with the episode Gender, made in the early 2000s. Whether the episode is ahead of its time or an outdated train wreck, you'd imagine that it'd at least be interesting to talk about, right? Like something you could compare to Neither Boy Nor Girl from Lloyd in Space. I mean, at the end of the episode, Jones pretty much becomes the first canon agender character in Western animation.
I have found that I am highly compatible with both girls and boys, but am glad that I am not a girl or a boy, but a superior robot.
Not that it matters because he's still treated exactly like a guy in every other episode, and this one is just completely forgotten about. Shannon is one of the few characters in animation that has a prosthetic limb, that, you know, isn't like cybernetic. But throughout the show, it amounts to nothing, except that Robot Jones has a crush on her, because he finds her half robot. A robot having a crush on a human being should be funny, right? Or frightening? Or something? It should be interesting. Maybe it's just because we've seen how far computers have come in the past 20 years, but the robot stuff that Jones goes through just seems so bog standard. He gets a virus that makes him act like a sick human being. It's a show that has a lot of setups to do a lot of interesting things, but it has like no punchlines. It feels like it's taking the safe route every single time, making it feel dull and cliche. And that's the only thing about this show that actually managed to impress me. It made robots boring. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends is quite the curious case. As we get into the 2000s cartoons, there's a trend that I've noticed. Shows like Chowder, Flapjack, Puffy Yami Yumi, Class of 3000, they actually weren't too popular back in the day when they were originally airing, and you can notice that by their relatively lower episode counts and less advertising compared to the cartoon classics like Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab, and Ed and Eddie. But in the years since, they've all gotten this groundswell of new popularity, with people fondly reminiscing about them, and the show is eventually finding entirely new audiences. I've seen that a lot, but I've never seen the opposite happen, with one exception. Foster's Home, which I'll be calling it for convenience sake. This was once upon a time like the one good thing on Cartoon Network. I think it was the most popular show they had, second only to maybe Ed, Edd and Eddy. But as time went on and I became a cartoon reviewer, more and more people seem to be openly negative on the show in hindsight. And honestly, it's gotten to the point where I've talked to more people who say they don't like Foster's Home than people who say they do like Foster's Home. The show seems harmless enough from the outset. It's about those childhood imaginary friends that we had and what happens to them when we've grown up and moved on. Taking place in a foster home, get it, it's a pun, for these weird and wacky creatures. And we follow the misadventures of a boy named Mac who is forced to get rid of his imaginary friend Blue. And in order to stop Blue from being adopted, Mac must visit fosters every single day. The show, in conception, isn't too different than any other media that deals with imaginary friends. The movie that came out recently, IF, is also carrying the same torch. So, what's the problem that people tend to have with Foster's Home? It's one problem in two parts. This show has aged very weirdly. I don't want to say that it aged badly because it didn't. We don't have another Time Squad here. But let's go into the biggest problem that a lot of people have with the show, and that's the main character, Blue. Blue is an asshole. A huge asshole. This isn't even a criticism, it's just an objective fact of the show overall. He's selfish, he whines, he takes advantage of others, he thinks he's better than everyone else, he's stupid, and honestly, in terms of personality, he doesn't have too many redeeming qualities. From a cursory viewing of the show, it's hard to see what Mac even sees in him at all. This, of course, does vary depending on the episode. A lot of people point out that in the pilot, Blue is some of this, but is largely restrained. But immediately after that, it's like 9 seasons of Homer developing into a jackass in the span of 2 episodes. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Some episodes, yes, Blue is a selfish jerk and is horrible to everyone around him. Can't Keep a Good Mac Down is the best example of this. As well as I Only Have Surprise for You, but sometimes the point of the episode is him being a jerkass and getting punished for being a jerkass. And in other episodes entirely, Blue is closer to his debut appearance. Seeing Red, for instance, is completely one-to-one with his pilot showcase. So, let's talk about the character. Personally, I don't hate Blue. Sometimes he goes too far and the episode is terrible, but in general, I don't hate Blue. I don't hate Blue for the same reason that I don't hate Eddie from Ed, Edd and Eddy, for the same reason that I don't hate Rick from Rick and Morty, and for the same reason that I don't hate Jax from Amazing Digital Circus. The show is very aware of who Blue is and what he does, and with few exceptions, he does get consequences for him being a jackass. The most infamous episodes like Camping and Birthday are the example of those exceptions. When the Amazing Digital Circus came out and showcased that Jax was an asshole, fan theories were abound that he had some Freudian excuse or there were some hidden depths or whatever, but when future episodes confirmed that, no, he was through and through a jerk, and at present there's nothing deeper there was a lot of backlash to the show. In the present day, audiences in general don't really seem to tolerate jerk-ass characters. Like, in general, at all. Even when you do them right. Because, in my opinion, Blue is an example of them doing the jerk-ass right. What's the difference between doing it right and wrong? Blue is funny.
Yes, that adorable little Blue one asked me how much that chair was. I told him, then the little darling called me a rip-off artist and kicked me in the shin.
It really is that simple. There is no more complicated answer than that.
Oh, hey, Mac. What's going on?
What? What are you doing?
Driving.
I noticed. Why?
Because I thought it would be fun.
Characters like Blue speak to a certain sense of humor and a certain fantasy. In terms of a jerk character, there should be a sense of catharsis. Most of us do have a darker, sinister side where we've wanted to be this asshole, to say things that would probably get us punched, to be a Blue, to break the rules, tell off those authoritarians, build a water slide in the house. That doesn't mean that we're bad people, but some people do get delight out of, oh man, I can't believe you just said that. And I think that Foster's Home, at its best, tends to be very good at that. And I think it's very good at that because Foster's Home is actually a surprisingly mean show. Like, it's almost at the level of Ed, Edd and Eddy, where 9/10 of the characters were basically sociopaths beating each other up. Blue's antics are much more acceptable in a world where Harriman is constantly breathing down his neck with his overbearing rules that don't make any sense. Where Harriman is actively looking for reasons to get people in trouble. In a world where the kindly old lady is pickpocketing a child for plane tickets, repeatedly trying to pull cons on people. Where even a character like Wilt, who is defined by his kindness, can pull off a line like this.
You'll be hurting my feelings.
You know, I was thinking about that. And the thing is, I really don't care.
People who talk about Fosters often wonder why the show didn't use Terrence or Duchess more often and resorted to having Blue cause the problems. I can tell you right now why they didn't, and why those characters gradually disappeared as the show went on. Terrence and Duchess are, simply put, not fun. They are annoying. Terrence is a one-note dimensional older brother bully with no depth or real character, and Duchess is just a bitch. That's literally the beginning and ending of her character. When Blue is causing problems, it is always interesting. It might not always be good, but it is always interesting. And I can get why this might leave such a bitter taste in people's mouths. The show's style can lure you into this false sense of security. Ed, Edd and Eddy's art style and music is deranged, so you expect the characters to be deranged. Foster's Home is very childish in how it looks and sounds. This, once again, isn't a criticism, it's a statement of fact. It selectively uses outlines, and it relies a lot on simplistic character designs with simple shapes, arranged in wild patterns and a very interesting color palette. It also has a very bouncy background track that seems like it uses a lot of childlike instruments. Blue himself is basically a Halloween chic ghost, just blue. It kind of makes you think that you're sitting in store for one of those comfy, cozy preschool shows. But here's the thing that you gotta remember. Kids can kinda be sociopaths sometimes. They can be very mean and very callous, saying what's on their mind, doing things on impulse, and not giving a shit about the consequences. Kind of like one Beauregard Q. Kazoo.
Was that Tom Hanks? How did you get him?
Oh, right. I need $3 million more.
What?
It all fits together, usually. Some episodes do go too far, and I'll be really blunt on that. Most shows have bad episodes, but when Foster's has a bad episode, it becomes one of the most insufferable shows that I've ever seen. Everyone Knows It's Bendy is just the tip of the iceberg. Pretty much all of the bad episodes of the show have gone down in legend. Every single one is up there with names like The Splinter, Mysterious Mare-de-Well, Principal and the Pauper. Imposter's Home for, Make 'em Up Pals is an episode that's just there to beat up on Frankie the entire time and hit us with this super insulting ending. Where there's a will, there's a way, it's just keeping him from watching a basketball game. There is no humor in it. It is a minority of the episodes, I want to be clear, but when one of them comes up, you're going to be in for a half hour of pain and suffering that few other shows can match. Usually, it's because the episode is too mean. Sometimes, it's because cheese or goo exist. Speaking of aging, Cheese was once upon a time this super popular character. I mean, him and Fred Burger from Grim Adventures literally took over Cartoon Network at a point.
I'm a horsey! Whoa! I pooted.
Cheese's character is being stupid and saying that he likes chocolate milk despite being lactose intolerant and screaming. This is the kind of character that a show adds in Season 8 when it's out of ideas, steam, and is super desperate. Boy was I surprised when they added him in the middle of Season fucking 2. There is no scene that is not made worse with Cheese in it. Awful idea, one of the worst things the Cartoon Network has ever done, and Louise should be brought to the Geneva Convention for creating him because I consider this an attack on the human race. Goo talks and is weird. This is to balance out with Coco, the other primary female character. Coco doesn't really talk, and is weird. Goo's debut episode is her being annoying, making life hell for Max, and everyone trying to get Mac to tell her off. And when Mac finally does tell her off, he's the bad guy. Unlike Cheese, Goo does get better, slightly, but the show as a whole would be much better off without her as well. Same with Jackie Cones. This is a secondary character who gets so much screen time in later seasons because someone in the writer's room thought that he was a better character than he actually was. He's an asshole who likes sandwiches. That's his thing. That's it. That's all he is. Now, I said that there were two reasons that the show is aged weirdly and people today might not like it. This is gonna sound very hypocritical, but I don't know how else to put this. People take cartoons too seriously these days to really enjoy Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Yeah, me saying that. Pause for laughter here. Let me explain. To some extent, you will have to turn off your critical, logical brain to enjoy Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Because if you question the premise, even slightly, and you probably will in this day and age when we're demanding lore and history out of even our preschool shows like Bluey, you're gonna have a problem here. The most famous meme of the show is Terrence creating an imaginary friend, a sentient creature, and then just fucking eating him. And the funny thing is, this isn't the only time the show does that. There's a bunch of imaginary food friends that were created specifically to be eaten that were rescued just in time. The people who adopt imaginary friends are considered to be their legal owners. That's the literal word the show uses repeatedly. Blue literally belongs to Mac. And in many episodes, we do see the imaginary friends treated like really badly. One episode is about the imaginary friends getting sold into servitude. Some episodes show that the imaginary friends are very literally legally discriminated against, and their legal rights are above or below pets, depending on the episode. I'm not saying this show has unfortunate implications. I'm saying that it's dollars to donuts. You will probably think harder about the show's premise than the creators did. In the best case scenarios, this is a ton of fuel for fanfiction as you're trying to answer the many questions the show leaves behind. The worst case scenario, you will find the show fucking horrifying, because literal children are bringing sentient creatures into the world with barely any effort, and some of them are literally superheroes and monsters. And some of these creatures are born to die. Some of them are born to kill. And some of them are like literally as powerful as God. If there is any children's media property on Earth that would make sense to be reinterpreted as an edgelord horror story, it ain't Winnie the Pooh or Mickey Mouse, it's Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Apparently Craig McCracken did want like development for the characters at the time, but Western animation wasn't quite at that point yet, and as such, with what little the show does establish, it's just not very consistent. Like, in the pilot, Mac's mother says that Blue is the reason that he's being picked on, and yet in every single other episode, all of the kids just really love Blue. Chances are, if you're watching an animation review channel, you will probably have a problem with this at some point. For the most part, I personally was able to put this on the back burner and just enjoy the show, but one episode towards the end really did kind of harpoon me. Rate 'em and Weep is probably my least favorite episode of the entire show. In this episode, a bunch of imaginary friends get adopted, and because they do, their life is hell. And they all return to Foster's at the end, saying the outside is bad and they never want to leave Foster's ever again.
Had to escape the horrors of the outside world, couldn't take it anymore! And save the others, and brought us all back to Foster's.
Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. The foster home where all the characters want to be adopted to loving families. This is literally the premise of the show that they're harpooning.
Jackie's messed up big this time, y'all. Don't think I'll be laying eyes on any of you again. Consider this the last will and testament of Jackie Combe.
And the premise is used in so many other episodes as an emotional weight. At its worst, Foster's Home doesn't really seem to get its own premise. In one episode, we have this professional imaginary friend's Uncle Pocket. His shtick is that he's perfect and he gets adopted over and over again. Throughout the episode, he's claiming that he doesn't miss any of the kids he was with, and finds it just super easy to move on. Which is a lie. He's lying to everyone because caring about the kids makes him seem weaker or something? Like, until the end of the episode, I thought he was a cold, heartless douchebag. It seems a little bit backwards, doesn't it? The premise can be as fragile as one of Coco's eggs. Handle it with care. I'm not saying don't take the show seriously. I'm saying the more seriously you take the show's premise, the less you're gonna like the show. When you're watching Foster's Home, go in with the SpongeBob chowder mindset. I don't usually state this for this kind of show, but I do feel like it's a bit of an obligation here, because unlike a lot of those bizarre, weirder shows that don't have much of a continual premise, Foster's Home at least looks like it's going to be a show with lore and world building and history, when it doesn't really give a shit about any of those except on super special, ultra rare occasions, which I actively know is a problem for a lot of animation audiences these days. People want their lore and their history and their solid world building foundation nowadays. This is what I mean by Foster's Home has aged. It doesn't mean that it's backwards in its values, it means that the show is catered to a taste for a different time. A taste that is much scarcer the present day. If there is anything that actually did age poorly though, it's Mac's crush on Frankie. The precocious crush thing is something that's common in many cartoons, and it's usually nothing worse than awkward. You know, the adult might find it cute, but they don't reciprocate. And that's how it is here, usually. This comes up a few episodes, but it does make one episode in particular far more awkward than the writers intended. Ticket to Rod. It's about movie tickets to this premiere movie by this big celebrity. The plot's not very important. It's about competing for the MacGuffin episode. What's important is that Mac wants to go to the movies with Frankie, and Frankie herself is calling it a date, and she dresses up all fancy for the movie theater. And, no, Frankie, that's wrong. We don't do that. Don't do that. Yes, I know it's a big, fancy public premiere. Don't do that. Don't call it a date. Even jokingly or not seriously, don't do that. It's fucking gross. So, beyond all of that awkwardness, what is so great about the show? I'll say it again. Foster's Home is funny.
Hey, Blue. Ready to go to the ice charades?
Who are you?
Who are you and what have you done with my friend?
When Foster's is on point, it is just really some classic television. The best episodes have this formula where they start out with a simple premise, but due to the shenanigans of the characters, the episodes just keep spiraling and getting absolutely ridiculous. This is especially true in the first half of the series. Like, one episode is about Eduardo trying to hide dogs from Mr. Harriman, and this requires him to take the blame for all kinds of ridiculous shit, including shit.
What is that horrible smell? Is that... No, it's not!
Well, Ed, if a dog didn't do it, who did?
Me. And the funniest part is that after this, no one ever brings it up again. Like, this is just something that people do in the house. Crime After Crime is about Harriman trying to nix his carrot addiction, and it ends with the police trying to arrest him for stealing diamonds. I'd also be ashamed if I didn't mention the episode Worldwide Wabbit. This is an episode where someone uploads an embarrassing video of someone on the internet, and we get all of these gags with making parody edits and stuff like that. It'd be innocuous, except the fact this episode predates YouTube. It came out before this website that you're watching this video on, and it's just so forward-thinking. However, whether you like the show or hate it, there seems to be one thing that everyone agrees on. The two episodes you should see are the TV movies, Good Will Hunting and Destination Imagination. Both of them are the show at its best. Good Will Hunting is incredibly emotional, and it delves into the backstories of some of these characters. Like, because of how the show works, you can imagine that Wilt was designed as is with a stubby arm and bent eye. But actually no, that's not how he was imagined, and he's actually been disabled this entire time. Destination Imagination was the finale of the show in production order, if not airing order, and it is a great send-off. Especially for this line here.
Good heavens, what's happening? You picked him up, that's what's happening!
I didn't even need the subtitles to hear what I heard the first time.
But he's gonna be pissed!
Imagination Destination is so much of a better finale than Goodbye to Blue, by the way. I can't believe that I ever did an admirable animation on that episode. Goodbye to Blue is just such a piece of shit. The entire last episode is based on a lie. Like, even in the title, we don't say goodbye to Blue. Well, we do because it's the last episode of the show, but Mac don't. So much of the episode is just them saying, we've done it all and we're kinda out of ideas. Which much of the 6th season in general proved on the face of it. I liked the internet video when it was groundbreaking a lot more than I did seeing it a second time. But the reason I really don't like Goodbye to Blue is because it fails on a narrative through line. I know what I said about the continuity and the lore and blah blah blah. A finale is different, you don't get that excuse. A finale needs to be structural. Good Will Hunting basically establishes that imaginary friends are created for one purpose, and they come to serve another purpose later on. Eduardo was created to defend his creator, and then later on taught her to stand up for herself and others. One of the things that people often say about Fosters is that they have no idea why Mac created Blue in the first place. They're so different. Mac is the straight man and concerned with doing what's right, while Blue is a jackass who usually only cares by himself. Speaking personally, I can see exactly why Mac would have created Blue. Blue is loved by all of his classmates. He helps defend Mac against Terrence. Blue probably, in a way, helps Mac feel a lot better than himself. Mac is morally superior to Blue, objectively. Mac has this cool friend that everyone likes that defends him from his brother, and Mac can feel good about his morals and his conscience with Blue around. But at some point, Mac should probably realize the thing the audience seem to have realized. Blue is not a good friend. I'm not saying that Mac should have given Blue up entirely, but maybe just given Blue an ultimatum. Realizing that Mac doesn't need Blue as a crutch and basically telling him to shape up or it's over. There's a fine line between loyalty and dependence, and I think that Mac is clearly on the dependent side of things. The finale also fails to do another thing, and this is why I hate Read 'em and Weep so much. In that episode, Eduardo gets adopted. This is one of the main characters, but it's so late in the series that you could actually believe that it's going to actually break status quo. Why do none of the other characters get adopted at the end? They all want to. That's the premise of the show. And wouldn't it be a perfect thing to throw in the finale? You know you're not going to get any more episodes. This was designed to be the end. There is one aspect of the show's concept and inception that does bother me on this thematic level. And that's how much the thesis seems to become not moving on. I could imagine a much smarter finale where we fast forward to Blue still being at the house as Ed, Wilt, Coco, and maybe even Duchess all move out and move on. And we get a real analysis of those feelings and what it actually means for these characters. The show is not below doing something like that, as Good Will Hunting proves. It can tap into these emotions. But to be fair, maybe this is me wanting fanfiction a little bit too much again. I still like Fosters despite all of its faults. If it wasn't for those faults, it might be one of my favorites, but I can't ignore its shortcomings. Even taking into account when the show came out and accepting it on its own terms, I can't accept goo and I can't accept cheese. Season 6 was really fucking mediocre, and the bad episodes are still really fucking bad. The only way they could have gotten worse is by having Gross out in it, but even taking all of that into account, I'd still call Foster's Home like a B-tier show. And on rewatch, that'll only get better because I never have to watch the bad parts ever again. Ain't that like nostalgia for you? Only looking back at the good parts. Alright, so let's get the obvious out of the way. The life and times of Juniper Lee is one of the most infamous examples of parallel thinking in all of animation. Like, if you're in the know, this is probably up there with Cat Concerto and Rhapsody Rabbit. We have two shows coming out in the exact same year. They're both about Chinese-American kids becoming some sacred defender, finding the balance between the worlds of the real and the worlds of magic. They both have a bratty little sibling. Both of them are taught techniques by their grandparent. And not only do they both have a helper dog, The dogs in both shows are of a similar breed. Many people have decried plagiarism towards one of these two shows. And you know, to be frank, if I wasn't in the know, I probably would too. We got a real Pokemon Red and Blue thing going on here. But let's deal with this once and for all. American Dragon Jake Long and Life and Times of Juniper Lee, this is an example of parallel thinking. No one on either show or company has ever alleged plagiarism, and all evidence shows the creators just coming up with basically the exact same ideas separately. This actually does happen a lot more often than you'd think, just not usually at the same time and in the same medium. You want another example? So there's this online MMO, RuneScape. You probably heard of it. In RuneScape, there's a group of humans who hate monsters and magic. One of the bigger questlines in the game is about them and how they try to exterminate the goblins. They were called HAM, or Humans Against Monsters. And yet, around the same time, someone else had another brilliant idea. They came up with a group of humans who hated magic and came up with the acronym HAM, or Humans for the Abolishment of Magic. And, that was Juniper Lee too. You know, if I didn't know any better, the Life and Times of Juniper Lee has one major shortcoming. Bad luck. Really bad luck. I started watching season 1, and to tell you the truth, I was down on the show super hardcore. I wasn't going to call it bad or anything, and I wasn't going to accuse it of plagiarism, but let's talk about what Juniper Lee is. This is a show about an action girl kicking butt against the forces of evil, heavily focused on martial arts and magical MacGuffins, inspired by Asian culture and philosophies. Even though the show wasn't copying American Dragon, you still have the question of, why should I watch Juniper Lee over American Dragon? Or any of these other shows? Juniper Lee was playing against a very packed field at the time. The show had good things going on for it, Cartoon Network advertised the hell out of it, the show had established voice actors, and even got the drummer for the Police, Stuart Copeland, to make the background music for the show. Despite all of this, it eventually seemed to be banished to the realm of the forgotten 2000s cartoons, like Atomic Betty or Brandy and Mr. Whiskers. And I can kinda see why. Season 1 is clunk. Like, really clunk. Let's go back to the most obvious problem here. It does not stick out in any way whatsoever. And while that's not entirely the show's own fault, I couldn't help but think, throughout Season 1, why am I watching this when I could be watching Kim Possible or Jackie Chan Adventures? Shows that I like so much more. And that's not even pulling out the Avatar card. In the mid-2000s, action girl shows were a dime a dozen. Martial arts shows were a dime a dozen. And so, the Life and Times of Juniper Lee just blended right into everything else. And when you're thinking of what you'd rather be watching while you're watching this, you start to notice the little problems, like the voice acting and the music. The name of the magical guardian that Juniper is in the show is the Teshwanzi. I'd apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly, but I did not pronounce that incorrectly, because apparently every single pronunciation is applicable.
I was still the Teshwanzi. I was all over the Teshwanzi like...
This is definitely a little bit of a nitpick, but it's like the weirdest thing that I just have to mention. You'll have two characters just say Teshwanzi or Teshwanzed, like back to back. In the course of one episode, you get like 20 different pronunciations of this one term. And the show also has this weird structural problem. So Juniper has two brothers, Little Ray Ray, and an older brother, Dennis. Except Dennis doesn't appear at all until episode 5. And it's not like he's out to college or anything, he lives in the same house as Juniper, which, you know, makes him seem like a little bit of an afterthought. And no, he's not like a secondary character or in the background, he's just flat out not there until episode 5. Juniper Lee does kick a lot of monster ass, but it's not out of the realms of plausibility for a cartoon character. So when the show establishes that Juniper does have superpowers in like episode 8 or whatever, it comes across as a lot more surprising than it should be. Then in episode 12, they drop this bombshell.
But this is the first time a Teshwanzi has ever been a child. It was supposed to be her father next.
Maybe I'm asking for something a little bit too big, considering that we now live in a world of streaming and shows being so easy to just pick and rewatch in any order. But like, all the stuff that I just mentioned, it should have been established in the first episode, right? Like Juniper having two brothers? And then you have the music. Once again, it's by Stuart Copeland, and he is super awesome. He's got this very distinctive style. A little too distinctive. So whenever the dialogue quiets down and the music takes front and center, in my head I'm herding cow elephants and Zephyr, not thinking of martial arts and fantasy demons. The music in the show is point blank music from the Spyro trilogy. And another problem, season 1 of this show has some of the most, well, generic monster designs that I've ever seen. It sounds like I'm being really down on the show. And you're right, I am. On their own, a lot of these are just minor complaints and nitpicks. I want to reiterate, because I think I need to restate this. Season 1 of Juniper Lee is not bad. I wouldn't count a single bad episode among them, but it's kind of mid. When a show is mid, and there are other better shows that you can immediately compare it to, problems like this start sticking out more and more and more, because that ends up being what's unique about it. And if I wasn't doing this marathon where I had to see every single episode of every single one of these shows, I would have just turned off the TV halfway through season 1. And I'm guessing that many people did. And when they did, something very strange happened. The life and times of Juniper Lee halfway through got good. Like, not just good, but like really good. What you're seeing right now is episode 33 out of the past. In this episode, a Teshwanzi from the past is brought back to life, the greatest hero who ever lived. Unfortunately for Juniper and her grandmother, the guy is power-hungry and evil. And throughout this episode, we've got action that manages to be on par with Samurai Jack, but the show is mixed with its own brand of humor, creating a balance of levity. Midway through, Juniper Lee starts becoming surprisingly daring, at least for its time. One of the annoyances of the earlier seasons was that being this guardian made June's life a living hell. She was constantly being tasked with fighting monsters or whatever instead of her normal life obligations. It felt frustrating and it felt repetitive. Like, a part of the appeal of these shows is its sense of escapism, seeing cool characters doing cool things, having a much better life than you. But when you make it look like it's literally nothing but suck, kinda drains on you and you kinda miss the point. However, the show actually starts treating it like it's nothing but suck in-universe. Towards the end, Juniper's life as a protector starts catching up with her. The people closest to her seem to be really affected by all of this, and when it actually happens, it turns out to be really piercing. And then in this random episode about a dog show, we find out that Juniper isn't even allowed to leave her city because of her role.
The Teshwanzi can never leave Orchid Bay.
Wait, what do you mean never?
The Teshwanzi is physically incapable of leaving the city. You are mystically bound here.
And when it happens, she just futilely beats at the force field.
When there is another Teshwanzi, then
You mean I have to wait until I grow up and have a family and hope that one of my children becomes the Teshwanzi? I have to wait until then?
Yes.
But that's not right, Amma! I've done everything I'm supposed to do, and now I'm stuck here? It's not fair!
This all culminates in the last episode, where the characters toy with this really harsh decision that I don't even want to spoil. And it's like, when on earth did the most 6 out of 10 thing I've ever seen decide to get so fucking amazing? Season 3 even plays with the status quo, which most shows didn't really dare to do back then. Juniper meets this Bigfoot girl who decides to blend in with the humans, and is a really cool and quirky character. And then you have Dennis, Juniper's older brother, who actually decides that he wants a character. For most of the series, he is literally an afterthought. As I said, doesn't show up until episode 5, and then for 2 seasons, does literally nothing. Then Dennis discovers magic and becomes just such this fucking dork. It really is adorable, and I wish we got more than 3 appearances of this version of Dennis. And when a show is like this, it really does kill me. Because here's what happened in reality. Sometime around season 2, Cartoon Network stopped pushing the show so much because people weren't watching it, because the start of the show was so slow and mediocre. But as people were turning to shows that seemed to be far more interesting, Juniper Lee was coming to terms with itself, figuring out its strengths, and doing whatever it could to really stand out. And all throughout, it was improving its quality massively. Juniper Lee really could have been a contender, and it was cut short just as it was really getting going. And these are the most tragic types of shows, really. In the past, I've been really harsh on shows that had slow-paced beginnings where they seemed to try to figure out things as they go and just were messy quality at the start. And this is a good example as to why I have been, because this is an example of the worst possible thing that could occur when you do that. The first leg of your show really is super important, and it should be handled with a special kind of care. And if you want to see what kind of show this truly is, don't start at episode 1. If you want the real experience of the show, start with episode 24, Adventures in Babysitting. It's a weird title, weird concept, but trust me on this. That episode actually explains the premise, and it is where the show starts to pick up. And from that episode, go from there. Mix in the Season 1 stuff if you want something a little bit extra, a couple more B-tier episodes. Once again, Season 1 isn't bad, it's just not the heart of Welcome Bat Otter, the comedy of Dog Show Afternoon, the action of Out of the Past, or the everything of the finale. And if you do that, I think you'll agree with me by the time you get to the end. This one definitely deserved better. We've finally gotten to the big show of the 2000s. Ben 10 has been Cartoon Network's cash cow franchise for the longest time. For about 15 years, you could be certain that there would be some version of Ben 10 on Cartoon Network. And fitting enough for a show about transformation, the 5 different Ben 10 shows each have their own vastly different style, tone, and flavor. This year, we'll be talking about the original. The only one that I've seen before to any extent. I watched Ben 10 2005 as a kid, actually, quite a bit of it. And as I grew up into being an adult, each announcement of a new Ben 10 series had me asking, why? As a kid, I thought the show was alright, but it never hit me in a way that this would be one of those shows that would survive generations. You know, it didn't feel like SpongeBob, Looney Tunes, Batman the Animated Series, for instance. I can much easier see something like Samurai Jack, or Kids Next Door, or even Foster's being the show that had the million spin-offs. It kind of mystified me that this was the show that would last forever. But to be fair, as a kid, I never marathoned it from beginning to end. I'm an adult now, and in this marathon, I have seen every single episode of the original Ben 10. Have my opinions changed? Okay, let's start with the good things. The concept of the show is fucking fantastic, and it is one of the biggest reasons why the show has had its longevity. 10-year-old Ben Tennyson is on a summer camping trip with his grandfather Max and his cousin Gwen, when he finds a meteor that contains an alien device called the Omnitrix. To quote the theme song, "Alien device did what it did, and stuck itself upon his wrist with secrets that it hid." And now he has the ability to transform into 10 different aliens. As the show goes on, he unlocks more and more different alien forms. While the show calls them aliens, it's clearly a superhero show more than a science fiction one. Each of the aliens has their own benefits and their own weaknesses, like superheroes. And Ben gives each of them their own specialized name, because according to him, that's half the fun. Depending on the situation, Ben can turn into a flying bug that shoots stink sap, a shark angler thing that has jaws strong enough to tear metal, a silicon-based lifeform that can control and alter technology, like 5 times in the series, and a diamond guy who could shoot diamonds. Each of the aliens has their own highly animated transformation sequence. I'm tempted to call it magical girl style, but if I do, Ben 10 fans will kill me. Of course, everyone has their favorite aliens and wishes that they were used more often. Since this review will have spoilers, I will say that my favorite was Ghost Freak, but they decided to turn him into a villain and stop using him entirely, so I'd have to go with Gray Matter. Whenever he's on screen, I know that the battle's going to be a bit more interesting than just the punching and projectiles that you usually get in an action show. Speaking of action, I'd say the show is pretty decent in that regard. The fights are well choreographed, and the whole thing has this comic book style. Kinda reminds me of Danny Phantom in that regard. But the designs here and just the quality of it all is a lot higher. Because there are 10 plus aliens, no fight ever comes across as redundant or boring. There's always something new. Because while Ben has his own favorites, the Omnitrix more or less has a mind of its own. First of all, it's on a timer, so Ben can only stay who he wants for a short amount of time. I think one of the future shows says that it's like 10 minutes, but it's really however long the plot demands to keep things interesting. The other thing about the Omnitrix is that it sometimes randomizes the selection. Ben might want to go wild mutt, but suddenly he's cannonbolt.
You need some muscle to stop this thing! 4 arms of muscle!
Gray matter? I said muscle, not minuscule.
The shows do eventually give excuses as to why that happens, that Ben is hitting it too hard, but it's not very viable since there's plenty of time to be slamming down on the thing that it gives him exactly what he wants. Most fans do see that as just an excuse, and everyone has their own theory. Here's my theory as to why the Omnitrix randomizes the aliens. It makes the show more interesting. An action scene with Ben 10 going 4 arms is one thing, and it'd be interesting for a while. But when the watch chooses upgrade instead, it forces Ben to improvise. It forces him, and by extent the writers, to be more creative. It makes for much more interesting set pieces. And it can even benefit the show's comedy when Ben becomes Heat Blast in the rain, for instance. I don't think the show would be as good or loved as it is if Ben got everything that he ever wanted. And Ben certainly wouldn't be as good of a hero. The most memorable fights and scenarios in the entire show is when Ben needs to figure out things on the fly. It's doubly interesting when he's suddenly in a new form that has its own set of powers, and he needs to figure out its strengths and weaknesses in the moment. I must also say the designs of the creatures are really good. It must also be said, if there's one thing that Ben 10 does very well, it's its rogues gallery. Almost every single villain is super memorable. Vilgax the Big Bad is appropriately intimidating. Kevin gets the power of the watch and turns into this hulking monstrous force that can match Ben toe-to-toe. Hex and Charmcaster lead to a lot of creative fights getting magic involved. And I could go on, but I think you get the point. The finale is really something special where every villain that they face all come together and must be defeated all at once. Honestly, if this is a silent show, I might love it just based on visuals alone. The biggest problem with Ben 10 is that it's not a silent show.
What's the matter, Gwen? You look like you've seen a ghost. Freak.
The dialogue in this show makes me want to go die.
Oh, Ripjaws. What a rip-off.
Watch didn't let you change into what you wanted it to, did it?
Shut up! Time to fight mommy with money!
Ben is a big comic book fan. Like, he gets the hero shtick and knows how a comic book hero is supposed to act and how they're supposed to talk. And so he talks like that. So while he's fighting crime, he's spouting all of these stupid, corny catchphrases, one-liners. I get that there can be comedy in that for some people, this big, beefy forearm freak talking about the coolest sumo slammer card. And I'm sure that it did help the show relate to kids back in the day. And honestly, even for adults, I can see other people finding this charming on some level. But for me, there's a fine line between charm and cringe, and this show's dialogue really goes over that line. Let me put it this way, if you're babysitting a 10-year-old kid wearing a Superman costume who keeps going on and on about butt kicking and all of that whole time, and you could tolerate that, you could probably tolerate the show. If you can't...
Oh, man.
Of course, the dialogue has other issues too.
What's wrong with me? Nothing. And the alien stuff's cool. Just not as cool as when you were a Yennel douchey. I figured I could train you, tame you, you know.
Ben and her get married and have a kid in the end.
The thing is, Ben, you seem like a nice guy, but you're just not my type.
The writing in general can be pretty level 1. Not bad, but incredibly standard, for its time at least. So the big reveal is that Ben's grandpa Max was secretly part of an alien fighting organization called the Plumbers. This is revealed at the end of season 1. And watching it in hindsight, after we're living in a world with things like Gravity Falls, Adventure Time, all the 2010 story-driven shows, it comes across as really freaking cute with how much things are telegraphed.
Think he's gonna stay a monster forever?
He's not a monster. He's an alien. I mean, look at him. What else could he be?
Comparing the twists we get nowadays to the twists in this show, which was apparently groundbreaking at one time, they're just not comparable. I understand that this style of cartoon did have to start somewhere, and you do have to appreciate Ben 10 for being a trailblazer in this regard. Without it trying to tell an ongoing story with growing lore and twists in the path, we probably wouldn't have gotten our Gravity Falls and Infinity Trains. I'm sure it was mind-blowing back in the day for kids watching this, realizing that Max had this whole secret identity. But even if you have a cursory understanding of story-driven cartoons today, you will figure out the major twist of Season 1 by the end of the first episode, even if I didn't say it. And while that might seem like a standalone example, the writing is a lot like that on a more episode-to-episode basis. Camp Fear is a good example of what I'm talking about. It starts with Ben having a problem with Athlete's foot, so Max gives him a fungus powder. The rest of the episode has the characters fighting fungus, and it takes until literally the end for Ben to use the fungus powder on the fungus. And when he does, the episode treats it like a grand revelation, like it's an answer to the mystery that they've been trying to figure out. When you know, Mystery Inc. probably would have solved it at minute 2. Another episode, the lesson is that Ben has to not always rely on brute force. So the solution is using the smart alien instead of the strong one, obviously. Speaking of which, this might not be a Monster of the Week show, but it is very much a Moral of the Week show. Almost every single episode has Ben learning some variant of don't be an arrogant shit, and it can get really exhausting. Especially because the morals are often not applicable to the context. Max takes Gwen and Ben to see his favorite band live in concert in the episode Monster Weather. Ben doesn't want to see it, so the lesson is that you can't always do what you want to do. Max even states, "We've literally spent the entire summer doing whatever you want to do." The problem is that this is literally the opposite of true. Ben brings up Aunt Vera as an example, but there was the circus show that he didn't want to go to because he was scared of clowns, the giant ball of yarn, the academy that Gwen wanted to go to that Ben found boring, and I can go on and on and on. Another episode has Ben learning that he shouldn't rush in and he needs to think of a plan before getting into action, even though in many circumstances he literally does not have the time and his Leroy Jenkins style of combat has saved lives. Don't even get me started on the season 3 finale where Ben learns the guy with the most powerful object in the universe needs to rely more on a 10-year-old girl who hasn't casted 5 spells at that point, and a 60-year-old man who is retired. I get the ideas behind the morals, and they are good morals technically speaking. The show is just incredibly bad at conveying them, and these feel more like they were an order from the network than something that the writers genuinely wanted to do. Either way, a lot of the lessons come across as very half-assed, and I just have to come right out and say it, the show can be very unfair towards Ben sometimes. Ben does have character flaws. He's a kid and he's arrogant, like any kid with the most powerful object in the universe would be. And no, he's obviously not always in the right. He makes mistakes and does terrible things every once in a while. In the episode Rumble to Rumble, Ben thinks that he broke Gwen's computer, so he goes into a wrestling match to win prize money. He does win this prize money, but because the people he was fighting against were going to lose their farm, he gives up the money and is then convinced to tell the truth to Gwen. Gwen uses this opportunity to convince Ben to do her chores for the rest of the summer. However, the computer was never actually broken and Gwen simply tricked him. Shit like this happens constantly. I'm going to be honest. Whatever happens to Gwen in the future incarnations of the show, I do not like her in this version of the show. First and most pressing, their little rivalry thing is the worst creative idea of the 2000s in this marathon.
This is your fault! I had his party totally wired.
Hand it over!
Only if you say please. We gotta go? Like now, Ben.
Don't you mean you have to go?
Gwen and Ben's bickering almost single-handedly killed the show for me, because, for one, it makes the dialogue problems 10 times worse. I swear to God, if I ever hear the word dweeb again, I am going to punch something. And if I ever hear Mega Dweebazoid again, I'm gonna hack the Omnitrix to make sure that Ben stays wild nut forever, because he has created great sins with his voice that must be atoned for. I said that Ben is arrogant. Gwen is just as arrogant, if not more so. She is constantly moralizing, constantly stating how better she is than Ben, and the show never, not fucking once, calls her out on anything she ever does. Gwen is all, Ben, you shouldn't use your powers for your own benefit. Guess what Gwen does when she's finally able to cast spells? And guess what's no longer a problem anymore? Using your powers for your own benefit. All of this comes together making Gwen come across as horribly unlikable. Ben is no saint, like I said, but when he does screw up, he gets called out. The closest time that Gwen gets called out on anything is when Grandpa Max gets turned into a kid and calls her a killjoy. The episode Gwen 10 showcases perfectly the problem with Gwen in the show. This is an AU episode where Gwen gets the Omnitrix instead of Ben, and she's immediately better at it than Ben ever has been, even after he's had a ton of practice with it. She just instantly gets it. Just like she instantly gets the video game that Ben has been playing a lot. Yes, she read the instructions. Why the hell was there an episode about Gwen feeling insecure that she's not a hero, like Ben with a cool Omnitrix? She gets magic stones, but destroys them because they could fall into the wrong hands. But later on, she's able to keep Charmcaster's Book of Spells, even though it could also fall into the wrong hands and that logic no longer applies. It'd be one thing if the rivalry was only at the start and they get along more as the show goes on, but that computer example was season 4. It never stops. I'd be lying if I said that Ben didn't instigate it himself a lot too. However, it's not who started it, it's who finished it, and the writer should have 3 episodes in because it drags the entire series down. Without Ben and Gwen's arguing, this would be a 9 out of 10 show. With their arguing, for me it's a 7 out of 10 that borders on a 6 out of 10. That's still a good ranking, but it is a horrendous stumble, and it makes me not want to come back to the show afterwards. It makes the characters worse. All 3 of our main ones. Ben and Gwen because they're going at it, but Max too because he's not putting a stop to this shit. That's just bad parenting, big guy. I don't want to make it seem like this is a bad show by any means, because I would be skewered to death, and also it's not a bad show. If you can get past the bickering, honestly this might be an eternal classic for you. There is a lot of good stuff here, and I can't overemphasize how important Ben 10 was. Especially in the dearth of the mid-2000s, when we had a choice between the Cramp Twins, Squirrel Boy, and this. If anything, the concept here is rife with potential. The future episodes of the show do showcase that Ben and Gwen's rivalry do calm down, and future Ben apparently has the opposite problem of the corny catchphrase thing. I also hear that my problems with the original Ben 10 do get a bit tamer as the franchise goes on, so I am quite excited to see what the rest of the franchise holds next year. However, I also know that no one in the fandom can agree on anything, except that the original 2005 show is the universally good one. So I am probably going to be in trouble no matter what after this review. I promised I'd watch all of the episodes of all of the shows. I did not promise that I would have the common consensus, quite the contrary. I hope that I at least made my case here. See you guys tomorrow. Hopefully I'll be alive for the next review. One of the most standout cartoons of the 2000s has to be Chowder, especially when you take its history into account. Chowder aired at a time when Cartoon Network was making a lot of weird and controversial choices, like propping up live-action programming at the expense of its much more popular animated shows. And a lot of the original cartoons at the time weren't exactly a hit. The late 2000s was considered to be one of the worst times in the network's history, and its reputation would never be lower until like 2017. In midst of all of this, Chowder got lost in the shuffle. I don't remember anyone saying that they disliked Chowder at the time, but the show just seemed to come and go. It had 2 seasons of 20 episodes and a 3rd shortened one. The show was here, and then it was gone without much fanfare. 15 years later, however, and Chowder has just developed this massive cult following with people who grew up with it. Honestly, it might actually be one of the most beloved Cartoon Network originals to date, at least as the original cartoons fade from memory. Seriously, this one is up there with like Phineas and Ferb with how many people will go to war for it. And that kind of reputation made me a little bit concerned going in. I definitely watched Chowder back in the day, and I liked it, but when I was growing up it didn't hit me quite that way. So I was afraid that I'd have to go into this and say that it was overrated or didn't quite click with me. But no, to my surprise, Chowder was actually quite the pleasant surprise for an even more refined palate. Sort of, we'll get into that. The first half of the show is a delightful dish spiced to perfection. Our titular character is the apprentice of seasoned chef Mung Daal, as he learns to cook. I have to say, this is definitely an original premise for a cartoon. The world of cooking is something that you don't often see portrayed in animation. I mean, there's SpongeBob and Krabby Patties, but that hardly counts. And of course there's Ratatouille, but I'm talking about like actual television animation. The world of Chowder goes far deep into the world of food. All the characters are named after food: schnitzel, truffles, panini, and they all take place in the world of Marzipan City. And while you won't actually learn how to cook by watching this show, it definitely gets the look and feel of the environment down. Even the transitions fit the theme, as it's food that's usually relevant to the scenario gets us to the next scene. Most of the episodes are about making or delivering some kind of crazy dish that leads to the shenanigans of the episode. And these foods are usually based on a pun. And these puns tend to be really clever because they actually affect what the food actually is. Sometimes thrice cream is just ice cream and an apple is just an apple, but pizzas need to be stomped on like grapes. And a 1,000-pound cake really is 1,000 pounds. These over-the-top recipes require special care that Mung Daal at least tries to bring to the table. Keyword being tries. Chowder, being the overexcitable little kid that he is, often gets too overeager or too hungry, and he ends up turning most of the recipes sour. It's a good dynamic, and that leads to a ton of humor. Season 1 Chowder is incredibly funny. I will never forget Schnitzel's dirty joke for the rest of my life.
Rada, rada, rada. Rada, rada, rada. Rada, 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 rada. Oh my show!
The show has this absurdly high joke per minute count, and some of these episodes, they're constantly just going off. Joke, 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 joke. There are so many that you don't notice them all in one watch. It reminds me a lot of like season 2 or 3 of SpongeBob, and it makes sense because one of the SpongeBob originals, C.H. Greenblatt, made this. Of course, Chowder has its own unique look and feel. Chowder is way more comfortable with using other mediums like puppetry, and occasionally you'll get a wayward CGI character, like this demon Hellspawn. But what Chowder is mostly known for nowadays is its fourth wall breaks. The cartoon is incredibly aware that it is a cartoon, and some of the best moments of the show are playing with that fact. I think the most famous joke of the entire show is when they run out of money and the actual voice actors need to run a car wash to afford the animation.
No money means no animation.
Rather, rather.
No, we are not going home. We've got to save the show.
Back in the day, it was certainly odd hearing Truffle's voice come from Tara Strong, and yeah, that is Chowder's voice actor, Nicky Jones. The show took the interesting and very risky choice of having children actually voice all of the child roles. It's something that's more often done nowadays, but at the time, most other shows would probably have Tara Strong voicing Chowder too. But I guess she was busy at the time with something. And this is definitely some good child acting.
No, this place, these colors, I understand it all. There's a reason why we're all weirdos who make strange food. We're in a cartoon.
Nicky's voice does start changing by the end of the show, and it is very noticeable by then, but I do think it's serviceable even up to the end, and it's definitely worth it for what Nicky brings to the show. He brings a lot of energy and eagerness and, well, genuineness to his performance, with how enthralled he is about everything that he sees. And the world of Chowder is certainly something to be enthralled by. More than just its humor, I think what I'll remember most from Chowder going forward is how it looks. Marzipan City just has this unique appearance. The architecture is somewhere in between India and Dr. Seuss, and all of the characters have their own special style. And what we actually see, from the mushroom pixies to woolly mammoths, might look like they're just random ingredients thrown into the bowl, but it really does come together in the end to create something very cohesive. There is simply no other show that looks like this. And a part of that is because of the animation technique that they use. Most cartoons tend to use solid colors for their characters' clothes. Chowder is notable because every single character is wearing very intricate patterns, almost like wallpapers in some form. And so this isn't hell on the animators, they have this technique where the designs don't move even when the characters do. It's another bold choice because it could end up looking lazy or awkward, and I can't say that it works literally every single time, but it does fit in with the look and the feel of the show. And I think it works so well because it's very subtle with the main characters. Like, you could barely notice it on Chowder's clothes or on Schnitzel's skin. Do rock monsters have skin? Or is it just a rock? From a distance, it's hard to notice. The colors are so close to each other that it ends up actually looking quite smooth. Honestly, speaking of Schnitzel, I was kind of worried about him going in. He is the grump in the kitchen who constantly gets the brunt of the physical abuse in the show. His life is miserable. And that kind of made me think of someone else. But I will say, in most cases, Schnitzel's pain and suffering was actually fairly funny. Maybe it's because he's constantly grumpy and not, like, sad and depressed like Squidward gets. Or it might just be how fluid the animation is and how the pain is a lot funnier in the show than it is in SpongeBob. It also helps that they don't linger on Schnitzel's pain. In most cases, if Schnitzel gets hurt, he's fine again in the next scene, just grumbling along. Not to say that this works in every single episode, because there were some episodes where I felt really bad for Schnitzel. Too bad for Schnitzel, like so much that I couldn't find the episode funny in the slightest. One episode, actually. I suppose that does bring me to the fly in the soup. Chowder does have one major sticking point that was a constant annoyance, and that's the show's attitude towards romance. In general, it's not good. Actually, no, that's an understatement. This show writes romance like a bitterly divorced man who can't afford alimony and is never allowed to see the kids. Panini was the thing that I was worried about the most going back to Chowder. She's become one of the more infamous aspects of the show, and in fact, I made a full video at the start of the year going into my thoughts about her and how this show handles romance in general. If you want to see this part expanded, you should watch that video. And because I don't want to repeat myself and come across as redundant, I'll try to truncate my opinion here. Panini's main shtick is that she has a crush on Chowder. Chowder's catchphrase is literally, "I'm not your boyfriend." This is an archetype that tends to age very badly. Panini does start out alright, as the episodes are about her just being generally annoying and bothering Chowder. Her very first appearance is Chowder learning to set up that boundary, that Panini is not his girlfriend. But as the show goes on, Panini gets flanderized to hell and back, which is impressive with the show's short episode count. As we get into Season 2, Panini gets so clingy and obsessive and possessive that it comes across as unfunny at the best of times, and honestly, disturbing at the worst of times. It gets to the point where every time that she's on screen, I either cringe from what she's doing, or cringe waiting for her to do her bit. Because you know what to expect. Chowder gets a lot of that physical contact or kisses that he clearly does not want. Her worst showcase is in A Fair to Remember. Chowder gets a friend who happens to be a girl. Panini does not like that, and it makes her very angry because in her own mind, she thinks that she already owns Chowder and he is obligated to her. Most of Panini's appearances aren't that bad, but they usually involve that joke. Even beyond Panini, the weakest aspect of Chowder is how it handles romance. There's the Schnitzel Endive thing as well. Endive has a quote-unquote crush on Schnitzel, and in the episode where Schnitzel ends up working for her, she does things to Schnitzel. Unspeakable things. With Panini and Chowder, you could justify it as they were just naive kids. You know, if you're generous, like you tip 300% generous. With Endive and Schnitzel, it's literally just sexual harassment. But worse! Like, it's bad even for an of-its-time kind of deal. The show's attitude towards romance and how it treats Endive, Schnitzel, Panini, and Chowder makes things that shouldn't be a problem, actually a problem. One amongst character traits is that he's constantly a flirt, despite being a married man. And Truffles is constantly looking for an upgrade. On their own, these would be fun little character quirks that I can get in the sitcom kind of way, but with everything else going on, it's the kind of thing that makes me want to ask whoever wrote this, you want to talk? Everything alright at home? Are you and the missus alright? This comes to a culmination in the finale, where not only does Schnitzel marry Endive and is happy about it, but it is literally stated that Chowder is destined to marry Panini. Chowder at the end says that he rejects this evil future, but just the fact that there's an episode at all where Panini wins, even as a fantasy, it just ends up leaving you with a bitter aftertaste. Like, even not taking the relationship seriously as relationships, the jokes involving romance in the show are just not funny. But then again, the finale being what it is might not just be the finale's problem. The back of Season 2 and a lot of Season 3 don't hit as hard as the first half of the show. That's putting it mildly, actually. Most of the people who I've spoken to that watch the show don't seem to remember much past the Christmas special, and I would say that's a pretty good place to get off, because after that, the show gets a little bit more crusty. It goes for a lot more gross-out humor. One episode is literally about opera singing farts. The show also relies a lot more on wacky faces, the SpongeBob Season 12 thing, and it actually starts lingering on a lot of its jokes. With the exception of Panini, Chowder rarely becomes all that terrible. Like, even at Chowder's worst, it's still completely watchable, but it's like an exquisite dish that has gone cold. I compare the back half of Chowder to what most people think of SpongeBob Season 4. There are some good episodes for sure, but the good ones aren't as good as Schnitzel Makes a Deposit, Banned from the Stand, or Grubblegum. The secret ingredient seems to be missing. Not only is the joke count lower, it tends to be lacking a lot of that flavor. Even down to the smaller things. In Season 1, every time we got a day-to-night transition, or vice versa, they do something new, unique, and creative. That just stops happening after a certain point. But the worst part of Season 3 is how they push the characters to their breaking point. I already went over Panini, but I was feeling more than a little bit bitter towards Gazpacho towards the end. His final few episodes were about how much of a useless freeloader he was, and how he took advantage of everyone else. I have a feeling if the show did make it to Season 4 or 5, I'd be saying similar things about him that I have about Patrick Star. The only real noticeable improvement towards the end of the show was that they actually started doing things with Ceviche. He didn't appear until halfway through Season 1 and never had much more of a character. But in Seasons 2 and 3, he ended up giving Panini a touch of her own medicine, while actually being a lot more respectful about it. Also, his monotone and his personality was just really funny.
Chowder, I'm innocent, but if you don't believe me, well then, finish it. Spoon me.
I have no idea how he got better moments than Gorgonzola, who had been around longer and more often. To be as bluntly honest as I can, I feel that Chowder falls into the very, very rare category of a show that ended at the perfect time. Its last leg was pretty mid to meh, and there were signs that it was starting to spoil, and the show did seem to be getting tired in its ears. So it ended. And now, unlike other shows that were loved and lauded at the time that went on forever to become very hated, Chowder is still very loved today. We can all remember the good moments and its special magic because those far outnumber its bad moments, even if those bad moments do end up being a bit of a sticking point for some. My verdict is this: Chowder is not the gourmet 5-star meal. It's more like that meal that you'll get at the local mom and pop shop. It might end up being a little burnt every now and again, but you'll never get a flavor like that anywhere else. The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack is one of those shows that I picked on during my early days of YouTube, which I did with a lot of shows that I had a negative reaction to growing up. Hi Hi Papayama Yumi and Wayside being two other examples. And I think my Love Bugs review in 2014 showcases exactly where I was coming from at the time. Before this marathon, I hadn't seen Flapjack since that old review. I mean, why would I? I made it clear that I didn't like the show back then. However, sometimes when I revisit these old shows, my opinion changes. Sometimes quite a lot, and I kinda hope that would happen here. I know that a lot of people like this show, so I'll try to be nice. But you could probably guess my overall opinion on The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack by the fact that I have to say I'll try to be nice. Despite my feelings, I don't want to be too harsh here because the show does have a pedigree. You'd be surprised how influential Flapjack is if you're not in the know. And I don't mean that this show started trends that changed a genre like Family Guy or Adventure Time. No, I mean that your favorite cartoon from the 2010s has its roots in The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack. So many legends worked or had their start here, in a similar way to Dexter's Lab. Alex Hirsch of Gravity Falls fame, J.G. Quintel of Regular Show fame, Pendleton Ward of of Adventure Time fame, and many, many more. The creators of the animation Silver Age of the 2010s were getting their sea legs in this show, and it's strange to me because this is a show that doesn't just seem divisive, but divisive by design. I don't know if I'd call Flapjack an entirely gross out or shock show, as that's not all that it's about, but that's what a lot of it is about. And the genre alone is divisive by design. I wouldn't blame people for turning a cheek at even the masterpieces of the genre, like Ren and Stimpy. These shows, perhaps more than any other genre, is simply not for everyone. And if you don't have the taste for that kind of thing, I can guarantee that you'll probably hate Flapjack. But I am getting ahead of myself. The formula of the show is quite simple. We follow the tales of Flapjack, a naive and optimistic kid in the brutal and ugly town of Stormalong Harbor, with his friend Knuckles, the man who calls himself Captain, but he's closer to being the local bum. Both of them live inside this motherly whale called Bubby, who tries to raise Flapjack right despite Knuckles' bad influence. And their prime motivation is getting candy, whether they have to plunder or steal or go on a wild adventure to uncharted lands. And their biggest goal of all is to get to Candied Island, an island made of sweets that no one has ever been to or even seen. As you might be able to tell, the show is absurd in that SpongeBob kind of way, and the show does take quite a bit of influence from it. Flapjack gets manipulated by Knuckles quite often in the way that SpongeBob gets manipulated by Patrick. The blind who thinks he can see, leading the one who can see that thinks he's blind. It is a good formula, and it's different enough to the point where making the SpongeBob comparison probably made some people give me the side eye. At Flapjack's best, it delves into very surreal imagery and strange plots that become quite memorable. This is usually done through its shock scenes. Everyone remembers the cat, and for good reason, but it's a trick the show pulls time and time again. You have a lot of gross-up close-ups and people beaten to raw pulps. There's a lot of garbage and grunge, and I suppose we should talk about the show's most divisive aspect, the art style. Flapjack is a show that's about pirates, sort of. The idea behind this is that pirates didn't give a shit about where they shat. Hygiene was super low on their priority list. It was pretty low on most people's priorities at the time, but especially those of the people out on the sea. They had more important uses for fresh water than bathing. They were ugly, and the show taps into that to help build up the environment that it's going for. So every character has these intentionally awkward, off-putting designs, with a lot of boils, mouths that have way too many rotten teeth, too many wrinkles, and they'll make expressions that are even worse. I understand the idea, and on some level, I even appreciate the idea. It helps the show stand out from most other pieces of media that involve pirates and sailing on the ocean, because most don't do this. Unfortunately, most don't do this for a reason. You know, Captain Hook isn't covered in gross crap and grime. He is regal to an extent. The Pirates of Wind Waker are another good comparison that came out around almost the same time. They are bright and colorful and more cartoony than the cartoon. Pretty much anything that I can think of that gets into pirates downplays the gross edge of pirates, unless it's going for straight horror like Pirates of the Caribbean. And while Flapjack can do horror, and it does it quite well to be honest, it is primarily an absurd comedy. I'll say it in plain English. The ugliness of Flapjack feels like a wrestling show that tells you that wrestling is fake. As in, you're tapping into the wrong appeal of pirates in the ocean and you're being realistic somewhere I think you should not be. It's not just that the show is gross, I think that it's worse for being gross. There is a charm in the characters, but it's buried under a ton of wrinkles and boils and blisters. There are plenty of jokes that don't involve this gross out, and they by and large work. It's just that the show can't seem to help itself and throws in a gross out moment immediately after, and it feels like you're getting punished for laughing. Maybe that's just me, once again, it's not my genre. And I'm sure there is an appeal to this that I personally don't get. Flapjack did go under the radar when it originally came out. It wasn't the biggest hit for CN, but a lot of people who watched it remember it very fondly. So I do understand that there is just simply something I'm not seeing here. However, there is one part of Flapjack's animation that I think I really can't abide by any form, and I don't think there's an excuse for it. And that's the color palette. The show is so dingy and dull. Some episodes feel like it's 2 steps away from being grayscale. It is so very devoid of color. And I get the idea, once again. It's the color palette of the ocean, but not like a fantasy ocean, like the real underwater you might find in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Where waters don't look very blue, they look gray. I get the idea. The problem is the show can look visually exhausting sometimes. There is some color in the fantasy sequence in Hallucinations, especially whenever we get the one about Candied Island. That's the only time we really see a blue worth looking at. But they don't happen enough to balance out all of the other gray. Flapjack and Knuckles both have red on their outfits to help them stand out, but even their reds are very muted. What this does is stop locations from feeling very memorable. They all seem to blend together. Stormalong Harbor is the worst for this. It's kind of like the wooden palette of a wooden board, and not a cartoon one like Plank, but like an actual wooden board that you'd find at Home Depot. It's less of a problem when it gets to the actual islands, but it still doesn't feel like it's colorful enough compared to other shows that take place in the tropics. Like I said, I get the intention, but it just feels like a bad intention. Not to say that the show is a total visual bore, because It's not. It can just get exhausting to look at for an extended period of time. I understand that I'm not making many friends with this video, and now we need to talk about the characters. Oh boy. Like with the animation, this is another area I kind of expected to be pretty divisive. Maybe not with Bubby. I can't really see anyone not liking Bubby. She can be a little bit too overprotective of Flapjack, and sometimes her advice can be just as bad as Knuckles. Like the time she was telling him to eat seaweed and algae, and the time that she faked a party invitation that got him to fall in with a bad crowd of kids. But by and large, her protectiveness is funny and charming. Knuckles is our branded idiot asshole. Some people have a problem with one or the other. And he is both. He's a bad influence on Flapjack, and the show makes that quite apparent. A good chunk of the plots are caused by him telling Flapjack something that will get them killed, and Flapjack wholeheartedly believing Knuckles with good intentions because it's funny. It also helps because there's clearly no one else in Stormalong Harbor who would do a better job at raising Flapjack because everyone here is awful people. It was the Craig Does a Thing era of Cartoon Network, kids media in general. And Flapjack does actually solve the problem. It's a weird way of solving the problem, but it does solve the dilemma. I never felt annoyed or bad that these two were together, because everyone else is so much worse. And for what it's worth, I don't think that Knuckles ever went too far, beyond, a brief joke that's forgotten about quickly. Knuckles being the worst of Flapjack isn't usually a part of the plot. It also helps that the show has this weird way of telling a story. Knuckles won't let Flapjack eat his pancakes without maple syrup, and the pancakes grow moldier and moldier, but it was right in the end, because the syrup or the mold or something made the pancakes come alive, and it saved their lives! The Wonderland feeling of Flapjack usually works, because there's always a chance that Knuckles could be right. Although sometimes the weird way of telling a story doesn't work. Tee-hee Tummy Tums is terrible. He can go die. Yeah, keeping your family in poverty because of your own stupid pride shit. Side note, Tee-hee Tummy Tums is the worst character in the show, and I hate him. Just an awful episode. I think I'm forgetting someone. Oh yeah, Flapjack. I was actually really annoyed by him for a while.
You what?
And here's the strangest damn thing. I had no idea why. It kind of felt like a video game escort mission where he kept stupidly walking into danger, but no, that doesn't really annoy me in cartoons. And then halfway around the series, I figured out what my problem with Flapjack was.
It's my voice.
I want to be clear. Flapjack's standard speaking voice is fine. It's pleasant to the ears and it fits his character. However, there's 3 things that he does that annoys me a lot. Laughing, crying, and that voice that he's using when he's stifling a laugh or a cry. And he's doing one of those 3 things between 70 to 80% of the time. The expressions that he makes while doing this does not help. Think of any cartoon character with a trademark laugh. It's usually not real laughter, is it? With one notable exception. It's because realistic laughter is a heavy balancing act, and it will get annoying if you don't know what you're doing and don't know how to be restrained. The other famous character who does this, SpongeBob, doesn't pull it off a lot of the time either, to the point where there are entire episodes about how annoying his laugh is, which are terrible because he's laughing so much. And Flapjack laughs way more than SpongeBob. If you hate SpongeBob's laughter, you will hate Flapjack. I understand that I'm making the show sound like a train wreck. It's not. There are good things in the show. My favorite episode of the entire show is Lost at Land. Despite still having the muted color palette, it does have a wide variety of settings and interesting imagery. It lacks a lot of the gross out, and it still delivers the surrealness that the show is known for. The season 2 finale is also really good, where Flapjack switches places with this actual sailor. First of all, I love how the captain keeps saying,
Thomas Hatch.
But watching Flapjack starting to learn how to be a jerk is actually fairly amusing. It's also an episode that actually has adventure, which is a nice bonus. Too many of the episodes are just about them at Stormalong Harbor doing whatever. The season 2 finale also has a guest appearance by Poseidon, and Poseidon is probably my favorite thing from this entire show because it's just so bizarre. First of all, he's voiced by J.K. Simmons in one of the weirdest roles in history, but beyond that, he's like this doting father guy, and it's just really charming whenever he crops up. While I still can't stand love bugs, seriously, I look like Flapjack does in that episode while watching it, Sally Syrup's second appearance is much better, when we learn that she's an adventurous daughter of one of the Adventure Brothers. I wish we saw more of that instead of,
poop deck.
So remember when I said that most of the big shows of the 2010s could draw their roots back to Flapjack? There's a downside to that, and a pretty major one, in that you can come across as someone's beta attempt. Lolly Poop Deck's Spotlight episode, A Day Without Laughter, is kind of showing a light on that. We have a muscle-bound guy who tells the same joke over and over again that no one else finds funny. Remind you of someone?
Mama! Mom!
That's a much better usage of the same idea, and it should be because that show came out later. It can be hard to go back, and if you're familiar with the animation landscape of the 2010s, you will see the DNA of future shows here. And depending on who you are, depending on what you've watched, that can be very hard to get past for some people. Beyond that, I don't think the show picks and chooses its extra characters very well. Peppermint Larry is the most used because he runs the candy barrel, the frequent hangout of Knuckles and Flapjack, but I do not think that he's very interesting. He's just the ornery shopkeeper who is hyper-dependent on an inanimate object, and I've seen that. Dr. Barber fares better because he at least fits into the show tonally, but I couldn't give a damn about Lolly, the rich lady, the dock hag. I liked the Inventor Brothers before they stopped appearing. I also really found the Moon funny. Yes, the Moon is a character, it is that kind of show, but it only had one spotlight and a cameo in another. If you expected me to change my tune on the show overall, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm just not gonna like something, no matter how hard I try. And I want to be clear, I did try. I watched every episode and gave the show every chance I could. And to be brutally honest, I had to endure a lot of the show. It was one of the hardest watches that I've had to do for the entire marathon. That doesn't mean that it's one of the worst, because I don't consider this a bad show. This is just the definition of a not-for-me show. You may see and hear the stuff that I'm talking about and fall in love with it. A lot of people have. But no matter what you think about the show, its influence can simply not be understated. And whether you like it or hate it, the show definitely does deserve some level of respect. The DNA of so many other shows was here. Depending on the episode, you could see the surreality of Adventure Time, the tension of Gravity Falls, and the humorous beats of Regular Show. It is one of the top 10 most influential cartoons of all time, no matter what I think about it. And you can't really take that away from it. I can appreciate the show, even if I can't really grow to like it, and I'm probably never gonna see it again. Fair warning, I did want to make this review spoiler-free, however, to give this show a most thorough review I can, I did need to talk about important plot reveals. So, spoiler warning. The Secret Saturdays is a show that should be so much better than it is. And yeah, right from the start, you can tell what kind of review this is going to be. I don't like irritating the people who are fans of cult classics, and the few people who do remember the show do seem to remember it fondly. That being said, not many people seem to remember this one at all. The Secret Saturdays came out in the midst of Cartoon Network's darkest era, the CN Real era. So, not many people were watching the network to begin with. In fact, this was the last cartoon released before Adventure Time saved the network over a year later. That's right, this was the last new animated original show on the network known for its animation for over a year. And despite that, the Secret Saturdays did not last very long. And there you have the mystery. Was the show cut short because Cartoon Network was super incompetent at this point and didn't know what they were doing? Or was it cut short because the Secret Saturdays failed to find an audience despite the Cartoon Network viewers hungry for anything that wasn't Dude What Would Happen? I can never tell you for sure, but I do have my guesses. Alright, this is going to be a harsh review, but let's start with the good. I love how this show looks. It's got a great style with these thick outlines that seem to be reminiscent of comic books. The character designs are all super memorable. If there is something from this show that I'm going to remember for a while, it's how at least the Saturday family looks. Doc Saturday especially. It's rare to find a heroic guy who looks exactly like a stereotypical supervillain, but you know what? I like it. The show was definitely an expensive looking one for its time, and this translated into some really good action sequences. There is a lot of intricate fights that really do hit that comic book vibe. There's a lot of cool action set pieces. My favorite has to be in the episode Where Lies the Engulfer, where our heroes have to fight sentient water. But this does lead us to one of my first theories as to why this show didn't really take off. It's an action show that came out in 2008. Throughout the 2000s, if you've been watching the series chronologically, you've seen that we've gone through Samurai Jack, Juniper Lee, 2 versions of Ben 10. There was also the acquired programming with Shaolin Showdown and Teen Titans. Like comedies became oversaturated in the late 2010s, action cartoons were inescapable in the mid to late 2000s. Like even on other networks. Nickelodeon had Danny Phantom and Avatar, for example, the WB had Jackie Chan Adventures, action-focused anime was becoming much more accessible. I like action shows, obviously. You've heard my opinions on many of these shows so far. And it is definitely strange to argue that oversaturation is a problem with the show more than a decade on, but let's really analyze this a bit. Most of the shows that I talked about aren't strictly action shows. Avatar is fantasy and martial arts. Danny Phantom and Teen Titans are superhero shows, and so on. It's the twists on the formula that made all of these other shows stand out. Jackie Chan Adventures brings the blend of physical comedy and martial arts action that Jackie Chan was known for in his movies to the animated world. What does the Secret Saturdays bring? The Saturdays are a family of cryptozoologists who belong to a secret organization called the Secret Scientists. Great name, guys. With their son Zach and a cryptid named Fisk, they travel the world for various reasons that we'll get into. They have an airship and ancient magical artifacts, and it all looks really cool and there's a lot of exciting ideas. Cryptids are the name of the game, and the creators went to the effort of researching over 500 real-world cryptids and prehistoric animals before making the show. And I'm gonna be honest, I have a major criticism right out the gate. This show about cryptids misses the entire point of cryptids. Like, in all of the research and all of the planning, it forgot what the definition of a cryptid was. A cryptid is a creature that is theorized but not known to science, the most famous being Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. A good deal of the draw of cryptids is the mystery surrounding them, believing that there's something more beyond the veil. You know how you remove that mystery? Just have the cryptids out in the open, like doing shit. Fisk and the family's pet Komodo dragon that can turn invisible are definitionally not cryptids. Like, they live with scientists who can see them and study them and understand them. The creatures in the show are called cryptids, but even with all the research and backstory, because the cryptids are like out in the open, it really ends up feeling like a generic Monster of the Week show, with the monsters being called cryptids for no reason. There is some distinction because our main character Zach has powers that can affect cryptids, unless the DM says, no, he's the big evil bad guy, you can't use suggestion on him because I spent 5 hours working on this encounter, you have to fight him for real now. In an early episode, the Saturdays have to deal with an Amarak, a creature from Inuit religion. Like, it's really a thing in a certain belief system. In the show, it's no different than Ben 10 fighting sentient mushrooms that the creator made up off the top of their head. Now, here's the main point. There's some pretty strange creatures in reality. So, in the world of Secret Saturdays, what's the difference between a jackalope and a real rabbit? Like, even the marketing got this more than the show proper, making commercials for a website called Cryptids Are Real. You know, showing that there's an argument that has to be made. And here's the thing. What we got didn't have to be what we got, because this show was originally planned to be something else. It was about this family of cryptozoologists trying to keep the existence of these creatures hidden. That makes actual sense. That fits into the definition of cryptids, and it shows an understanding of the assignment that I don't think the final draft actually had. It sounds like I'm making a huge deal out of something that should be relatively minor, but like, this is your draw and your focus. It's like making a show about ghost hunting and only filming a guy walking dogs because Scooby-Doo exists. Dogs have something to do with ghosts, right? Maybe the dog is a ghost. The dog will be dead eventually, that's close enough. The mystery, the what if, that is cryptids. Otherwise, you might be putting in, I don't know, centaurs and ogres. But even if that is minor, let's go beyond that. The Secret Saturdays is a mess. And it's the worst kind of mess. Sometimes a messy show can be really fun as you get all kinds of crazy off-the-wall ideas and just out-of-pocket moments. Like Neo Yokio. This is not one of those shows. Let's start with the pacing. The pacing's fucking awful. Okay, so for like the first half of the show, it is so slow and plotting and tedious. Very little plot relevant actually happens. The action's nice, but we're building up to this thing called Kerr. And there's a mystery buried in there somewhere. You can find a clue like every 5 episodes. Better hope that you see that one when it aired because Cartoon Network changed the schedule and it was at 5 in the morning. And this is all before streaming, so you'll never see the episode again. To my delight though, about halfway through the show did start getting better and getting more quickly paced. Things started happening. A lot of stuff. More than a lot. Oh my god, guys, that's a lot. Double stuffed a lot. I'm guessing that the creators got wind that the show was getting canned. Season 1 has 26 episodes and only enough content to really fill up 13 if I'm being generous. More than likely 8. Season 2 only has 10 episodes and it has enough content to fill up 40. Characters drop in because we gotta answer all the questions now because we certainly don't have any time later. And this builds up to a war across all of the planet. The war only gets like 5 minutes of screen time total. Because we need to focus on this and that. And this guy is now redeemed, I guess, and this guy isn't. And hello, I am a clone now. Goodbye, see you later. You know how in Roller Coaster Tycoon, how you make the coaster that has the longest hill possible so it slowly rises up the chain lift, and then you make it go down and crash into the wall? That is the best way I can describe the plot of the show without spoiling anything. Zach goes through this arc that's super fucking rushed. In Season 1, he's a typical 11-year-old brat. In the 10 episodes of Season 2, he's all like, I'm tired of people getting hurt on my behalf. I'm doing all of this. It's like 0 to 60 very quickly. And it all culminates with a twist that's just is so fucking stupid. The villain character turns out to be a cryptid, which was predictable enough. However, they caused the family's tragic backstory, which is also predictable. But the specific cryptid that they picked, it was like one of the stupidest options possible. He's a Yeti. Is this just me? But I find a Yeti as the villain impossible to take seriously in any regard.
English, please. We must learn the language of television.
Like, to me, that's like 2 steps away from saying Bigfoot did it. You could have picked any cryptid. You researched 500 of them, and yet you picked one of the most cliche ones possible. The Yeti is also known as the Abominable Snowman. So in the Secret Saturdays, the main villain is the Abominable Snowman. That's how seriously I could take this. The show was doomed even before that. What devastates the show is the characters. Who do we start with? Zach, I guess. Before he gets all savior, season 1 he was the typical bratty kid. The one who's constantly bending the rules and getting into trouble. It's annoying. He's annoying. He whines. Come on, I want to do all the action stuff. But honestly, he's only the 3rd most annoying character on the show, because his parents take the cake. You know that I complained a lot about bad parents in cartoons. My rants against Buck Cluck are legendary. So this is going to sound like a really, really strange complaint. But good parenting is actually what kills this one. The Saturday parents, they should be wonderful characters. They're a couple who clearly loves each other. They have playful banter, and they really do care about their kid. On paper, this is a fantastic idea. On paper, this entire show is a fantastic idea. It's about a family traveling around the world in an airship fighting monsters and looking for magical artifacts. Here's how it is in practice. No, Zach, you can't do that. You can't fight. Stay out of this. Stay on the airship. It's too dangerous. Don't do that. Don't go here. Don't do X, Y, and Z. Stay behind. Stay out of trouble. Constantly. Repeatedly. And as a 33-year-old man, I feel like I'm grounded watching the show. Hey, dumbasses! You want to keep your son safe? You're in the wrong line of work. Be on a different show in a different genre. I get the idea on some level. In a different genre, in reality, it'd be a bad idea for a parent to start teaching their son how to use, I don't know, assault rifles, laser guns, and letting them go to the Lich's lair or whatever. But fun fact, this show is fiction! You can get away with a parent teaching a kid how to do that, and still have the parents looking responsible, and let them actually be an adventuring team. You see how the Spy Kids movies progress? In the first movie, the spy life is all secret from the kids because, obviously. But by the end of the second movie, the kids are in their own missions on their own divisions, because shows like this, they're supposed to be escapism. And while I'm sure that kids can relate to being told no, as an adult, despite relating to paying taxes, I wouldn't want to watch a show that tells me that I have to pay taxes and can't go on the adventure. If you want to strike a proper balance here, look to Jackie Chan Adventures. Jackie is a good guardian who does tell his niece to not get involved in the adventures, but she always resists, and she always sneaks onto the case with him. And you know what happens when Jay does that? Jackie gives her some snark or a quip, and has one of his trademark freakouts, but then Jade is involved in the plot, and the plot continues without a hitch, and without any of this stupid-ass complaining. Best of both worlds. This show likes to bog you down with how responsible the Saturdays are. Once again, hey dipshits, if you want to be realistically responsible, you're in the wrong line of work. Dr. Doofenshmirtz is one of the best parents in all of animation, and he's a supervillain trying to take over the tri-state area. It's called suspension of disbelief. I can accept that you're good parents in a cartoon while you're okay with your son wielding laser pistols and fighting the Leviathan. I can't accept that you're good parents when you're doing stupid shit. And the Saturdays do stupid shit. So, in one episode, they're dealing with a magic tiger that controls luck. These cryptozoologist parents know that it deals with luck, usually good luck granted, but luck nonetheless. When Zach is confronting it, he constantly screws up and has little mishaps again and again. You, the non-cryptozoologist in the audience, can probably put 2 and 2 together. Mom of the Century here believes that it's because Zach has a crush on this girl.
I thought that tiger was supposed to be good luck. I was afraid of this when we agreed to bring her along.
Clumsiness, the awkwardness, this seeming war between you and your own body?
Zach, puberty is difficult for everyone.
It is just like, fuck right off.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. Hormonal changes can be awkward even at the best of times.
And then the next time the girl appears, Zach actually does have a crush on her. Because I guess she's the only girl his own age in the narrative that is once again rushed as hell. Because the show invented the meaning of whiplash, we go from this to Uncle Dalton here trying to train Zach by shooting at him in a ghost town. You see how these pieces don't go together, right? You know the guy in the D&D campaign who just messes around to see what would happen, and the only role he knows how to do is intimidation? That's Dalton. He's the less developed, less interesting, less likable version of Han Solo from Star Wars. Speaking of which, Chewie here might be the worst idea yet. So Fisk has this thing where he can't speak other than monster grunts. He's largely a comic relief character. It's a common gag, we're not supposed to understand him, and he's supposed to be funny even though his family can understand him. Doesn't sound like a good idea to have that character be insanely plot relevant. A character who cannot and will not communicate things to the audience. His family understands him, but everything this plot relevant character says needs to be translated to the audience on screen. The villain is a television host. He has a show based on cryptids where he plays it up coming out of a crypt and being all spooky. And once again, on paper, it sounds fitting. In reality, this is like having your arch nemesis being the host of Ancient Aliens. It's dumb. And that's what I feel about a lot of this show. I don't know how a show that had so many good ideas in the background, that did so much research and put so much planning, turned out to be so dumb. I reiterate, it doesn't even know the definition of a cryptid in the final draft, despite the fact that they did research on 500 of them. The show about cryptids is more of a cryptid than the cryptids it studies. How is something that has so many good ideas behind it, and such a wonderful setup, be so confounding? That is something that simply cannot be understood by science. Unlike a big hairy green thing that once again lives with literal scientists. Well, that was a rant. This is another episode of Mr. Enter pissing off lovers of another cult classic. Once again, I have to state, I really don't like doing that. But the goal here is to be as honest as possible. And this is my honest opinion of the Secret Saturdays. I am sorry. But next time, it's the big one. Adventure Time. I'm gonna win so many friends with that episode. Well, it's the moment that you've all been waiting for. The big one. Pendleton Ward's Adventure Time. This is arguably the most popular thing that Cartoon Network has ever released, running for more than 280 episodes across 9 or 10 seasons depending on who you ask, leading to spin-offs and more advanced media in recent years. Adventure Time's accolades are numerous. I've said this a lot throughout this marathon, that this show or that show is influential and super important or whatever, from Dexter's Lab to Flapjack. But before I say anything else, I do want to make it a point that Adventure Time is not just influential, it is the most important cartoon of our lifetime. No other show comes close. It is almost single-handedly credited for the animation silver age that we experienced throughout the 2010s. And while Friendship is Magic and Regular Show both had large roles to play in it, the shows that would dominate the era, such as Star vs. Craig of the Creek or Infinity Train, clearly took their influence from this show more than any others. Adventure Time saved Cartoon Network's brand identity. Going from the late 2000s with Squirrel Boy and Gym Partner and Out of Jimmy's Head, to this, Adventure Time, even in its early seasons, makes a statement that we are in a vastly different age. Things are just going to be different now. I'm not even sure where to begin with Adventure Time. The show, once again, had almost 300 episodes, so making an all-encompassing review to it is tricky for the same reason that it'd be tricky to do something like that with The Simpsons. If you did that with The Simpsons, you'd have to talk about the crudeness of Season 1 and 2, the golden age of Seasons 3 to 8, and how the show fell off after that, and how it got back to where it is with a sort of revival. Adventure Time has had kind of a similar path. While watching it, I've experienced just about every single emotion that you could have while watching a show. Joy, sadness, unbridled rage, and everything in between. This is going to be a long and complicated review, so buckle up. Adventure Time is many things, but I think you can break it into 3 separate eras. And keep in mind, I'm going by how Cartoon Network slices up the seasons. Era 1 is seasons 1 through 4. Era 2 is seasons 5 and 6. And Era 3 is the rest of the show. Each one of these 3 separate eras has a completely different viewing experience. And when someone says that they're a fan of Adventure Time, they might enjoy one of these eras and viscerally hate the others. It all started so simple. Adventure Time was a series about the human boy Finn and his brother Jake, who happened to be a shape-shifting talking dog. They go on all kinds of crazy adventures in this cartoon fantasy land that seems to be partially inspired by Dungeons & Dragons adventures. It's a world that gets much of its identity by being weird, from fantastical things like Knife Rain, even down to their very language.
Bloobalooby!
Oh my glob!
That's some funky junk, brother!
Adventure Time has this style about it. It is unapologetically itself, and so it uses a lot of slang terms that can come across as cringe. The show came out in 2010, and it has a very 2008 way of talking.
Whatever, it's 2009!
But the show goes all in on this, and it becomes, in a sense, it's kayfabe. This is gonna sound like a really weird example, but the oh my globs and the bazonkles do fit in purpose in a similar way to a more traditional fantasy series, like By Durin's Beard. It gives this fantasy world its own unique fantasy flavor that you won't find anywhere else. The show starts out feeling like a fantasy kitchen sink, where there is no logic or cohesion or anything, kind of like an 80s cartoon in a way. If the writers want Finn and Jake to go through a dungeon, there's just a dungeon there. There's a creature that the writers think would be fun to face. No explicit reason for it to be there. In the first 4 seasons, Adventure Time is all about fun. It's about happy, fun adventures without much focus on the deeper storytelling or meaning. The world that they inhabit, called Ooo, is merely a backdrop. There's a bunch of different kingdoms with their own respective princess, because that's what the Ice King does. He kidnaps princesses. Very Mario. We're not thinking about the diplomatic merits of all these kingdoms. There are some hints under the surface about what we're dealing with. Some characters may have deeper backstories. There's a mystery if Finn is or isn't the last human being in the entire world. There was apparently an apocalyptic war 1,000 years ago, but we're not really going to care about that because the show isn't really about that. It's a cartoon that has no ambitions to be anything more than just a very good, very fun cartoon. Maybe not super S tier, but those fun adventures are nice and charming. They might be too quirky for some, but those quirks can be very endearing. The show wouldn't have been so popular otherwise. Finn and Jake aren't the most complicated characters, but you don't need complicated characters for this kind of show. It's a show about saving princesses in a fantasy world, collecting weird treasure that has crazy effect, and stopping an evil ice wizard. And maybe in the downtime, playing a collectible card game while there's a dragon ruining the next town over. Of course, if you followed the show to the end, you know that this isn't really what Adventure Time is about. Throughout the first few seasons, we come across these deeper hints. Something under the surface of the ice that looks like it wants to crack and burst forth. Beyond learning that there was this apocalyptic war so long ago, we learned that Jake's father fought in a different war against rainicorns, and there might still be prejudice. But most of all, we learned that our lovable, pathetic Ice King used to be a regular man named Simon, during the fallout of said Mushroom War. And he had this sort of guardian relationship with the local vampire Marceline. The crown he wears isn't just a shiny piece of jewelry, but it's a cursed artifact. It gave him ice powers and the ability to defend himself and protect others, and gifted him with an extraordinarily long life. But at the same time, it cost him his memories, his sanity, his life. The show tapped into these deeper character stories and created some beautiful episodes like I Remember You, which manages to be heart-wrenching and thematically taps into the feeling of caring for someone who is suffering with something like Alzheimer's. There truly is a special kind of magic here, and I can understand the writers wanting to tap into it, seeing something deeper in what they've created, and wanting to go from not just a fun and goofy show, but something deep and profound and beautiful. At a certain point, the show communicates to me that it not just wants to be a great show, but one of the greatest of all time. And as it tries doing that, it fails at that endeavor. All too often in watching the show, I feel like I'm watching a soap opera. And I guess the best place to start with is the romance. Romance and Adventure Time go together like fire and oxygen. When they mix, you have a huge explosion that just kinda kills everyone. The Flame Princess arc. Going through old blogs and stuff, reviews from the era, this arc pissed a lot of people off back then, and it certainly pissed me off now. So Finn gets a girlfriend, the Fire Elemental Flame Princess. Princess Bubblegum has her father, who is evil, keep her in a lamp for safety or some shit. But he gives her up to someone who is evil enough for her, which is Finn in disguise. Which, by the way, PB, great idea. Good to give the job to him. Can't see that backfiring ever at all. We then learn that if Flame Princess experiences romance, she'll explode like the sun. And Princess Bubblegum can't state that in plain English or even plain fucking German until it's too late. But somehow it all works until Finn starts getting these weird dreams and he develops a kink for having Flame Princess beat up the Ice King. And so he starts manipulating the two to get them into battles, and he comes across as just so fucking unlikable. Also, this imagery is really bad. Finn doesn't even properly apologize for this until like 3 years later, and it really sinks his character. It's almost as creepy as the time he's playing with these like living dolls and shipping everyone. We later get a character named Betty who loves Simon in the past. And in the future, she goes fucking bananas trying to fix his amnesia, and that nearly gets everyone killed, and it doesn't really resolve anything, and it just continually lowers her likability again and again and again. At the start of the show, we have the fan favorite age gap crush. Finn wants to fall in love with Princess Bubblegum, but he's 13 and she is an adult. Until an accident that has repaired her to quote-unquote,
she's 13 years old now.
And it feels like the episode is playing around with the idea that these two can ever be together, because the show feels like it just randomly decided at one point that Finn was 13 and Princess Bubblegum was an adult. Like that wasn't the intention at the start, it's something they just decided around season 2. Even though, you know, age regressing an adult doesn't really make even toying with this okay.
Nice. Seal the deal, bro.
Okay, man, whatevs.
You can do it, you hear me?
How's Finn's date?
Think it's going good.
if Princess Bubblegum was made younger, it doesn't really make this an option. The Finn and Princess Bubblegum stuff is just fucking weird, especially because early on, Jake is constantly trying to push these two together and constantly teases Finn about his crush. There's one particular episode that makes me feel like they didn't plan on having Finn at 13 at the start of the series. It's the one where Finn invites Bubblegum to a movie night and she says this.
Hi, Princess. Would you go to couples movie night with me?
Sounds romantic, Finn.
Then Marceline gets jealous of this child and tries to sabotage the quote-unquote relationship. Jake also says this at the end of Too Young.
Bad news, man. I got dumped.
Let me share with you a little secret on how to win the heart of a princess. Not easy, but you have to be persistent. Then, walk right up to the princess and you give her a smooch.
And like, what is the audience supposed to do with this exactly? The Finn and Bubblegum stuff is just so messy and so not really thought out. And then later on, we learn that Princess Bubblegum isn't actually in her 20s. She's actually in her hundreds. So the becoming 13 thing makes even less sense. Unless she was gaining candy mass for hundreds of years. Then immediately after this arc where Princess Bubblegum becomes younger, we get our first Fiona and Cake episode, where Fiona is a gender-flipped version of Finn. The show never outright states this, but for some reason not only is she gender-flipped, she is significantly older than Finn, and thus is able to fall in love with a gender-flipped Princess Bubblegum. It really feels like they were just winging it the whole time, and that led to some implications that I really don't want to think about. Of course, Princess Bubblegum and Marceline are canonically a couple. It really shouldn't have taken them to the finale for them to get together. It took that long because censorship, I guess. This excuse never made sense to me. Adventure Time started in 2010, and portraying LGBT couples in kids' cartoon was more taboo back in 2010. However, Adventure Time ended in 2018, and by then we had The Loud House, we had Korra, we had Steven Universe on the same fucking network. Also, this show is fucking Adventure Time, the most popular show on said network. I believe that they could have gotten away with doing something a lot earlier than they did. How bad the romance in the show is a side effect of how bad the ongoing narrative is. As we get into Season 5, and especially Season 6, I got one stark impression of the show. The word no was completely banned from the writer's room. The creatives weren't allowed to refuse a single creative idea. Let's have Finn lose his arm. No, that's a terrible idea. But we already had him lose it. The episode's already made. Well, let's just make another episode where he gets it back. You know what? Maybe giving him his arm back was a bad idea and shows that we can't commit. Let's get rid of the arm again! How about an episode where Jake decides to be a brick in the wall? Could that be made even remotely interesting? Who fucking cares? I already said the idea, just make the damn episode! On 3 separate occasions, a character is introduced in one episode just to have them killed off in their next appearance. Root Beer Guy, a sentient gumball machine, and Mo, the creator of BMO. Once is bad. This should not have happened on 3 separate occasions. This should not have happened on 1 occasion. This is not how pencil erasers work. The worst of all is with the Gumball Guy, because his episode was about going into his backstory, and then in his next appearance he just gets shattered with no fanfare whatsoever. Meanwhile, with Root Beer Guy, we have another episode where he comes back to life. You wanna know how Root Beer Guy or Dirt Beer Guy affects the main plot? I'll tell you. He doesn't. He's irrelevant. He has nothing to do with anything, and should have never been given a feature. Season 6 especially has this weird habit where it wants nothing at all to do with Finn and Jake in the show called Adventure Time with Finn and Jake, and so most of the episodes aren't about him and are instead about a bunch of random one-offs that we've never seen before and will never see again. Or they could be like James Baxter or the Tandem War Elephant, characters who show up, have nothing to do with anything, disappear for a while, and then show up seasons later to waste another episode slot. I want to make this clear. I was binging Adventure Time up until Season 6, and after that I took a little bit of a break, and then I binged Seasons 7 to 10. And as I was watching, Finn and Jake would be going, "Oh hey, it's this guy, it's Tiffany," and I'm like, who the fuck is that? Oh yeah, it was that guy from 5 seasons ago who did the thing. Like we get a single episode about the bear and the giant thing with the fireworks. Personally, I last saw these characters days ago. I can't imagine how it would have been if you were watching the show in real time, when the first time you saw James Baxter was on May 6, 2013, and the second time you saw him was January 26, 2017. And you are expected to remember who the fuck he was, and then care about his backstory. I've heard the excuse that this was meant to give the world of Ooh more identity. You know, kind of like Majora's Mask, where we see the daily lives of how each character work and how they interact with this world. The problem with that is that Ooh is a fantasy kitchen sink. It's a post-apocalypse some of the times, Other times it's just random fantasy dungeons. Sometimes people are made of breakfast syrup. Sometimes someone's entire existence is just a joke. If you want me to care about the chopped off ass of a worm, which yes, that is an episode, your world needs to be as cohesive as Middle-earth. You want a good rule of thumb? If you want me to care about your world as a world, don't take until Season 8 to establish your 4 basic primal elements. I care as much about what Abracadaniel is going through as much as I care about the citizens of Rock Bottom from SpongeBob and what their daily lives are like. As in, their daily lives do not matter except as much as it relates to the main characters. In this show, the main characters are Finn, Jake, BMO, Princess Bubblegum, Marceline, and the Ice King. You get more leeway with the characters related to their stories, like Jake's kids or Flame Princess. However, one-offs about randoms that have nothing to do with these characters should be like once or twice a season at max. When it gets to as much as a third of the episodes, it communicates to me that you as the writer think that your main characters are bad and not worth telling stories about. Craig of the Creek is a show that also delves into a lot of extras, but we see those extras through our true main characters. This would also be a lot more excusable if so much of the show wasn't just left to fluff. Mushroom War? What's that? I don't know. It was a super bad thing that happened a long time ago. Took out a chunk of the planet, but it's probably not important to talk about that. We don't need to know why it happened or the implications. No, we gotta learn about the Gumball Machine's backstory. He's gonna be here to the end. The Comet Thing Orgalorg is probably a more direct example. I still legitimately cannot comprehend what happened during the back half of Season 6 and its build-up. Maybe Orgalorg is a god or it kills God or something. Adventure Time Season 6 is truly one of those awful seasons, like SpongeBob Season 6. This is no exaggeration, my dreams are more coherent than Season 6 of Adventure Time. Like, Adventure Time was always weird, but Season 6 is the stereotype of what people who have never seen Adventure Time think Adventure Time is. Nonsense with no cohesion, randomly trying to be deep with no payoff.
Who's creating the joke? Are you? And if so, then are you my creator?
Maybe? I don't know.
I've embodied all that is good and evil. And now we're here. It's unprecedented. Madness, power, honor, loyalty.
You're telling me to abandon all this stuff, but you're not really making it sound bad.
This comes from the end of Season 6. I thought that maybe context would make this clip feel stronger and more deep. But no, it's actually worse in context because so much of the season was not about Finn. He cannot use his experiences in an arc that was not about his experiences. I'll say it as simply as I can. This is not the way to tell an ongoing story. Like, objectively, Steven Universe, Regular Show, Starverses, they all try to tell ongoing stories that have their own missteps. But like, objectively, this is not the way you try to do that. You know, until the back third of the show. Season 7 introduces our first miniseries, Stakes. Now, I do need to make a rather harsh comment here. There is a problem when it's actually a big event that you're following along a story for once. Things like Stake, Islands, Elements, this should not be considered a special. This should be just the show. Most of the time, at least. You can have filler episodes, but this should be most of the show. This should be the main meat of the show. That being said, when we finally get to these, this really is where the show does put itself together. Stakes follows Marceline, it builds on her lore, it establishes her character, and it reflects on how vampires exist in the world of Ooh. It truly builds an identity for the world and the show. It makes the characters stronger, and it comes across as the show finally finding its footing. Era 3, Seasons 7 to 10. Before I got to Season 7, I was wondering why. The first third of the show was pretty fun, but it wasn't one of those cartoons. You know, it would be hard to imagine why anyone would have put it on their favorites list for me. Whether you like the serious stuff, the silly, or anything in between, it didn't strike me as one of the greatest cartoons of all time. And the second third of the show made me wonder, what the fuck? Then I got to the back third of the show. The back third of Adventure Time is still not perfect. It still has the same problem where they're throwing in random characters or plot points you haven't seen in years, and you do have random wastes of time. But it feels a lot more focused. Like the show itself finally decided to sit down and take its medication. Almost every single episode follows a former, properly established plotline, from learning about the origins of humans in this world to Jake's family. While Elements is a miniseries in and of itself, it has a setup in earlier episodes that actually pays off. Characters are focused to the arc. It sounds like basic stuff that any writer should know, and I shouldn't be mentioning this, but Season 6 of Adventure Time unfortunately exists. With focus, Adventure Time was able to figure out exactly what it wanted to do and be. From Two Swords to the End of Islands is my favorite Adventure Time thing ever. This is where all of the great things about Adventure Time coalesce. We see how far our protagonists have come. It actually manages to build an established world that you can truly care for. And it has the characters reach into these deep emotional depths. This might sound a little bit disappointing, but I don't want to get into the finer details because I don't want to spoil it here because you should really see these episodes for yourself. The best way I can say it is like this. I hated Adventure Time Season 6. Viscerally. It was a painful experience. However, the last 4 seasons of the show made it worth it to fight through Season 6 and things like the Flame Princess arc. Season 7 and 8 especially made me glad that I finally sat down and gave Adventure Time a shot. I'm never gonna truly know what it was like watching the show as it aired and seeing all this in real time, but from the distance, I can call the show a mess. However, I have to say that it is a beautiful mess. Adventure Time is pure, raw creativity from beginning to end, completely unbridled by any self-criticism or reflection in the act of creation. And I mean that statement in every single positive and negative way. You're gonna get a ton of bad ideas, weird continuity snarls, plot goblins, and just a heaping of shit that doesn't work. However, at the same time, you can make these connections and have beautiful stories that maybe a more self-conscious person would think would never work, or a story arc that you're never gonna find anywhere else. I did complain about Finn losing his arm, getting it back, and then losing it again. This is a bad idea from the outset, and in any other writer's room, it would be nixed before they started. Because these things happened as they did, in the show, it gave these events a very unusual emotional weight that is very compelling to watch. A lot of Adventure Time simply feels like a first draft taken to its logical end. The creatives may have had destinations that they wanted to reach, but even watching, you can see that there clearly didn't seem to be much of a plan. But sometimes the road you didn't plan for is the most interesting one of all. I understand that this review has been very harsh, and probably too harsh for some, but you have my word, I do realize that this was one of the first shows to really try this kind of thing. To this extent, at least. Shows prior did have minor plot points and twists and arcs, but Adventure Time, at a point, wanted to be a legitimate fantasy with its own storyline that could only be in the medium of an episodic animated series. It invented a formula. We start out with these happy adventures getting to know our characters before the shit hits the fan. Honestly, even future shows that did tell a complete ongoing narrative from beginning to end can still find some of their DNA from Adventure Time. Don't think I didn't notice about the episode about Finn and Jake exploring an infinite train. And throughout the 2010s, we could see so many other cartoons building on Adventure Time's foundation. If this show wasn't your favorite cartoon of the 2010s, more likely than not, it inspired something that was. It's a first draft, but the first draft of Adventure Time is what made the 2010s so great, because all of the best shows were all rewriting this draft in their own way. It is a beautiful mess, but even more than that, Adventure Time became a blueprint, one we're still following today. And throughout all of the good and the bad, the wacky and wild and weird, it's a show that we all have to be grateful for, and we're still seeing its ramifications on the animation industry today. Adventure Time is inspirational. It reached for the sky, and while I don't think it quite made it, it did teach others how to fly. Let's get this one over with quickly. Quicker than the show lasted, if that's even possible. Robotomy was a part of an experiment. An evil experiment. You see, Cartoon Network wanted to start blending its default programming with Adult Swim. And of course they wanted to put their best foot forward. So they hobbled together a premise made of rejected pitches. This worked so well that the series lasted only 10 episodes before parents got very angry and demanded this series cancellation. I say it was just parents. Back in the day, I got tons of requests to review this show on Animated Atrocities. 10 years late, but yeah, this one is absolute garbage. Robotomy is a lot of what I did not like about Adult Swim back in the day. The show was crude, rude, and with an attitude. It also didn't have much of a premise, or a focus on writing, or comedy. It was more focused on showcasing demented visuals while completely abandoning one of the core important rules of animation, appeal. And as a result, it's one of those shows that I just can't find anything to like in it. And I can't find anything in it that anyone else would like either. So what is the show about? We have two robots learning to be killer robots. Beyond that, they are the most stereotypical, bland high school losers in the universe, pining over a single girl who is the most bland high school girl in the universe. Not a single person, or robot, or whatever on this show is likable or even remotely interesting. And that probably comes down to the premise, in that there just isn't one. Yeah, there really isn't a premise here, beyond what I just mentioned. In a sci-fi series like this, you can't just establish things nilly-willy. The world and the universe is important to a sci-fi series identity, but all too often the show is just throwing in random nonsense that will never be brought up again. I'd say that they do it for a bit, but it can't be because the show is never funny. Ever. But the worst thing about the show is how ugly it is, and not because it's not well animated. Like, the quality of the animation is fine. The show is ugly because it's designed to look ugly, but not in an interesting way like Ren and Stimpy or even King Star King, which I was way too harsh on back in the day. Robotomy takes place on a post-apocalyptic planet, and so we're always seeing smog and garbage and just barren wastelands. And I swear to God, the entire palette of the show is like 20 shades of the same yellowish green. I can't say that it hurts to look at, it's not problem solvers, but I also can't say that I'd ever want to look at it again. The character designs themselves are also so very generic. Thrasher, for example, is a stone's throw away from Larry 3000 from Time Squad. And I know the big thing that the very few defenders are going to bring up here. I don't like this kind of show to begin with. Robotomy was produced by the creator of Super Jail, which is another show I don't like, as it's a part of the Adult Swim kind of thing that I do not like. I just don't like these overly gory, gross violence things that think story is optional. But knowing what I do know about that genre makes me confident in saying that this one is one of the worst just from conception alone. Look at what you're seeing here. I have to remind you, this was a kid's show. Not like a really young kid show, but like for older children, the Ben 10 audience. The main characters are in high school, but it's still technically a kid show, which means to make it viewable for kids, you have to tone down the violence, you have to tone down the ugliness. And yeah, this is far from the ugliest thing that I've ever seen, we're not talking Mr. Pickles here. But here's the question that Robotomy poses. Does anyone in the world have any use whatsoever for a toned down version of Super Jail? The point and the appeal of this genre is how far they go. How viscerally disgusting that they can make things. You can't do that when you're making a kid's show. At least not to the kind of extent this kind of show needs to be successful. Due to its limitations, it's a show that is just against itself. And when you take away all of the gore and the viscera and the crazy visuals of shows like that, you're just left with an empty, hollow nothing remaining. Robotomy is a show that I cannot recommend to anyone. Because if you like this genre, you have so many better options. And if you don't like the genre, Robotomy is hell to get through because the basic nuts and bolts of good character and story just are not here. All in all, it's some of the most bland shit that I've ever seen, and it's already fading from memory, less than an hour after I've watched it. What were we talking about again? This is a video that I had to make special precautions for. Problem Solvers is a show that's infamous for its bright and flashing color palette. I'm going to be uploading a separate version of this video where I'm going to make the video footage grayscale and cut the frame rate in half. If you're prone to seizures or have photosensitive epilepsy, I strongly advise either not watching either video, or if you must, watch that one instead. While as far as I know it, there has never been a confirmed case of someone having a seizure from the show, it does haphazardly break standards that have been in place for health and safety for over a decade before the show came out. Even as someone who does not suffer from seizures, this show gave me eye strain and headaches, and I could not watch more than one 11-minute episode in a row without lengthy breaks. Now that the formalities are out of the way, I'll come right out of the gate. Problem Solvers is the worst show that I have ever seen. No joking, no over-the-top critic screaming, just in and out of character, this is the worst show ever. It should have been #1 on my worst of the 2010s cartoon list. Yes, really. The most infamous thing about the show is its bright, flashing color palette that I went into during the intro. But I do think that this needs to be restated in the review proper. Just look at some of these images, if you even can. I've had a less unpleasant visual experience literally staring into strobe lights. And it's not just the bright flashing lights either. Every single scene is filled with so much visual clutter. All too often in the background, there's as much motion as possible. The clock store scene is the worst for this, as every single one of the clocks is independently animated. This is simply not acceptable. And I don't mean, oh, they said or did something controversial or offensive. I mean as in, a lawyer would probably strongly advise you not to do this, not to make the show like this, and certainly not to air it. We live in a post-Porygon world. No matter what the truth of that is, there's a certain safety net, a certain fear of reputation and fear of being sued. Every video game that you have ever played has had a "this may cause seizures" warning. We know what flashing lights like this could do to an unsuspecting audience. And this wasn't just a niche thing that aired on some random streaming service or in the middle of the night on Adult Swim. No, this aired on a mainstream television network in the middle of the day. Even beyond that, let's pretend that the show isn't gonna knock you to the ground. Just look at these fucking designs. These are the most off-putting characters that I have ever seen. Roba has his eyes sideways, and his nose is made up of two voids. Alfei looks like a cross between Domokun and a piece of shit. And what the fuck is wrong with Horace's eyes? That's not even to mention the lips in the show. Every character in the show, no matter who they are, seems to have like hot dogs for lips. And if you think this looks bad, just wait until you see it in motion. While the flashing lights have a lot of spark and movement to them, the same cannot be said to the actual characters. Their movements are stilted, awkward, and jerky. There's no other way of putting it than to say it looks surprisingly low budget and cheap. Indie internet animations from the same year were more fluid, and those literally did not have a budget. You thought that front-facing Phineas was bad? Give front-facing Horace a look once in a while. As the series goes on, it gets more and more daring with over-the-top gross-up close-ups, which catapults the show quickly into the ugliest thing ever put on television. There is no art direction in the show beyond more, more, more. Like Baz Luhrmann went rogue or something. And if you have issues with sensory overload, like I do, watching the show is akin to hell. I know that I'm harping on the aesthetic. Beauty is only skin deep after all, but it really does overpower everything else about the show, which honestly might be the best thing about the aesthetics, because it keeps people from talking about all of the other problems with this train wreck. Each layer you pull back makes the show more and more foul. If the visuals don't do it for you, the audio certainly will.
It's that amount of pizza!
Well, I don't have any left.
Why didn't you save any for me?
The show does have a lot of highly qualified and accomplished voice actors, so I mean no ill will towards any of the voice actors when I say that the show is pure audio torture. It takes talent to be this bad. It takes a really talented voice actor to get his voice as obnoxious as Alfie's or as ear-grating as Roba's. So much of the show is just noise. Noise, noise, fucking noise. There is never a quiet moment. Everyone, usually Alfei, is going on about some random nonsense, trying to come up with a quippy line or a funny joke that's never funny or quippy. Or it's one of the characters trying to explain something that cannot be explained, because the world the problem solvers inhabit is just like their visuals, incoherent. The premise of the show is simple. What if we made a cartoon that was what people who hated cartoons thought all cartoons were? Every episode is just random. What can loosely be called a plot point moves into another random one, with ad hoc explanations that wouldn't make sense in a fever dream. One episode has a robot dog lead the problem solvers to try and stop an alien invasion led by Girl Scouts, and the only reason the Girl Scouts have not yet invaded the Earth is because none of them have managed to earn their badge in Semaphore. The writing is just so bad. I can't even describe it. So, let me give you an example. There's this episode, The Problem Solvers Academy, where we learn that the Problem Solvers never graduated from the Problem Solvers Academy. And so we have a back-to-school episode, which is so overdone to begin with. But Roba's all hesitant to go back because back in high school he was a... But in the end, we learned that all three of the Problem Solvers were dorks. Until Horace decided to found the Problem Solvers, which they never went to the Academy for. They never went to the Academy for the Problem Solvers, but they founded the Problem Solvers. Every episode is written like this. And this isn't a joke. Like, they don't make jokes of the plot. This is just what the stories entail. But you want to know what the show is really, really like? So, the premise is that our main characters solve problems. They're the problem solvers. You know what a protagonist is! Welcome to 3rd grade English class. You know what happens in literally every single story in human history? Characters try to solve problems. Being a problem solver is literally the essence of a story. I could be very, very, very generous and say that these characters are like pseudo-detectives trying to solve cases where they track down missing cereal or beat hide-and-seek ninjas. But the premise of the show is that there is no premise. The characters fall into pretty stock tropes as well. Horace is the leader, and as the leader, he has no personality. He tries to keep the group focused on whatever adventure they're going through, but he's too passive to make any of an impression, which is why he's the best of the three. Roba is always panicking and explaining things because he's the smart one. This would be fine if it wasn't for the fucking voice.
Stop touching me, please! I need some space. You're acting crazy!
Since it's the same actor as Alfei's, I have to assume that they're using a computer program to slightly roboticize it. And I don't know why they did it because it sounds grating. Alfei's voice is...
Okay, meeting come to order. Let me show you the problem.
better, to be fair. The problem is with the character. Alfei is an asshole. You know, he's the Blue, Bender, worst appearances of Patrick Star, Eric Cartman, and so on. He makes everyone miserable and is just a constant jerk, constantly selfish. We've seen it before. But you know what I've never seen in any other show before? You know how assholes like Bender get popular with the fandom? And they're the only character that anyone cares about, and the fandom seems to think that they're right all the time, even though they're an asshole that no one should like? I've seen that happen in fandoms before. I've never seen that happen in the writer's room. The closest thing that the Problem Solvers has to a formula is that Alfei is awesome and solves all of the problems ever by being as Alfei as possible. Every single episode has this piece of shit, this literal pile of shit, win the plot by being his obnoxious self. Just by being an obnoxious jackass. I'm not kidding, the Girl Scout episode has him win because he's the only one who could ever win the Semaphore badge, and because he's not a girl, it causes the invasion to fail. He doesn't fall victim to the hypnotic ice cream because he can store it in his cheeks. This show is really gross too, by the way. I'd be more annoyed if I wasn't already begging each episode to end before it even begins. And one episode even has 2 Alfeis. This is a show that has literally no redeeming value. Nothing about it works. Not from any angle. There is no positive qualities to the Problem Solvers. There's not one single thing that it succeeds in. Which I guess was good enough for fucking Netflix to give it a season 2. Yeah, the show actually made it to season 2 because fucking Netflix, of course. Okay, I guess it's a little bit inaccurate. 26 episodes of the show were produced, but only 18 managed to air on Cartoon Network. Because it's the Problem Solvers, it is the worst cartoon in history, and the executive who greenlit this thing should get his brain examined. Eventually the cocaine wears off, and the producers realize what the fuck this was. So the back 8 episodes were all considered lost media for a time. But then Netflix decided that the world was too good a place, and they wanted to be a force of unmitigated evil. They aired the rest of the series for a time, calling it Season 2. The animation got a bit of a bump, which means more of these awful close-up expressions, the plots got stupider, and it gets more and more grating and obnoxious. But it's the same terrible, horrible, awful, no good, bad show that you've all grown to fear and loathe. I have no hesitation in calling this the worst show that I've ever seen. It's been 2 hours since I finished watching it, and I still see the spots in my eyes. Now, let us never talk about this again, except for when I inevitably do my worst of the 2010s list to put this at number 1. So, with this review, I'm gonna need a bit of a disclaimer. Not like the last one, this is a little bit of a different one. I watched The Amazing World of Gumball and wrote up the review script before the show had its continuation with The Wonderfully Weird World of Gumball. At the time I made the script, the show was still on hiatus, and I assumed that the show is just going to be in development limbo forever. My bad, I guess. But because I made a bad judgment call, I did have to remove a chunk of this video's ending, talking about the ending, and how the show was in limbo, which might make the end of this video seem a little bit abrupt. I did make a video on Gumball's finale last year, and I think it's a good sum up of what would have been the ending here, my thoughts of the show when it was in said limbo. If the ending of this video does seem to be a little bit too abrupt to you, I'd advise you take a look at that one when this is over. I know all this might seem a little bit unprofessional, but keep in mind, Gumball was not the only show that was like this. Mao Mao is also technically not cancelled, it's still on hiatus. And it's been even longer since we've seen its latest episode. And the other 4 planned seasons of Infinity Train could still come out. I made quite a few judgment calls during this whole thing, and this is basically the one major time that it had a minor backfire. It happens! Anyway, without further ado, please enjoy the video. Right from the get-go, The Amazing World of Gumball presents itself as a very unique cartoon through its visual style alone. It's not a 2D cartoon, it's not a 3D cartoon, it takes place in a live-action setting, and fills itself with characters of all different mediums. Gumball and his family are 2D, but other characters can be CGI or stop motion, claymation, puppets. Just about every single art style and medium is used, or at the very least, CGI interpretations of them. And it's good medium blending too. Unlike certain other train wrecks, you always feel like the characters are in the world that they inhabit. This does sound like something that's very basic and shouldn't be given a second thought, but I've seen mixed media productions fumble this a lot, even in like the cinema. It is a hard thing to get right. While I can't say that Gumball is always perfect, it took them a little bit to get into a flow. When the series does hit its stride, it just feels so natural all throughout. It's one of those very rare shows where I can't think of another show like it, and I can't think of any other show ever being like this, you know, in the future, without like being a direct copycat. One temptation is to call this all a gimmick. You know, we've seen shows that have a unique art style to stand out that don't bring anything else to the table, except Nightmares. Gumball takes this a step further though. It's not mixed media just because. What everyone is in the show determines a lot about them. You have some basic stuff like Leslie the flower being seen as a plant and reacting to things like a plant, but the claymation character Clayton is able to shapeshift. The puppet characters get injured like you'd expect puppets to get injured. These little touches help heighten the world building, and it really does build the identity of the show. And if there's something that you have to give credit to Gumball for, it's probably the show with the strongest identity that I have ever seen. I mean, one that isn't like strictly continuity driven. Not that there's no continuity here, but this show has a stronger identity than you'd expect from something like SpongeBob, Ren and Stimpy, something else that's a strict comedy, where they abandon rules and logic for the sake of a joke. The Amazing World of Gumball is a show where everything can come to life. Not that everything is alive, but when a newscaster is asking toilets how they feel about their job, or Gumball and Darwin are asking the universe the meaning of their lives, they can reasonably expect to get an answer. We have entire episodes dedicated to the lives of not just background characters, but even like tools and utilities. If that was done wrong, that could be very boring or weird and bizarre, but let's get this out of the way. The Amazing World of Gumball is a super funny show. There are bad and dull episodes, which we will get to, but when this show is on its game, honestly, it is one of the greatest comedies of all time. I'm not beating around the bush or exaggerating. I think when this show is on point, it's on par with the original Looney Tunes, seasons 2 and 3 of SpongeBob, the original seasons of Ren and Stimpy. I could pull out 1,000 jokes that are just roll on the floor funny.
I don't see how things will ever be the same again, short of brainwashing them. But of course, how to brainwash children.
And a lot of them are quite adult.
Why don't you just be nice to the kids and give them some toys or something? Please don't tell me I needed to specify children's toys.
The show is incredibly unrestrained when it comes to what it's able to get away with, to the point where I don't know how they got away with like a good chunk of what they were able to, especially as the show goes on. Even ignoring that, there's a great degree of verbal humor, funny and awkward situations, a good degree of slapstick, and even playing with the show's internal logic sometimes. Of course, this is when the show is on point. So I'm glad that I learned my lesson from the Nickelodeon Marathon and decided to watch every single episode of every show, no matter how I felt with it, because we have to get this out of the way. Season 1 of Gumball is terrible. Like, balls terrible. It's not season 6 of SpongeBob terrible, but the first season of Gumball is so bad that it continually made me wonder how it ever got to its second. Gumball and Darwin's stupidity is completely unhinged. The humor is totally unrefined. It does not have a clue about any of the characters, it's gross, and it's repeatedly charmless. One of the most infamous episodes of the entire show is The Dress, and it comes from season 1. In this episode, Gumball has to wear his mother's wedding dress to school, and everyone thinks that he's a girl. That's a premise that could work, it's been used before and since, and sometimes to great effect. However, The Dress takes it a step further by having Darwin have the creepiest fucking crush on Gumball's alter ego. That would be something akin to a character assassination if it didn't happen so early on in the show's runtime. And that's before you even factor in that, under the disguise, Darwin is crushing on his adoptive brother. Somehow, the laziest ones up all of this with the worst joke possibly in the entire series. Gumball and Darwin want to find someone lazier than their father, so they completely ruin Larry's life for no real reason. That's the joke. That is the entire joke. And while these may be standout example, season 1 of the show is like constantly on this level. Now, every other season of the show does have its own handful of bad episodes. The hero and the worst are often brought up, and depending on your biases, you'll probably find some episodes that really don't gel with you. The bros and the BFFs are jealousy stories, the weirdo is just gross. The fridge and the rival are psychotic, the parents can go die in a fire, but the good episodes so vastly outweigh them. To say that they have an effect, it's like saying you wouldn't watch season 2 of SpongeBob because I'm With Stupid exists. One turd doesn't clog the toilet. Except in season 1. In fact, I don't know if this is a controversial statement or anything, but if you're watching the show, skip season 1 entirely. Even at season 1's best, it's on the dull side of mediocre, and I can count on one hand the times that it made me laugh. You'll be missing some callbacks in later episodes if that's important to you, but it's not like season 1 really establishes the characters. Quite the opposite, as a matter of fact. In season 1, the Wattersons are the most stereotypical sitcom family possible. Neurotic mother that holds the family together by shouting, idiot deadbeat father that's basically an extra child, idiot boys that cause harm to everything that moves, and the sister who is always smarter and more capable than the boys, age be damned. This setup does stick with the show for the entire of its run. Obviously, you can't change that. If you did, it would literally just be starting over. But the Amazing World of Gumball goes a step beyond this, making the stereotypical sitcom family something new and unique. Starting with the obvious, Darwin is an adopted brother. It's cartoony that he was a fish that grew legs, but like him being an adopted brother is a thing that is established and brought up within the show a lot, which is incredibly rare even today. Both Nicole and Richard, the parents, each have issues with their own parents. Richard's father walked out on him when he was a kid, and we get deep into the divide between them as the series goes on. Nicole's parents aren't mentioned as much, but it's clear that they caused just as many problems, just in the opposite direction. Despite this, Gumball never gets melodramatic. The show does have its serious episodes. I reviewed The Choices and The Shell, but there's also The Origins. However, while being super serious, these episodes are never afraid to tell jokes. The first part of The Origins is basically a bunch of fish dying, which is morbidly hilarious. The comedy and the serious almost never take away from each other. I think the only time they really flubbed it was in The Parents, that tried to retcon things from a much better episode into a joke. As we learn in The Choices, Nicole's parents never showed up to her wedding. That's tragically heartbreaking, and it makes for a great episode. Oh, but no, they actually wanted to come, even though that's completely out of character for Nicole's parents. They just thought that RSVP meant some random town in Russia. Do you think that Mary named Nicole Doctor because she thought that that's actually how it worked? Like, if you're named Doctor, you actually just become a doctor, like this is friendship is magic? As the series goes on, we learn more and more about the actual lives of these characters, and the show becomes something very real. Which is interesting because it's very much not real. You have to remember, this show is not called Gumball, it's called The Amazing World of Gumball. And the world of The Amazing World of Gumball is very much a character of its own. Literally. And I don't mean the Earth with googly eyes. Bigger spoilers from here on out. We're gonna get a little bit meta, because The Amazing World of Gumball is a television show. Like, no duh, obvious. But as the series goes on, the concept becomes that the show is a television show. And I don't mean like The Truman Show where the characters are characters unknowingly in a television show. I mean the world is a television show in universe. This starts becoming apparent in the season 2 episode, The Job. The lazy slob Richard, who never does anything, actually gets a job. It's a standard sitcom plot. We've seen this 1,000 times on The Simpsons alone, where Homer and Marge get some new career or another. But status quo says that by the end of the episode, or the start of the next one, Homer's gonna be back at the nuclear power plant, and Marge is gonna be a homemaker. Now and forever. And it usually happens because of some stupid forced plot point. In The Amazing World of Gumball, if Richard ends the episode still delivering pizzas, the universe literally breaks. Like, literally, because it breaks the laws of this show's reality. What starts as a couple of jokes or meta premises rapidly becomes like the show's actual lore by the time we get to the Void. The Void is a place where all of the mistakes of the universe are shoved, including characters who didn't have a place in the universe. If you're familiar with television tropes, you know this Void is a thing that actually happens. Maybe it's just because I'm a television and storytelling nerd at this point, but I find all of this like super clever, because it's stealthy sometimes. The Vegging is probably my favorite example of this. It asks the question, what if our main characters tried to do nothing for an episode?
I'm waiting.
And this one actually comes up with a competent answer. The answer is that the universe is going to force something to happen because otherwise there wouldn't be a story. From reruns to main character syndrome, The Amazing World of Gumball explores it all. And the best part about all of this is that it never really gets over-involved. While there is continuity, you could watch the episodes in just about any order that you wanted. And while you'd lose some of the luster, they're all just as funny and interesting. Although Season 6 throws a wrench into that because it does start planning something bigger, the biggest threat that a television show can face: cancellation. It's still in the background, but there's clearly an apocalyptic threat that's bubbling out there, and it's made clear that it will be devastating. This all culminates in the Season 6 finale, which I had so much to say about that I made it its own video last year. So consider that a companion piece to this one. Long story short, I liked it. A lot. On rewatching it for this project. But the general consensus was that general audiences did not like the finale, because it ended on a cliffhanger. And for 5 years, Gumball was completely silent. Now, if you're just joining us, you know that The Amazing World of Gumball has had a comeback. At this point in time, I have not seen a single episode from it because I consider it its own separate show and I did not want it to affect this review. Especially because I made this entire review before we knew if and when this thing was actually coming out. True, that might make this review seem a little bit unfinished, but when I watched this show, it also seemed a little bit unfinished. Beyond the ending and the show's revival, I do find The Amazing World of Gumball a truly amazing show. It is probably my favorite comedy in the entire lineup. The only one that comes close that really challenges it is seasons 1 and 2 of Dexter's Lab, and I go back and forth on which one I like more. I think I would give the leeway to Amazing World of Gumball simply because it does have more episodes. That's a really big advantage, but it really is one of my favorites. I have seen a lot of hate aimed at Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. Actually, that's an understatement. I don't think I've heard anything good said about this show from anyone. I've heard it called Problem Solvers Without the Seizures. And you'd better believe that when it was originally airing, I got requests to review this one all the time. So, I went into Secret Mountain Fort Awesome with just about as low expectations as you could possibly have. So in a way, I guess it's kind of understandable that I didn't entirely hate this one. Although I probably will get the name of it wrong by the end of this review. So what are we dealing with here? Secret Mountain Fort Awesome is about 5 reprehensible monsters known as the Disgustoids. They live deep in the titular mountain where they must reside because they've been ostracized by humanity. And humanity is just as physically disgusting as any of them. So Secret Mountain Fort Awesome is a gross out show, and its failure has actually been attributed to why they don't make so many gross out shows anymore. At least not to this extent. I will say, if I did this review back in 2014, you better believe that I would have gone all out on yelling at this thing and talking it down like I did with King Star King. And like King Star King, I probably would have regretted doing that as time went on. I should be upfront so there is no confusion. I do not like Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. I'm never going to watch the show again after I edit this video, and I'll probably never want to see clips of it again either. As a hater, take it from someone who knows. This one is nothing worth complaining about. The genre gets so much worse, and putting this in the same league as Problem Solvers is quite frankly incorrect and an insult. And by a strange set of circumstances, it looks like I'm gonna have to be the one to muster up some kind of defense for Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. So let's do it. Point 1, Secret Mountain Fort Awesome actually knows something called art direction. All too often, the genre is just gross for the sake of it, throwing in as much as possible without any kind of control or restraint. You know, vomit, booger, shit, more and more and more and more. Secret Mountain Fort Awesome actually doesn't do that. It's very controlled. I don't want to say that the show is smart, it's not, but it's smarter than just the more trap that these shows often fall into. A lot of resource material says that it owes its style to underground comics, but that's never what I felt watching the show. What Secret Mountain Fort Awesome reminds me most of is metal music videos or metal album covers. And that definitely fits in because the composer of the show is Mike Conti, a member of a metal band. And the character designs are something that I'd imagine a metalhead would doodle. The show is very gross, but the aesthetic that they've gone with kind of numbs you to the worst of it. You know, you expect what you're getting, and as such, the art style actually forgives a lot. What also helps is that this show, unlike so many of its contemporaries, has jokes where the punchline isn't just gross. For example, we have an episode where one of the Disgustoids thinks that some of the townspeople were turning his friends into pie due to very forced evidence, and when he calls them out on it, they're all like, "What the fuck, dude?" Of course, a lot of the humor is still lowbrow. One of the characters' fart is literally made of butts. That's not ambiguous or anything, he is butts, and he farts a lot. However, the joke doesn't just stop at a character made of butts. The joke is that he's the smartest and most civilized of all of the Disgustoids. I get that it's not much, but it is more effort than I was expecting the show to put in. I don't know if I should be ashamed or anything, but some of the episodes legitimately did make me laugh. Okay, yes, I should be ashamed by that, but some of the episodes did make me laugh. A lot more did make me cringe, though. There is a lot of feet stuff in the show, and there's a lot of pus that is, strangely white. I don't need to tell you what that looks like, you know what that looks like. Honestly, the stuff in the show is very strange to see on a kid's network. You know, between episodes of Steven Universe and Amazing World of Gumball. Like, back to the Pie episode, that one strongly hints towards cannibalism and goes full in on the horror aspect. It was an episode of the Walking Dead video game is what I'm saying. And while there have always been gross out shows on Kids Network, Secret Mountain Fort Awesome does still feel out of place. Does it really look like it belongs here next to its contemporaries? No. This show is something that would be much more at home on Adult Swim in between Metalocalypse and Assy McGee. Or it might have even fit a lot better on MTV. This one does remind me of a lot of their cartoons. And honestly, if it was shown like anywhere else, it might have gotten a bit of a following. Because I do think that it's better than a lot of shows in this genre. I certainly like this way more than The Brothers Grunt. The plots can be really stupid, but I don't think that I'd call them bad. One episode is actually a parody of the Jim Henson movie Labyrinth, complete with parodies of David Bowie songs.
Oh, you guys are the bros. The bros with the style. The style that Wheelock doesn't need. I gave Wheelock 10 minutes to come find you.
And honestly, they got some pretty good impressions. Honestly, I was just taken aback that Secret Mountain Fort Awesome parodied Jim Henson's Labyrinth. And I think they did it just as the movie was getting reevaluated in the public consciousness. It was still fairly obscure at the time. Most of the plots do feel like drug trips on some level. The humans won't let the Disgustoids have any fun on the beach in one episode, so they steal the sun, and then old people act like zombies to get the sun back, and so Bestro eats it. It sounds like a lot of nonsense, and it is. But there does tend to be a decent through line of internal logic, like a cartoon is supposed to have. It's surreal, but it's surreal in the right way, I think. It's more than just nonsense or random events is what I'm saying. I actually didn't hate the characters either. Like I said before, Fart is very studious and well-classed, and just having that kind of character at all in a show like this does make it stand out. Guilok is a tech nerd who spends a lot of time on the computers and inventing stuff. And honestly, if I was into this kind of show, I might be able to find these characters very endearing. As I said before though, I'm not into this kind of show. And if you're not into the genre at all, this probably still isn't going to be the one that wins you over. If you don't like gross stuff, you're not going to be happy here. And so now this review is in this kind of weird place that's probably a disappointment for everyone. Like, there are people who have been wanting me to tear this one apart for like a decade now. And being as fair as I can, there's no way that I can actually do that. On the other side, you have people who actually like this genre, and hate that I ever talk about it at all, saying that I just don't get it. And they're right, I don't. I do not understand the appeal of this kind of stuff. And who knows, what I find redeeming about this one might be why it wasn't very popular when it was airing. This show is gross and crude and ugly, but that is kind of the point. I understand it'd be silly for me to criticize it for that, but even in that realm, I've had much more painful experiences. This is not Mega Babies. But at the same time, I can understand that these specific designs made you personally retch. They do look off-putting. They are Disgustoids after all. For some people, it doesn't matter what the Buttman does or acts like. It's the fact that there's a Buttman at all that makes the show awful. For what it's worth, the guy who made the show apparently isn't too fond of it on hindsight. At the very least, he's much more proud of his other work, Uncle Grandpa. I think that's the biggest noteworthy thing of Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. Uncle Grandpa actually debuted in an episode of the show, but he'll get his spotlight in his own review. I don't have much to say about that here. If you want my honest opinion on this one, the only criticism that I really have is that I shouldn't really be talking about the show at all. Here, at least. The biggest sin of Secret Mountain Fort Awesome is how misplaced it is. This feels like a High Guardian Spice pitching it to Crunchyroll kind of thing. That show did not belong on Crunchyroll. This show doesn't belong on Cartoon Network. And I say that knowing that CN has a wide variety of genres and styles. But unlike literally any other show in the lineup, I can see so many better networks for this one. I get the strategy when your creator is to just pitch it to everyone and hope someone picks it up, but I think this is an example of why that can be a bad idea. I can't make any guarantees, but I'd bet you dollars to donuts that if this was airing on Adult Swim or MTV or something like that, it probably would have gotten more than 2 seasons. The only reason that it was on the network proper is because of their stupid experiment to date. This was another of those early 2010 shows when Cartoon Network was trying to age up their programming and combine Adult Swim with their regular network stuff. They weren't doing it by making more complex plots or deeper storytelling. They essentially wanted to make Adult Swim shows for kids. That's Robotomy, that's Problem Solvers, and that's Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. If you missed out on the Robotomy review, my opinion is it didn't work because it's a stupid idea that should have never been attempted. Kids can definitely appreciate the weirder side of animation. Ren and Stimpy was a huge hit after all. But when you're making a show like this appropriate for kids and a more censorious time, you kinda neuter what the appeal of the show is in general. Like I said, I was surprised in some episodes how far this show went, being on a kid's network. And even with that being said, it still didn't go that far. It is just one that is restrained by its network. I get that this review is all over the place, but sometimes that's kind of how it is. The verdict here is that I didn't have an awful time with Secret Mountain Fort Awesome, but yeah, I'll probably never be seeing it again. And yeah, it is nowhere near Problem Solvers. Thank God, I was actually kind of worried. I have a lot of respect for Steven Universe. Like or dislike it, you have to admit that the show had an ambition that very few others could match, especially for a Western cartoon primarily aimed at children. When it came out in 2013, there were very few other shows like it domestically. It decided to tell us the story of an intergalactic war where space rocks fought over control of the Earth, all through the eyes of a 13-year-old boy, the son of the leader of the rebellion, who sacrificed herself to bring him into being. It wanted to take a more serious look at storytelling and animation than we usually got here. For us to really understand Steven Universe, we need to remember the context of when it came out. 2013 was a wildly different landscape for Western animation. There were shows here in the States that did tell continual, ongoing stories, and had heavy-dealing subject matter. Avatar: The Last Airbender is the go-to example, but even with standout examples, they were still rare. Shows that are primarily pointed to in this category either hadn't come out yet, like Star vs. the Forces of Evil, or really just starting to dig into their true potential, like Adventure Time. There was Gravity Falls, but like I said, it was still rare and only a handful of examples can be found. At the time, it really felt like there was truly nothing else like Steven Universe. It was special. And even today, I want to say that there is nothing else truly like Steven Universe, for both good and ill. It's a unique show, having some amazingly unique, beautiful components. But it has problems that I have never seen in any other show that I have ever watched, animated or live action, from any era. This review will have spoilers up front, and a lot of them, because I don't think that you could talk about Steven Universe without talking about its ending and everything leading up to it. And I want to give a full disclosure. This was the first time that I had watched Steven Universe in its entirety, but I already did know about the more controversial plot points going in. I knew that Rose was Pink Diamond and she faked her shattering. I knew that it ended with some kind of redemption for the other 3 diamonds. So, let's talk about it. The only real question is, where do we even start? If you've been on the internet in the past half-decade or so, you've probably seen hours-long videos about Steven Universe, and even longer videos responding to them and rebutting them. If Friendship is Magic wasn't your introduction to fandom discourse, it's safe to say that Steven Universe was. And if you are versed in said discourse, a lot of what I'm going to be talking about you probably heard before. Because I do need to start with one of the most common complaints, because it'll be distracting if I don't. The animation. The animation of Steven Universe is incredibly inconsistent. You can make so many compilations of animation errors, characters changing sizes from scene to scene, very uncanny expression work. I know this because many people have done just that. As far as I understand it, Steven Universe is unique in that it doesn't have model sheets. When the show was sent to Korea, the animators copied the storyboards verbatim, basically. This was done intentionally to preserve the style of the original artists. And of course, this was one of the big battles of the formerly mentioned online discourse. People feel really strongly about the show's animation, to the point that some people don't care at all, and for other people, it completely ruins the show. The strategy that Steven Universe used is a double-edged sword. This method of doing things is very useful for more slapstick, comedic animation. As much respect that Tex Avery gets, Looney Tunes wouldn't be what it is if he did literally every single short in history. Different styles give different experiences. Going off-model can lead to heightened comedic payoffs. Episodes like Kindergarten Kid wouldn't be nearly as good or funny if Steven Universe stuck to more traditional animation methods. The problem is that as the show goes on, it gets much more story-focused. It concentrates more on its emotional beats. And when things look off-model or inconsistent, it can distract from the more impactful, important moments. We should not be getting Looney Tunes expressions when Steven is learning about the dark truth about his mother. Size and consistency removes cinematic tools from your chest. When Steven can be just any size you want him to be, you can't angle the camera in a way to make him look small in a shot to communicate vulnerability, because there really is no sense of comparison. It's a problem that I really started noticing in Season 2, and I will say that it never does quote-unquote ruin the show, but some of the expressions do make it hard to take serious moments seriously. Yellow Diamond gets the worst of this. It's like every time that she emotes, it's meant to be a Tumblr meme or a forum weapon. When the animation does get it right, it's got a really unique art style. It uses a lot of pastels and creates an environment that is very uniquely Steven Universe. Any of these set pieces just scream Steven Universe, and the fantastical settings that were given always look interesting and inspiring. The character designs for the main characters all look really great. Generally speaking, cartoons come in 2 flavors. You have script-driven shows. These are things like BoJack Horseman or The Simpsons. Their focus is on telling a story, and almost anything with an ongoing narrative comes from this. They start with a script, and they get that right before moving on to any other step. Alternatively, you have storyboard-driven shows. These do not start with a script. They might have some bullet points or an outline of things that they want to happen in the episode, but other than that, they start by drawing what they want shown. This is the basis for almost every comedic-focused cartoon that you've ever seen. SpongeBob, Ren and Stimpy, Ed, Edd and Eddy. Steven Universe is a storyboard-driven cartoon that so desperately wanted to be a script-driven one. and as such, it has these bizarre issues that I have never seen before. I liked most of the episodes that I watched individually. The only real exception was any episode focusing on Onion because he's the worst creative idea that's ever been on the network. But episodes like the aforementioned Kindergarten Kid, Kiki's Pizza Delivery Service, Too Short to Ride, or Steven's Birthday, they're all fine, interesting plots on their own. And in an episodic show where nothing matters, there would be no problem whatsoever. However, this is a show that wanted to have an ongoing narrative where things actually matter. Simply put, Steven Universe is a horribly unfocused show. Season 1, I think, had the best pacing. We're introduced to new characters and concepts slowly, and there's a building threat with Peridot, Lapis, and Jasper that gets mostly resolved in the season finale, but it still leaves enough to grow and continue from. Then we get to Season 2. Lapis and Jasper fuse at the bottom of the ocean in what amounts to a ticking time bomb. But that's not important. We gotta have Jamie fall in love with Garnet and let him down gently. We gotta see Ronaldo's documentary. Help Sadie finally say that she doesn't want to sing in the talent show. And this only gets worse when the cluster is properly introduced. The cluster is an alien geoweapon. It's established that at virtually any moment it could form and destroy the world at any second. This is a great concept for the concept of Steven Universe. It has great tension, and it has the potential to lead to a fantastic climax of the season. However, Steven's birthday is in this season, and that episode is one of the most baffling ideas for an episode that I have ever seen in my life. So they're working on this drill to stop a monster that, I repeat, could destroy the world at literally any moment. This is what the show itself said. Nah, let's put that off for an episode. We could celebrate Steven's birthday. Let me put it this way. There's a specific name for this specific trope. It's a birthday, not a break. Just because Steven is having a birthday doesn't mean that the danger goes away. This episode is stupid. And Steven says something in the following episode.
Why did we stop working on the drill? Why are they just sitting there looking at nothing?
We worked hard and we deserve to take it easy for a little bit. Working hard is important, but feeling good is important too.
Not when the world is about to die, Steven. Why is the show acting like Peridot is in the wrong here? She's not. This attitude is infuriating, and this is the attitude that the show holds until damn near the end. The show wants to do so much, but it can never prioritize. Why is the episode where they actually go to fight the cluster the start of Season 3? That's a season finale, not a season premiere. Alright, birthday. Kiki is having bizarre pizza dreams. That's more important than finding Jasper, I guess, because Kiki is literally only relevant to this one episode in the entire show, and Jasper is just a main antagonist threat. Season 5 is the worst for this problem. We spend so much time on Lars finding his place in the universe with the off-color gems, and getting some kind of redemption. But it results in nothing, because Lars and his buddies don't make it to the finale, and so the finale is over. So every moment we spend with them is just pointless. And it's not like the show didn't have time. That's what kills it. The Sadie Killer arc gets a lot of hate, which is unfair. It should get a ton more hate. It is a pointless waste of time that does not matter. And that's not even the worst of this problem. Dewey loses. I'm sorry, Dewey wins. Who gives a shit about Mayor Dewey, especially so far into the show? Steven and Connie have a fight, kinda. Steven's priority in this episode is not trying to help Connie or resolve this. No, he holds off on this to try and help Mayor Dewey get reelected. Once again, Mayor fucking Dewey. Steven Universe had 160 episodes. Having things that were not resolved while wasting time on shit like this is not excusable here. It's either an irresponsible lack of focus, or a sense of ambition that should have been curbed at the start. Writers actually have a term for this. It's called kill your darlings. It means it doesn't matter how much you as a creator love the episodes and ideas about Steven fretting about not aging normally, or Kiki having pizza nightmares. If it's not relevant to the story, you cut it. Because this is the end result of what happens when you don't. It also doesn't help that the show's darlings aren't quite darling. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion, but all of the townies suck. All of them. I'm not talking about Greg or Connie, their main characters, but literally everyone else. Sadie's first spotlight showed that she has a hard time saying how she actually feels to Lars and keeps bearing it down. Then she keeps him stranded on an island because apparently that's a cure for burnout in her world. After you do that, I don't give a damn about her quest to find herself and join a rock band. I don't care about Mayor Dewey. He is the most stereotypical bad politician that I've ever seen. Onion is completely unlikable and I hate every second that he's on screen. Lars' pre-redemption is not better. Buck Dewey's first and only spotlight has him laughing at Steven's art, and then I'm supposed to care about him at any point afterwards. And the less said about Ronaldo, the better. The townies are either at this level of annoying, or are just completely pointless. Why does Kiki exist at all? What's the point of Petey? And yeah, I guess that it helps the identity of Beach City if all of these people have names and faces. but they don't need spotlights. This is not Simpsons. They're irrelevant to the intergalactic plot, and thus should be irrelevant to the show's plot. The other half of this is, it's not what we have that's the issue, it's what we don't. Lapis Lazuli is a character that can be hard to like. She was hurt badly, and she lashes out. And that's generally all that we see of her. Until the end, where her development and those more sunshiny redeeming moments could have, I guess, happened off screen. I think the biggest microcosm of this problem is Connie's sword. For most of the show, she uses Ro's weapon until it breaks. Then in the finale, Bismuth almost randomly gives her a new and cool upgraded one that she barely gets to use. I don't think it's actually ever even used in an actual fight. It'd actually be funny if it was trying to be funny. The direct point of comparison here is Avatar: The Last Airbender. We have an episode where Sokka's having a crisis of identity, and this leads to him being trained, improved, and eventually crafting a sword out of a meteor. It's one of his most memorable spotlights, and it leads to a stronger character and a stronger world. A fighter's connection with their weapon is important, and Avatar really does understand it, and it only costs one episode. It might be a cheap shot to compare any show, even Steven Universe, with the best of the business, but here's the rub. Steven Universe could have gone toe-to-toe with the best of the business. In some areas, the show's ambition pays off in spades. It has so many emotional, hard-hitting beats. Learning about Amethyst's past on the Run, and how Peridot's words really rub her in Too Far. Steven drifting alone in space in Bubbled, one of the most introspective episodes I've seen in any show ever. I'm not usually a fan of the fake-out death. I put it as #1 on the worst animation tropes a few years back, so it impressed me that Steven Universe actually made it work here. Bringing Lars back to life, hell, even redeeming Lars, who I was so ready to just throw in the bin. The highs of the show are phenomenal. All the emotions that Steven is forced to go through as he puts together who his mother really was, the pieces are all here. Every bit of Ruby and Sapphire's relationship as Garnet is fantastic. Honestly, the entire concept of fusion in general. It requires the characters to really understand each other, and it gives a deep development and introspective to all the people who are actually fucking relevant. It's a shame that Stephen Garnet and the Stephen Pearl fusions were only given brief cameos at the very end that barely did anything. Could you imagine Steven getting to know Pearl on the level that he'd gotten to know Connie or Amethyst? But we didn't have time for that to happen. We had to have Kiki's pizza dreams. Kill your darlings. When the show is on point, it feels like the universe is in Steven's hand. You want to do horror? What kind? We got body horror with Cat Fingers, psychological horror with Rose's Room, or just plain old horror with Nightmare Hospital. All a masterclass on how to do each of them. You want a phenomenal fight scene where all of the animation and beats of action are great? Look no further than the finale. Oh, you want a great action scene with a song? Sure, why not? Don't know why they're parodying an Undertale song, but I dig it! Speaking of which, I can't think of a song from the show that I really don't like. The Comet song is great. Here Comes the Thought is super important to me as someone with OCD. I don't know how they made a ringtone work as a song, but full disclosure, they really did. This review may seem harsh, but it's these moments of greatness as to why I am so harsh. I'll say it as simply as I could. Steven Universe is too good to have a character like Onion. Creators of the show are too smart and talented to have a character like Ronaldo. Episodes like Steven's Birthday only happen when you're caught up in a whirlwind of creativity and you don't say no to literally any idea that you have. And I want to make it clear, Steven's Birthday, taken on its own, is actually a very heartwarming and complicated and interesting episode. The problem is that you don't give a shit about any of its complications because the world could literally explode at any second. And that describes too many episodes of the show. I just want Zuko to burst in and start throwing fireballs at everyone to get them to take serious shit seriously. Because I brought it up, Season 3 of Avatar did have Lower Deck episodes that can be described as filler, most notably Ember Island Players. And it's not a problem in that show, because time is not an element that the heroes could control. The battle was slated for a specific date, the day of Sozin's Comet, and there was nothing the heroes could do to make that happen faster. When the cluster gets defeated was always entirely and 100% in the Crystal Gem's control, so every moment that they do not spend trying to defeat it is another moment that the Earth is at risk. Especially because it seems hinted that the signs of the cluster emerging are only like hours apart from each other. This all culminates in the finale. Beat for beat, it's everything that you should want in a finale, except for Greg for some reason, who isn't in it at all for I don't know. The stakes have never been higher. We are finally dealing with a villain who is only rarely seen. Everyone gets something to do. The action, once again, is on point, and it answers just about literally every question that you could have. We get to see a bunch of new fusions that we'd wondered about. However, it's let down by everything that's around it. Lars should have made it here. We should have gotten Connie's sword half a season ago. Bismuth should have been more integrated into the cast by then. The only new fusion that should have been in the episode was Obsidian 2.0, and the denouement of the series should have been 5 episodes and not 5 minutes. Also, you really should have found something for Greg to do. Seriously, easy answer, rally up the human zoo people again. The pieces are all there, but so much of the show feels like a shattered gem. Maybe not an abomination, but something crying out that wants to be so much more. Steven Universe is one of the most frustrating shows that I've ever seen. Not because it's bad or annoying or whatever, but simply because it could have been one of the best of all time. There's a lot of talk if Steven was right to forgive the diamonds in the end, if talking down the cluster made any sense at all, if it would have been right to shatter Pink Diamond. And while I do have my own opinions that I am still digesting, that's not important here. The important thing is that people are asking the questions at all. This isn't something that's normal for a show that's aimed at children. And I don't mean that in a bad way. People argue if a show or whatever is good or bad. Is this Family Guy episode really all that bad? Or, you know, they might theorize about some of the questions left up in the air. Who really is Pearl's mom in SpongeBob? But debating the philosophical merits that a show is posing, that is something that only happens on the rarest of occasions, and only for shows that are very special, flawed or not. Steven Universe is a show worth talking about for hours and hours, because it's a show that's worth thinking about for hours and hours. So, what's the final verdict here? Honestly, I don't know. I like the show. A lot in the end. And because I like the parts I like so much, I really don't like the parts that I don't. When I think of another story-driven cartoon that I like, if there's 1 or 2 elements that I don't think got enough focus, I ask myself, what episodes would I give up to further expand on those elements? And you might get 1 or 2 easy answers, like anyone would give up Roadside Attraction in Gravity Falls to further explore the relationship between Dipper and Pacifica. But you usually only get a few easy ones, at most, before you're making some really hard, really painful cuts. And even when you get to that point, you usually don't want the thing you're asking for that bad. When it comes to Steven Universe, I can think of many integral things that I so severely want, and dozens of episodes that I would give up to make those things happen. And I can absolutely see that being the kind of thing that would kill the show for someone, even more than annoying characters or sometimes wonky animation. On the other hand, I can see people easily ignoring all of that and just enjoying the ride. Steven Universe is a show that is so much more based on emotion than logic, and how you feel about it is more important than how you think about it. And if you can feel the ride, it might be your favorite show of all time. There is plenty of reason for it to be. As for me, I'll put it as best I can. I wish I could say that Steven Universe was one of my favorites of all time. With Seeing Real, I have been trying to be as charitable and understanding of each and every show that I come across. Even if I don't like them, I have at least been trying to ask why someone might, and muster up some sort of praise for even things that I find abhorrent in some way. The problem with doing that is that you eventually run out of patience. If you're wondering, Mixels is the last third-party production done by Cartoon Network Studios. The Mixels are a Lego toy line spin-off, similar to Bionicle, in the Bizarro world. They're not as cool or fun or interesting, and they don't have the mountain of lore or care of quality that Bionicle does. The premise is that there are separate tribes of Mixels, and they have the ability to fuse together using candy-colored stones called cubits, and fighting off the Nixels, black and white creatures that are devoid of creativity. And you could buy literally everything you see here for an exorbitant price at your local toy retailer. Mixels is not a cartoon, it is a series of toy commercials. Like, you could say that about anything that's based on a toy, yes, like Transformers Animated, My Little Pony Friendship's Magic, Ninja Turtles. Mixels is a series of shorts that played in between the real shows, focusing on how cool these goddamn toys are. And while they never outright state, go buy these things, they do just about everything short of that to get your toddler begging for Mixels the next time you go to Walmart. I say toddler because I doubt that anyone over the age of 3 would get anything out of any of this animation. And even with that in mind, this is the last thing that you should let your toddler watch. I started this out wanting to be nice, but the more and more I watched, the more that I wanted to die. And suddenly I didn't want to be nice to the show anymore. And then I wanted to be very, very mean. And now I am going to be very, very mean. In the past couple of years, you might have been hearing people online complain about something called brain rot. Videos with bright colors, loud voices, super hyper editing, and being overstimulating. Basically just programmed to keep a very little kid watching as long as possible without them really thinking. As in, it's specifically designed to be addictive for kids to watch. and as you might expect, YouTube Kids is infested with this stuff. Now, the jury is currently out on how bad this stuff actually is for your kid. As in, at present, we're in the doctors don't know babies feel pain stage. Technically speaking, there's really only theories leaning towards, yes, obviously this is all bad for your kids and you're stupid to assume that this isn't harmful to some degree. Don't let your kids stare at a tablet all day and night. Mixels has two differences from YouTube brain rot. One, it's on the TV and not on YouTube. And two, its intention is to get your kid to want to buy toys instead of merely keep watching. The fact that the show is mixed in with other commercials should hint to its very real intentions. I don't just dislike Mixels, I object to its very existence. And I find it harmful in its very existence. I also found Problem Solvers harmful, but as much as I hated that show, I don't think that its creators intended to cause eye strain and migraines. This show very much has one particular goal, to manipulate toddlers into wanting to buy toys through slop content. Mixels is hyperactive in ways that even the most fast-paced shows before this just weren't. It's not like OKKO or Mighty Magiswords. This is the kind of thing where after you're done watching, you feel drained of energy and actually need to get your bearings. The show is constantly throwing noise at the audience because it can't afford even 1 second of silence, or it might lose the retention it's trying to steal. The bright, vibrant colors try to mesmerize you into some kind of trance, and while watching, you just feel your brain fall into mush. Mixels is far from the only cartoon to try and sell toys, I am well aware of this. But this is one of the few of the modern era that doesn't even seem to pretend to be trying to do literally anything else. Compare Mixels to Bionicle. Yeah, it's still about buying the toys, but the world of Bionicle actually has a ton of lore, and there is so much meticulous thought placed into that world. The Lego Movie also exists, its intention is also to sell Legos, and it has the silly humor that it needs to appeal to its target demo, but at the same time, the movie tells a very real, poignant story about creativity and conformity. Honestly, even back in the 1980s when everything was there to sell toys, My Little Pony, G.I. Joe, He-Man, Ninja Turtles, they all at least attempted to tell stories? Because these are all shorts, Mixels does not have much room for that. The first one is about one of the characters, they have names but I don't care about them, wanting to get a fusion of a coconut and an apple. The solution is to fuse. In every single episode, fusion is either the solution or the joke. I was going to make a Steven Universe joke in this review, but I couldn't even put in the effort, I give such a little shit. There is less than 3 hours of content here, and I felt dizzy when I stopped watching it, and it is my job to watch bad animation. I might consider this the worst cartoon of the whole lineup, if I considered it a cartoon at all. It's not a cartoon, it's a commercial. And I suppose that I should bring this up because if I don't, other people are going to bring it up. In Season 2, this show did become full 22 minutes. There are 4 episodes of Season 2. 2 of them aired per year. And really, nothing else about the show changed. It's still just as annoying and obnoxious. Just 22 minutes. So it's 11 times as unbearable. It's not even the best animated Lego commercial. 12 years ago, Lego released a 17-minute animated short about their story, and it's like really good for no reason. Honestly, I'm just really disappointed by the Lego brand in this production. They're usually so much better about their sponsored content. I mean, the show did go all in on its voice actor department until they started using like a literal 5-year-old in Season 2 because, once again, YouTube Kids! But between their games, their movie, Lego is one of those franchises that usually puts so much care in their adapted media. And Mixels is the second biggest crime of the Lego brand, second only to their prices, which have gone up 20 bajillion% for no reason. If you're just joining us, like a decade ago I put Clarence on my list of shows that I'll never review, and after that I thought that I never have to think about it ever again. But much to my surprise, it turned out to be one of Cartoon Network's most long-running shows of the 2010s. And as time went on, a lot of people wondered what my thoughts were on it altogether. Truth be told, because of the Skylar Page thing, I avoided watching the show entirely until I absolutely could not avoid doing so anymore for this specific marathon, this July. Here's what I observed as an outsider. Despite getting like 150 episodes across 3 very long seasons, people did not like the show when it was originally being aired. Hence, people were constantly asking me to review episodes from the show, even after I said I'd never talk about it. Even more so after the controversy, and people had no qualm saying exactly what they felt about Clarence. However, in more recent years, people have been giving the show a re-evaluation, and coming to the conclusion that, yeah, Clarence is pretty okay. I kind of feel that I made a mistake in how I treated the show in the past, and this review is going to disappoint a lot of you who are defending the show, because this is not going to be a kind review, at all. This is going to be the meanest review of the entire lot. I should have reviewed this show a bunch as animated atrocities because I would have reviewed this a lot. I'll come right out and say it. I find Clarence unbearable. Like, it's really, really bad. Like, it's a contender for one of the worst of the 2010s cartoons. Maybe not number one, but it is firmly in the I literally cannot see how anyone could ever like this show category. Let's just try and make this as painless as possible. Starting with what gave me an immediate negative reaction, the art style. There's no two ways around this. This show is fucking ugly. Not just ugly, fucking ugly. It doesn't give out seizures like Halloween candy, so by default it's not the problem solvers. But in watching through all of the CN shows, all of them, this was the second hardest to look at. This show looks like someone who really hated the 2010s common art styles and wanted to make a point, so they exaggerated all of the worst traits of it, from the gross rounded teeth to the blobs that look more like Rorschach tests than actual character designs. Whenever someone emotes in the show, it's just the worst possible way of showcasing that expression. Everyone's pupils are these, like, beady black voids. The character designs are confusing at best. Like, it's a fandom meme that Jeff looks like Steve from Minecraft because he's a blockhead. Literally. And because him and the people who are related to him are the only ones with that head shape, he sticks out like a sore thumb. I know that main characters are supposed to some extent, but this feels like he's just in the wrong fucking show. The only cohesion in the art style is the lack of cohesion. Benson looks like he belongs in the Muppets instead of a Cartoon Network cartoon. Nathan belongs in Dilbert. Percy is just a snowman. What are these designs? And it gets especially bad with the background characters used to populate some of these scenes. Some of these designs would probably get you a talking to by HR today. But it even applies to more major characters. Clarence himself. There's an uncanny valley thing going on here, where the design tried so hard to be cute and appealing that it went over a cliff and ended up in like the G3 MLP category. You know, it's the design that's meant to be cute, but because of X, Y, and Z, it ends up like a freaky fever dream you see at 3 a.m. His voice does not help either.
Don't worry, little guy. I'm not gonna squish ya. I'm just here to look.
The voice acting in the show is largely fine. Sumo sounds like he's about to hack something out of his lungs.
But that turned out good for the man because the nurse who treated him became his bride.
But everyone does their job really well, except for the fucking main character. I don't want to say that it comes across as unpleasant, although it can when he's whining and he whines way too much. The problem is that he is so hard to understand. And considering that he's the main character, that's a big problem when I can't understand what he's saying. Let's be fair, maybe it's just me. You try listening to some of his dialogue that's been a while. See if I'm overreacting.
Oh, seriously? But grocery shopping is so boring. Seriously, Mom, I can't think of anything more boring. Cool, I'll just put this away for later then, thank you.
In my opinion, I don't think that the main character should record with a full package of camping marshmallows in their mouth. Aesthetically, Clarence is horrific. Like, it is a design train wreck. And it's one of those shows where I can totally understand people saying they want nothing to do with it just because of how bad it looks. And keep in mind, I'm the guy who likes and defends Wish Fart, which looks like this. And I saw Clarence after watching both Problem Solvers and Secret Mountain Fort Awesome. Now, beauty is only skin deep. We can all see what this looks like, and you don't need me to bring that up, whether you disagree or not. It's the content of the show that you want to hear about. And the big problem with Clarence is that the content mirrors its design. You want to know what the show is about, actually? I mean, on the surface, it looks like a fairly typical cartoon. Our main character and his friends are just hanging out in childhood adventures, getting to know the characters around them. It's not too different from shows like Hey Arnold, Recess, Ed, Edd and Eddy, Craig of the Creek, at least in conception. This is the kind of thing that you're meant to expect going in. What the show is actually about is Clarence breaking shit, annoying people, causing pain, and getting virtually no consequences because he's just that gosh darn quirky. Episode 3 is about Clarence making a mess in an arcade and then leaving with no consequences. Episode 4 is about Clarence making a mess in a supermarket and then leaving with no consequences. Yeah, but that's early on in the series. Maybe they changed up the formula as they went on. Oh, episode 27 is about Clarence and Sumo putting cockroaches in everyone's house. And then the episode ends because no consequences. One episode has Clarence get stiffed 5 minutes at recess, turn into a delinquent, to the point where he, punches someone, and his consequence is getting a recess entirely to himself. By the end of the series, he's flushing keys down a toilet during a storm because he wants everyone to stay in his slumber party, and also breaking into people's houses to overfeed worms and driving his best friend crazy. You know that Goosebumps book, Go Eat Worms? Clarence is the show that goes, maybe doing that to a kid is a good thing and funny and quirky, and it will totally make our main character endearing. Because the lesson of the story is that worms are harmless, and that Jeff should just learn to deal with them despite being terrified of the things. Something that Clarence knows as an objective fact. Whenever Clarence does get any sort of consequences, it's because of the plot and never actually consequences. Like, there's an episode where he gets detention, but the episode goes on to say that detention actually isn't that bad and he actually has a lot of fun there. Clarence is the worst protagonist in the entire lineup. That is my genuine opinion. Baseline watching the show, I feel like I'm watching SpongeBob Season 6. That's baseline. In Clarence's worst appearances, I feel like I'm watching a PSA for family planning. I want to be as clear as I can. His antics go far beyond just childhood naivety. I get a kid making a mess, annoying people, whatever. The flushing the keys was, okay, we're done for the day moment. Even though that was like part 5 out of a 6-parter. And there were a lot of, okay, we're done for the day moments. One episode has Clarence getting the whole school sick because he didn't want to stay home, and everyone loves him for it. Yay, Clarence! Usually, it's like Clarence isn't blamed for anything at all. Like, it's just the thing that he does. Yes, the rain cloud gets things wet, but if that's not infuriating enough, all too often Clarence is getting rewarded for this shit, even if it's only in his own mind. It'd be one thing if the show was like self-aware that Clarence never got into trouble despite being a menace to society. You know, like Rugrats or something, where the babies are sneaking out and the parents are oblivious, but the show is totally aware of that and it treats it as such. But watching the entire show, every single episode, I never once got the feeling that the show thinks that Clarence should have been punished for what he did. Even at the point where he's once again infesting the entire neighborhood with cockroaches. 2 episodes, almost back-to-back, are about Clarence being unable to keep a secret from one of his friends. He reveals that Jeff has an extra toe, a secret that legitimately frightens the kid, but it's all for nothing and no one cares. Then Sumo doesn't want Clarence to reveal that he's in the play. Guess what Clarence does? This is right before the episode where Clarence is literally breaking into someone's home to feed Jeff's worms, by the way. Like, breaking in at night. You know, typical childhood behavior. Honestly, Jeff's treatment in the show is absolutely horrific. And the way the show reacts makes it sound like he really just should be treated this way. A couple episodes before the worms episode, Clarence brings a bunch of bugs into his family home, forcing it to get fumigated. This is the premise of the show. This shit kid constantly causes problems and faces no consequences. Rarely faces consequences, let me be fair. I get that this wouldn't piss off everyone, but if it hits that specific button with you, I can guarantee this will be one of your most hated cartoons of all time. It doesn't help that the show can get really gross too. Like that episode where Clarence got everyone sick. It was actually banned because it was too gross. And that's not even the most gross episode of the show. No, that episode would be too gross for comfort, which is truth in advertising if I ever heard it. All the kids are just passing around the most disgusting, horrible stories they've got, and I'd rather watch Homer eat himself. Sometimes the episodes are about Clarence being warped in his own world in a more harmless way. Like that one episode he gets a stopwatch and thinks that he has powers over time. And I guess you can call it a little bit charming.
Jeff! Jeff! Oh my darling Jeff!
But at Clarence's best, at its absolute best, where it's trying its absolute hardest and tapping into whatever charm it might have deep, deep under the surface, I feel like I'm watching watered-down diet versions of other shows. Like, one of the most lauded episodes of the entire show is when Clarence gets a friend over the phone that he can't see. There's another episode of Craig of the Creek that is that, but like 20 times better. And if you like the show even remotely, Craig of the Creek is the first place that I'd point you towards. Other than that, you've got Recess, Hey Arnold. They all do what Clarence is trying to do so much better without any of its baggage. If I dig really, really deep, I can find maybe a few desperate positives. Clarence takes place in Arizona, and if you live there or have lived there at any point, you could probably relate to a lot of its episodes. You know, you got a lot of desert scenery and the kind of culture that you deal with living in an Arizona suburb. It is a good part of the show's identity, and you don't get much of that state in animation. The show does put a lot of thought into its surrounding cast, and it's definitely a little bit different than you usually get. Chad here is not Clarence's father, but his mother's live-in boyfriend, which is a family arrangement that you usually don't see in animation, even today. Sumo's family is clearly in poverty, and his father has a lot of those redneck traits, but he's not abusive or horrible like you'd expect someone else in that role. And I will admit, every now and again, on a blue moon, the show does get a small laugh. It has the occasional charming moment. You know, there's this kid whose entire existence is a Charlie Brown reference. That's cute and interesting until he pisses on the floor. But even in Clarence's best little moments, and I want to restate, they are little tiny moments. Small veins in a sewage dump. They're a brief reprieve in an ocean of, why am I not watching something so much better? I have no idea how this show got so many episodes, lasted so long, and I don't know why people are reevaluating and seeing something in it. I get that there's no accounting for taste, but anything that you actually like about this show, I could think of 20 other cartoons trying this exact thing and not being held back by an ugly art style, an unbearable protagonist, and burdened down by a behind-the-scenes controversy. And I'll say this for the record. I'm very harsh. The Skylar Page thing has very little to do with how I feel or how harsh I'm being. The full extent of how his behavior affects this review is that he voiced the main character until he was fired, and the future voice actors tried their best to match his original performance and succeeded to their detriment.
I usually just start with stuff like, what you had for breakfast.
That was a mistake, they shouldn't have done that. And because it's Skylar Page's voice, I have absolutely no qualms in saying that it's incredibly bad, unbearable, and he should not have been the voice actor. I'll leave it with this. I know how people react when I say that shows that are perceived as okay or cult classics are, like, actually the worst thing ever. Like, I understand that this review is going to piss people off, so I wouldn't be saying that if I didn't feel so strongly that I never wanted to see the show again, I wouldn't be going so harsh on this. But this is one of those all-time bad shows for me. I never even want to see a screenshot of this again. It's one of those shows that makes me go, maybe this CN Real thing was a mistake, actually. Maybe this Western animation thing was a mistake. And I'm saying this after I watched and marathoned every episode of The Problem Solvers. The show is that horrific to me. The only other one it competes with in being better than is Mixels, because that shouldn't even count for something like this. And another thing, I would have loved it. I would have loved it more than anyone else if this really was this secretly underrated classic that missed out on its fair due. But I think that it got much better than it frankly deserved. It had 130 11-minute episodes. That is a ton. I should know because I still haven't recovered from that. And to be as level as I can, I hate it when that is the conclusion. I don't like uncovering that a show is bad. It's not a fun experience. You might have fun hearing me rant, and to some extent, it is fun ranting about this, but I would have loved a great show, or, barring that, at least an interesting show, more than just 130 episodes of incredible pain. Back in 2014, Over the Garden Wall lit the internet on fire. At least in the cartoon community, whatever it was back in 2014. It was Cartoon Network's first miniseries for the Halloween season, first releasing in November. I got so many requests to talk about this back in the day. But because it seemed like everyone, and I do mean everyone, was talking about this and praising it to high heavens, it kinda gave me a knee-jerk reaction to stay away from the whole thing, even to the point of putting it on the Things I'll Never Review list, which is obviously no longer in effect. Throughout the CN Real marathon, I'm going to be talking about 3 things that were on the list. Despite not watching this until 2025, I actually managed to go into it completely unspoiled. I didn't know anything except the fact that it was about 2 brothers, one dressed as a gnome and one with a teapot on his head, wandering through the spooky woods. Speaking of which, I'm going to at least try to balance spoilers and doing a thorough review for this one. Unlike most of the shows that we're talking about for this marathon, this one has its own continuous story. Sort of, we'll talk about that. It's more analogous to a movie than an episodic show or even a continuity drawn cartoon. Episode 1 is fully fair game though, so at least watch that one before you watch this review, because I'm going to be spoiling episode 1 to hell and back. I did want to say that the best way to view Over the Garden Wall is to go in unspoiled. However, for me personally, I think going in completely blind may have actually harmed my enjoyment of the series a little bit. For one thing, due to its reputation, I was expecting this to be a lot more horror-driven. It is a Halloween or at least an autumn type story. Episode 1 builds onto that impression. We have this creepy wolf creature that you can't entirely identify, a crazy woodsman that you don't know if you're able to trust, and a lot of darkness. It takes after classic fairy tales, like the way they used to be back when they were first documented, like gotta cut grandma out of the wolf's stomach because she was already eaten kind of story. But I'd say that this show goes more often for the strange and mysterious instead of the outright horror. If you go in expecting like Coraline, Gravity Falls, or something like Alma, like I was in a sense, you'll probably be disappointed. One minor spoiler is that there is actually a surprising amount of musical numbers throughout this thing. Like half of the episodes have at least one song, some have two. They're all focused more on establishing the surrealness of the environment instead of creating something spooky. For what it's worth, I do think these songs are really good at building the atmosphere that the show is trying to establish. And I think that's generally one thing the series does extremely well: atmosphere. The backgrounds are so beautifully done. Each set piece is decorated to the brim with all manner of wonderful details that paint the setting perfectly. This is a visually wonderful show, and there was a lot of time put into it clearly. In fact, this may be my visually favorite show of the whole set. The characters are also animated really fluidly, especially with our main characters, Wirt and Gregory. Although when it does come to the human characters that are not Wirt or Gregory, I have to question the art style. This show uses the thin line art style with its characters, which was popularized by Adventure Time and Regular Show, obviously. And while I'm more forgiving on that style than a lot of people are nowadays, I'm not entirely sure how well that style fits with a show that's basically all about its visuals. It works well for our two main characters, but it can kind of look a little bit awkward on the other human characters. One thing that I'm more confident in saying is that I think the episodes should have been 22 minutes instead of 11. The show can be a little bit too fast-paced for its own good, especially in the first half. Episode 2, for example, getting into some deeper spoilers here, Wirt and Greg find this nearly abandoned town, and then they find the townspeople, and then they get punished by the townspeople, and then they learn the townspeople's secret, and then they go on their way. Many times the plot feels very point by point instead of just building up a continuous tension. Like, imagine how much creepier this episode could have been if we got signs of what the pumpkin people were really doing. Little bits of foreshadowing, and it took its time to breathe. Give a good chunk of time to give off hints and build onto the horror. When it comes to weirdness and surrealness, I think the slow approach works a lot better, and all too often I feel we're just being pushed along to the next set piece without letting the previous one really settle in. I get the intention. It makes the show feel a lot more dreamlike, where one scenario just melts into the next without any real comment on the last. But personally, I think it just leaves a lot of potential on the table. And it kind of makes many of the episodes of the first half of the series feel a little bit skippable. As in, you could go from episode 1 to episode 2 to episode 5 and you really wouldn't be lost. This one's a weird one for me because a lot of my complaints are like taste things. I guess we're gonna have to go into heavier spoilers in 3, 2, 1. For example, this series is in media res. We, at a later point, learn why Wirt and Gregory are wandering through the woods via essentially a flashback. I don't understand why they did this. I think if they started with the flashback and told the story in order and actually established the character's dynamic with that backstory at the start, it would make the character's motivation a lot stronger. It would strengthen their arc. When we do learn it, it felt pointless to keep those details a secret. Once again, I get the intention. Wirt and Gregory are in Halloween costumes that don't look like actual Halloween costumes, so it makes them seem more like they're from a fantasy world and wandering through the unknown is something more expected of them. I do understand the intention, but I feel that it would be a lot stronger if it was established right off the bat that these are kids from the real world with lives that we can closely relate to before being thrust into this kind of adventure. Telling the story in order also helps make one of the main arcs a little bit less messy. So Greg. I don't like Greg. Episode 1, he leaves behind candy that lures the monster to the woodsman's house. Episode 2, Wirt sees the village is in one direction. Greg, let's go in the complete opposite direction. Episode 5, he tosses the coins at the fountain for no real reason. Episode 7, he tells the woman that he and Wirt are burglars for no reason. All too often, it makes the show feel like the worst kind of escort mission. Gregory is constantly making the path more difficult. And I get that that's often the comic relief, and while some of his antics are definitely endearing, it's not enough to balance out how frustrating it can be. Where this really becomes a problem is in episode 8, where Wirt outright says that Greg is the reason that they're lost, which at this point in the show is extremely believable. It is too believable. Episode 9, however, reveals that it's a little bit more complicated than that, but learning that truth doesn't make you forget the frustration you had just an episode ago. With episode 9 being the 9th episode, it makes Greg's screw-ups hurt more and more and more. Especially since one of the few things that Greg does that is redeemable at the end of episode 8 turns out to be him getting tricked that just makes the whole situation worse. The arc is kind of messy in and of itself. Episode 1, the woodsman outright says that Greg is Wirt's responsibility. If we had episode 9 first, where Wirt was blaming Greg for the things that weren't really Greg's fault, it makes everything that Greg do feel not okay, but more justified as a morality tale. With episode 9 being almost the last episode, it makes the arc feel so much clunkier. I do want to state for the record that I actually did like this series. The atmosphere alone is enough to make it a watch for any fan of animation. The surreal scenarios, genuine attempts at horror, and the scenes of real tension do make this a series I'm glad that I saw. I mean, one of my complaints is that the episodes are too short, which means that I do want to see more of it. And for what it's worth, I will be seeing it again, just in my own weird little order where everything is in order. Maybe some of these things are just tastes or even nitpicks, and if they are, I'm sorry. But I'm not going to be dishonest with myself or my audience, and I honestly do find the overall narrative a little bit clunky. I hope this isn't, disappointing after a decade of holding this one off. But that is my honest opinion on Over the Garden Wall. I don't know if I'd call it a masterpiece like so many have had, but it is truly unique and special and a must-watch if nothing else. When I was going through the list of what I have to do for Seeing Real, We Bare Bears kind of surprised me. For some reason, it not only had 4 seasons, but over 130 episodes. It wasn't Adventure Time, but it still had one of the highest episode counts in the entire set. Yet from the outside it looked like, this is going to sound way harsher than I intended, but We Bare Bears looked very generic. Typical is probably a more friendly way of stating that. A typical cartoon premise. You know, a cartoon that didn't really have much of a premise, just following the characters on their day-to-day lives. For what it's worth, that largely is the premise of We Bare Bears. The biggest twist on that formula is that We Bare Bears stars bears, who live in a modernized cave out in the woods on the outskirts of San Francisco. But for the most part, they act and live like humans. You know, there's no higher concept here that you'd usually get while watching cartoons this day and age. Like, say, how regular show would have these big reality breakdown climaxes, or how Adventure Time takes place in this fantastical world, or how Gravity Falls has this deep-seated mystery. Like, to be blunt, from an outsider's perspective, We Bare Bears looked very vanilla. Then I watched through the entire series, and as I did, something clicked. My purview of the show wasn't exactly wrong. It is a very vanilla cartoon, but in the end, I think that might be why it's one of the best cartoons of the 2010s. And that's going to take a little bit of explaining. But first, let's take a look at what we actually got here beyond the buzzwords. We Bare Bears stars 3 brother bears. Ha ha ha, no. Who, as I said, live in a cave in a forest just outside of San Francisco. And that's largely it, that's largely the show. None of the bears even have a job for more than an episode. That's the kind of thing we're dealing with here. It's a slice of life show, and those live or die based on their characters. And that's where We Bare Bears really does shine. It has a very 2010s way of making characters, where you're not thinking of archetypes. The main 3 bears don't fall neatly into one of those. The closest is Ice Bear. He's the quiet guy who only speaks when necessary and has a lot of hidden depths. Kinda like Fur from Phineas and Ferb. But what makes the characters in We Bare Bears so special is that each of them has these subtle little nuances. There are things that can come across as gags, like how Ice Bear is really skilled with axes or sleeps in the fridge, but there are other little tidbits, like how he can speak Korean, or how he's a very skilled chef. The characters have those little spices. It applies to all of them. Grizz is technically speaking the leader, and is the oldest brother, but at least in the modern episodes, not so much in the Baby Bear episodes, Grizz doesn't really come across as the I tell everyone what the deal is character. And I really do like that. Most of the subtle nuances, though, come through with Panda. He's definitely the most adverse to grime and filth, but he's not like obsessive compulsive. He's not Double D from Ed, Edd n Eddy. Panda's addicted to his cell phone, and he likes anime and draws in that style, but you couldn't call him an otaku. He's trying to find romance more than the other two, but you can't call him Brock. That's just generally the way that We Bare Bears builds its characters. Even Chloe, one of the secondaries, is built like this. She's this 10-year-old girl who is a prodigy that has made it to college, but she's not the gifted kid or the super genius like Jimmy Neutron. Although the lack of reliance on archetypes is less true with the other secondaries. And as a sort, they tend to be the weakest characters in the show. Ranger Tabes is introduced in Season 2, and she is clearly the wild-type archetype. Nom Nom is clearly the celebrity prick. Charlie is just the inconsiderate guy. Each of these characters do have their hidden depths, but it takes a while for us to actually see them. And in the end, that does make them the weakest characters, even if by default. Early on, I found Charlie and Nom Nom particularly annoying. Like Season 1 and halfway through Season 2, it was a groaner whenever Charlie was on screen. They do get better as the series goes on, more so with Nom Nom. Charlie just becomes tolerable. The fact that he's like a Bigfoot is something, I guess. But in the end, I do think that Charlie is one of the weaker points of the entire show. Once again, he does get tolerable, but I would be surprised if I heard anyone say that he was like their favorite character or anything like that. On the surface with We Bare Bears, there isn't much to talk about but the characters, because that's 90% of what the show is. On the surface, at least. I do think that the way it tells the story is interesting and a little bit unique. All too often the show will be setting up a cliche that you've seen time and time again in other slice of life shows, where if you've seen enough cartoons, you think you know the way that the episode's gonna go. However, 90% of the time, the show goes in a completely different direction. Not as much as regular show, obviously, but like, in The Kitty, the bears find a stray cat and they take it home, and you probably know how this story usually goes. They can't handle the cat, and it causes a lot of chaos, upending the main characters' lives. In We Bare Bears, it turns out that the cat is actually a cougar cub, and now they got adult cougars in their house. However, sometimes amnesia is just amnesia though. But most of the time you are going to have a fresh new take on some old and done ideas. The best episodes of the show though are when the three bears go off in their own little adventures and they all connect to the end at the most bonkers way. Like the fashion episode or the yard sale episode. Those are some of my favorites just because of the weird little plot lines that each of the bears go through. You will be seeing a lot of old ideas in the show. Like I said, it's a very vanilla show. However, I want to make it clear, I do not mean that as an insult. As I watched the show, I realized why We Bare Bears was so successful. Partially because it was very vanilla. What's old is new, and what's new is old. Marathoning the entire 2010s library of Cartoon Network shows, and honestly cartoons in general from the 2010s, We Bare Bears, despite being vanilla, felt super fresh. Like, really super fresh. And why? Because it's so vanilla. Because it comes across as a typical cartoon. Let me put it like this. Adventure Time. Fun and wacky cartoon antics, interrupted by the plot. Gravity Falls. Fighting off monsters and supernatural cartoon concepts, interrupted by the plot. Steven Universe. Magical space battles and friendship lessons, interrupted by the plot. Regular Show. Bizarre, surreal explosions of reality, interrupted by the plot. Friendship is Magic, cute slice of life antics, interrupted by the plot. Star versus the forces of evil, magical girl fish out of water stories, interrupted by the plot. We Bare Bears. Fun bears living their daily lives. Beginning, middle, end of the story. End of paragraph, we're done. It's not to say that the interrupted by the plot is a bad thing. Obviously, I love plenty of those shows. It's just when We Bare Bears came out, interrupted by the plot was everything. Very few people were doing just the quote-unquote typical cartoon. And the few that weren't doing a very good job at it. It's not that this show has never had a deeper episode, or it can't hit you with the emotional gut punch every now and again. The episode I reviewed way back when, Burrito, is a prime example of that. And the characters do have consistent backstories that we do get insight into. But the show isn't about the backstories, it's not about the lore. And sometimes the freshest thing in the world is what used to be done a million times ago. It makes the show a very comfortable, breezy watch, and almost nostalgic in a sense. You can jump in and out at will. Like, you could start watching We Bare Bears Season 4 and you won't be lost at all. With the exception of a few stray scattered plot lines, you're not going to be left out. Like, the only major thing that happens really throughout the entire series is that Tabes gets a dog at one point. And quite honestly, with that of note, it makes the huge episode count a lot less intimidating. Not to say that We Bare Bears feels entirely retro or like a throwback either. Because there is one thing that I really do like about this show. Something that is very unique about it. And that's how unapologetically 2010s it really is. Despite bucking the trends of just about every other 2010s cartoon. What do I mean by that? You know how the Powerpuff Girls 2016 was constantly throwing in memes, or how Pickle and Peanut just had this bizarre kayfabe that felt like it was trying really hard to relate to the kids as determined by some back alley corporate executives? Those kind of shows went really hard trying to show that they were modern, hip, that they took place in the now. We Bare Bears is the correct way of doing something like that. Like, we have Panda, who's obsessed with his cell phone and is into anime and K-pop, which became dominant in the 2010s. The characters drink boba tea. It's little incidental touches like that. And I think that's the key word here. It's incidental. There are so many episodes of the show that can only really happen in the 2010s. But it's never about, like, trending. I mean, there is an episode about trying to make a viral video, but there's episodes about video dating. Ice Bear has a Roomba that he roboticizes. The Bears get a job doing ride shares. It's a show that clearly takes place in the 2010s without trying to take place in the 2010s. It's a time capsule in the way that, say, Hey Arnold is. That show was always written to take place in the now, but it clearly takes place in the 1990s. Helga's dad sells beepers, the tech and the culture of the time is brought up a lot, but Hey Arnold never makes a point of how 90s it is. Like, in the future, when people are setting cartoons in the 2010s, like time traveling to the era for an episode, those episodes are gonna look a little bit like a We Bare Bears episode. And honestly, that's another thing that really helps the show stand out. So many of the shows in the 2010s were science fiction or fantasy, and the ones that did take place in the 2010s reality were kind of bummed about it. You know, BoJack Horseman was a popular TV show in the 1990s, and now in the 2010s, everything sucks. It really is nice and refreshing to see a show that's just so earnest about living in the 2010s. I really wish we got more of that, especially considering how the 2020s are going. But yeah, there's one other big thing here that I think I have to mention, and that's the Baby Bears episodes. I don't want to say that they're bad, but I really don't like them. Like, speaking in terms of 2010s, this is a decade that gave us complete choice of what we wanted to watch. So personally, when I click on the We Bare Bears on the Netflix, on the YouTube, on the Hulu, the Tubi, the Peacock, fuck, my own file library, I want to watch We Bare Bears. Not the baby spinoff. We Bare Bears, the show that I selected. Because as of writing this video, We Baby Bears is still ongoing, it's not a part of this marathon. But I can give my brief opinion on what I've seen so far. I have no interest in seeing We Baby Bears. Ever. Why? Because of the strategy they chose, I believe that I have seen enough of it. So this has rapidly become one of my biggest pet peeves in terms of animation, even though I've only seen it twice. Insert Doofenshmirtz joke here. When a show's spin-off starts occupying the main show. This happened with the Casa Grandes and the Loud House too. So many episodes of season 4 of the Loud House were just Casa Grandes episodes. And all that did was make me realize that I was good and satisfied and didn't feel like I actually had to check out the full show spinoff. And I think that a lot of people were on the same page with that one because it didn't do so well. The Casa Grandes just didn't feel special or strong enough to merit watching, when once again I have the entire library of animation history on my hard drive, and I would really have preferred to be watching The Loud House. It's one thing if it's like a stealth pilot like Crash Nebula, I'm okay with that. Or even if they do this kind of thing a couple of times a season. But towards the end of We Bare Bears, it gets really carried away with the Baby Bear stuff. It's a quarter of season 4. And like with most spin-offs, the problem is that it's just not as good as the original. The big problem here is that while the characters all have the same names, they're not really the same characters. Baby Grizz does not act like adult Grizz at all. That makes sense in a sense, but like, I'm watching We Bare Bears because I want to watch Grizz. Adult Grizz, a character who acts like Grizz. When you're entirely changing the character and the premise on me, it just makes me tune out. It also sucks that so many of these episodes boil down to a random character taking advantage of our main characters, who are babies. Feel good for the entire family. This random dude tries to take $100 from babies. And one of these characters is voiced by Weird Al in his most unfitting role ever. I'm not really used to seeing Weird Al voice a mean character. I hear the actual spinoff is quite a bit different, to be as fair as I can. That being said, the Baby Bears episodes that are spotlights on a single bear are some of the best episodes of the entire show. Yuri and the Bear is my favorite episode of the entire thing because it manages to tell a strong story, it has a huge emotional impact, and it even helps to explain one of the character traits that defines one of our main characters. If all of the Baby Bears episodes were on this level, I would not be complaining. But all too often they're just random cutesy antics that are kinda tonally dissonant with the rest of the show. Personally, I'd recommend just using a Wikipedia episode list and skipping the Baby Bears episodes, unless you really find cutesy antics appealing. So, the final verdict here. I do think that We Bare Bears is a very good, very special show, all things considered. It managed to be very, very different by doing things that were very familiar. In the end, it probably will make my top 10 CN shows, but I don't see it making like my top 5, although with a little bit more focus, it probably could've. I wasn't sure that I would have much to say about this one. Long Live the Royals was a 4-part miniseries that, as far as I could tell, no one had ever heard about. I didn't think that there would be much to talk about, but this is one of the most out there shows that I've ever seen. And in the world of animation, that is saying a lot. Or maybe it isn't, since this was made by a writer for Regular Show. Let me see if I can even describe the concept here. Long Live the Royals is a miniseries about the British royal family, except they live in a medieval Flintstones type world. The characters have laptops, cell phones, we even see a satellite once, but everything else is basically medieval. The show is a parody of British soap operas like Downton Abbey, and so every single episode starts with a last time on, that has nothing to do with anything. It's about the family preparing for the Yule Hare Festival, which is kind of like Thanksgiving, but with rabbits that has trick-or-treating and a Santa Claus XP. To be as honest as I can, I was not expecting to like this one. The art style is a little bit off-putting, and under the surface, it seemed all kinds of cliche. You know, animated family sitcom. We got the overprotective dad, the son that's a bit of a shy loner geek, the youngest sibling is a bit of a rambunctious hellchild. I thought that the show was going to be just a bog-standard cliche fest. Not helping with that was that the princess was a rambunctious tomboy, which we've seen time and time again. However, the show won me over by the end of the 10-minute pilot. A lot of that comes from the humor. This show has just a very quick wit, and in just 5 episodes, it packs in so many different styles of jokes. Episode 3 is about the peace talks between the king and another king. He said that their princess looked like a boar, and the joke at first was that he was just being insensitive. But later in the episode we see a picture of her, and the king's not wrong. As with most comedies, it's hard to talk about on a technical level without just listing jokes. And I don't want to spoil them all because that would ruin the fun. And I want to say, this show is actually really fun. But all of the 4 episodes have so many gags, I was laughing a lot. Surprisingly a lot. But when I looked into it, what surprised me the most was the characters. As I've said, these are archetypes that we've seen over and over again. I'm sticking with that. We've seen tomboy princesses since at least Jasmine. Obviously a lot longer, but that's the go-to example. However, the show goes to great lengths to humanize this one. She and her brothers do end up feeling like they have a real personality and a real heart. And unlike many of its animated sitcom contemporaries, in Long Live the Royals, none of these characters are assholes. They have their weaknesses, obviously. The 3rd episode is all about the queen being embarrassed that she's snoring and threatening to execute anyone who brings it up, which does lead to the best joke in the entire series. No, I won't spoil it, but the queen does give in at the end, and admits that yes, she is snoring. In the small time that we have, we get to see these characters make meaningful connections. And even the staff of the castle, which I thought would be an afterthought to anyone else in a series this short, have strong and defined personalities. I know the snooty butler is another cliche, but I would, die for Frederick.
Guards! Execute him! Whoa!
You'll remember we've outlawed executions, my lady.
Well then, you're fired!
Some characters are more fleshed out than others, which is understandable, but this brings me to my one and only problem with this show. It's a 4-episode miniseries. 11-minute episodes. Even if you include the pilot getting you to 5 episodes, there's still less than an hour of content here. The series ends with a to-be-continued joke, which is obviously a joke, and then we've never seen anything from the series ever again, which is sad because there's a ton of untapped potential here. I want to see more of these characters and how they grow and develop over time, more of this world, and there is continuity here. In a world where Border Town gets 13 full-length episodes, it just feels like something is unjust for this one to get 4. Long Live the Royals is a hidden gem that I didn't expect. I'm not going to say that it's the greatest thing ever, but it is solid A work. I can't think of another thing truly like it beyond its exterior. It's also technically a Thanksgiving special, which is very rare for something, and even rarer for them to be good. Honestly, the fact that it's a combination of every single holiday possible is interesting enough on its face. I'd recommend checking this one out if you got the chance. Maybe give it a Christmas viewing. If you don't like it, you're just out an hour. That's less time than a movie. I'm struggling right now. Struggling about exactly how I wanted to structure this review. It's been a scant few hours since I finished watching the show in its entirety, and my emotions are still riding high as I write this script. There's a lot that I can say about Craig of the Creek. Some of the series that I've come across for Seeing Real took me weeks to get through for one reason or another. Not just the bad ones. Some of them were excessively long or shows that I had to be in the right mindset to really appreciate. However, I watched the entirety of Craig of the Creek's 170 plus episodes in about 7 days. And I want to say, the experience was a journey. However, on the surface, it doesn't seem like it would be. From the concept alone, it feels like it's going to be a very ordinary cartoon. The show is about Craig and his friends, Kelsey and JP, and their adventures in this place called the Creek, a woodsy area where kids are allowed to be themselves, and as such, they build their own little society with its rules and its own unique culture. We've seen things like this before. The show gets compared a lot to shows like Recess or Kids Next Door. The show itself even compares itself to Ed, Edd n Eddy, and just describing the premise makes the show sound so simple. And despite how simple it appears to be, I don't even really know where to begin a review like this. I guess I'll put it as simply as I can. The title of this video isn't YouTube clickbait or anything like that. I legitimately do find Craig of the Creek the perfect cartoon. I mean, if I looked really, really deep, I might be able to find a nitpick or two, maybe one character that doesn't really click, but beyond that, Craig of the Creek is simply put a show that does everything right. Literally everything. And it all starts with our characters. We follow the Stump Kids as they explore and map out their adventures. The titular Craig starts out as a bit of our everyman, the typical good kid that you'd find leading any slice of life cartoon. You know, someone like Arnold or TJ or whatever. But where Craig of the Creek really thrives is that for its main protagonists at least, it doesn't fall into archetypes. Craig becomes a major fan of a Sonic XP later called Slide the Ferret, but his interest in that one thing doesn't define him. Him putting on a cosplay in one episode or coming up with an AU or having intense knowledge about the thing, once again, doesn't define him. But all these things together build up such a strong character in a way that's just so hard to describe. He's a good kid, absolutely, but he definitely has this wild thirst for exploration, and can even be a bit of a troublemaker. And later on, he even gets a bit of an arrogant streak. It's like this with every main character, that they're hard to pin down in simple terms. While JP may be your comic relief idiot, he's got his own interests and his own difficulties with his family situation. He may be saying non sequiturs like Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy, but being dim-witted isn't what defines him in the same way. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with these archetypes. I love TJ and Ed and Arnold. But sometimes there's something not just refreshing, but special when you're able to go beyond them, especially when it gets to Kelsey. The tough, hot-headed little girl is something that we've seen time and time again. Believing that she's a warrior on a quest and acting like it, as well as narrating her life in her head, that makes her new and interesting. However, as the series goes on, we learn what each of these things mean to her, and in a way, she becomes very real. She is the best character, by the way. Every character in the show has their own unique family dynamic. Craig has the standard nuclear family with happy parents that have their 3 kids. Other characters are the children of divorce. Kelsey lost her mother at a young age and has a single father. These things don't define any character. No one is, quote-unquote, the child of divorce. But these factors always do affect the character, and in really small, subtle, beautiful moments.
It's a beautiful day, Mom.
This doesn't just apply to the main characters either. There are many kinds of kids that inhabit the creek, from ones that have a cult worshipping a dog, to others building entire cities out of cardboard. And while sometimes a gimmick character is a gimmick, absolutely nothing is arbitrary. Let me put it this way. There's one character who dresses up like a magical girl and acts like she's a savior from a distant galaxy, and the show gives her just reason for this to make sense. Like, she has a legitimate backstory that's not just clever and fitting, but somewhat relatable. And this makes her best character. I think Craig of the Creek really gets kids, or at least the nostalgia of remembering when you were a kid. You'll probably remember something you used to do as a kid, and really miss as you're watching the show. I used to draw maps a lot as a kid, like Craig does, of roads, campsites, my house, fantasy worlds too. But closer to that, there's Kelsey not just being the writer or storyteller on the team, but someone who is learning and making the steps to actually be a legitimate writer along the way. The main characters are so beautifully constructed, and even the more minor characters are so damn endearing. Almost every single one of them is a hit. The Stump Kids come across these goth teenagers that they think are literal witches, and so the teenagers play into their game to mess with them. The aforementioned magical girl is just an entity of eternal optimism. There's also these 3 girls who act like horses all day, except for this one who is just not into it like the rest and is only doing it to keep up appearances. We see a lot of things from the kids' imaginations. And when we do that, while the horse girls are literal horses, this girl is just wearing a horse mask. You know, the Tomsko horse mask. I could go on and on about just about every character in the show. Like, there's Ren, this over-the-top mad scientist who brings just a wanton energy to every episode she's in. And there's Bobby, who starts out by just being a running gag catchphrase guy. But by the end of the series, he basically thinks that he's a member of the Stump Kid trio, and he thinks that he's their best friend when he's really not. With maybe like 1 or 2 exceptions, every character you want to see more of. Even characters that you think would grow tired and their gimmicks would wear out, like the aforementioned magical girl Sparkle Cadet. They don't. They get more lovable with each appearance. And on the other end of the spectrum, the antagonists are all appropriately devious and punchable, even if it is a really simple gimmick. Like Richard, his whole thing is that he just takes shit from other people. He has 2 appearances in the entire show, plus a cameo, and yet he's still fantastic as an antagonist. Of course, the true best characters get into spoilery territory, because the show actually has a plot. So far, we've seen a lot of the 2010s cartoons go from light and slice of life into something more serious and dramatic, and each of them have had their missteps along the way. Steven Universe, Star vs. the Forces of Evil, Adventure Time, so on. It's something that just about every 2010 show attempted, yet very few of them pulled it off in the end. Craig of the Creek is one of the few that pulled it off in the end. I think the best way to put it is to directly compare the show to Steven Universe. Honestly, a lot of this show feels like it looked at that one and learned from its missteps. This show does build up tension over something very dangerous. There's hints of this evil king that rules with an iron fist on the other side of this highway overpass, and if he ever came to the creek, he would destroy their way of life with his influence. We get hints and showcase episodes throughout the first few seasons, and in between them, we go back to having fun in the forest. Steven Universe tried something similar, and I reamed it hard for it. So, what's the difference? Craig of the Creek has the green poncho. This guy, who is the best character by the way, tirelessly guards the overpass to stop any ne'er-do-wells from crossing the border with his badass bow. This keeps the tension relatively low, until it's not, because the kids on this side of the creek are playing defense. The show is not about deposing this evil king, it's simply about not letting him into their side of the creek. It also helps that Craig of the Creek is a show about playing. Steven Universe was all about saving the world from intergalactic rock demons and Lars's hair. Craig of the Creek is all about games. Through much of the show, we see things through the characters' imaginations. Cardboard boxes become city skylines. Something falling off a cliff explodes into imaginary fires. There's big reactions, but they're all in the characters' minds. Honestly, I would not be surprised if this show took a few cues from Nichijou. It's clear that no matter what happens in this show, win or lose, all of the characters are going to be going home at 6 and eating dinner with their families. And yet, at the same time, as not serious as any of this is, it is so very serious to the characters. While getting to know these characters in these lighter slice-of-life comedy-focused episodes, we get to see their ways of life and what the creek means to them. The creek isn't really important in a practical sense, but to them, it is so very important. And as such, the show hits this beautiful middle ground, where a game actually does become really the most serious thing imaginable. Craig of the Creek really gets that aspect of being a kid, when conflicts with your friends or that stupid bully on the playground really were the only thing that mattered and had life-defining implications. I've never seen a show get this thing so right. Even other shows about childhood like Kids Next Door or Recess, they did bring up not serious things as serious business, but that was always like the joke, you know? It never really invited you as the audience to take, I don't know, King Bob forcing the kids to build a pyramid out of mud seriously. Craig of the Creek does invite you to take these storylines as seriously as a kid seriously would. The comedy in the show is never from the fact that the kids are taking kid stuff seriously, and that gives the show a facet that's solely unique to it. It knows that growing up is a really serious thing. In between the battles with PVC swords and imaginary lava, the kids are embarking on serious things, getting glimpses into their future, and what their ambitions may hold, dealing with serious loss, and making up for their own mistakes. It so encapsulates that time in your life when everything was so important, without any hint of irony. That's not to say that the show isn't funny ever, because Craig of the Creek is funny. It's not in the realm of Ed, Edd n Eddy or Chowder, but when the show does want to tell a joke, it definitely has the capability of really making you laugh. Sometimes the show can just pull out the weirdest humor. Like, JP apparently has this thing where if he eats pineapple pizza, he can end up sleep-talking and sleepwalking.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to enjoy my big old bowl of Chuck Niblets in a little bit of peace and quiet, please.
As a cartoon mobster from the 1920s looking for treasure, the show also does have some really clever fourth wall breaks.
I've been getting beat up all day, and I don't even have a single battle scar to show for it.
Aw, Kelsey, it's not so easy being the comic relief now, is it?
But while Chowder was a master of the fourth wall break, Craig of the Creek is the master of the reference humor. These writers do their goddamn homework. One episode is about Craig finding a tadpole and watching it evolve into a frog. And throughout the episode, we get so many Pokemon references. They even get the music right, the font choice is right, and even the references to the anime with Who's That Pokemon, which they even use to dunk on themselves.
It's that one kid, Todd, from the 10-Speeds. You remember him, right?
You better believe that as Craig gets into Slide the Ferret, they do all sorts of talking about deep-cut Sonic references. More so than even I understand. The Pencil Break episode so gets wrestling culture and how that whole thing works. Whatever they're doing, whatever they're referencing, you truly get the impression that the writers and the staff really enjoy and really understand it. And here's the thing, it's never arbitrary either. The episode Chronomos is all about retro RPGs and has a ton of references to them, and other video games as well, especially to things like The Legend of Zelda. Once again, down to the music and sound effects. The episode shows that it has a clear love for these retro RPGs, and in that episode, one of these characters explains why he likes these old school retro RPGs, specifically the concept of grinding. This is something that I never personally understood the appeal to, but the character explained it in a way that really made me understand why someone would enjoy that aspect of a game. I really do want to find some of these background tracks for the show because Craig of the Creek has one of the best OSTs for any cartoon that I've ever seen. I've talked a lot about opening cartoon themes before, but I think that the show has my personal favorite ending theme of all time. It's like Enemy personified. I could have sworn it was done by MGMT. Doesn't it sound like that? Specifically the song Kids. But no, it was done by Jeffrey Ernest Rosenstock, who was not a member of MGMT. He was a member of, Oh. You know, I didn't know what I was expecting, but, good job, mate. Maybe he was the best character the whole time. I could go on for hours and hours about this show, and I want to. Especially for the more spoilery stuff that happens in seasons 4 and so on. The season 3 finale, my god. Best one I have seen in quite some time. But we do have to keep it brief. This is a marathon after all. I think a smaller example would be the best showcase of how this entire show comes together. If you want a sample, look at the episode Doorway to Helen. In this episode, there's this homeschooled girl, Helen, who's only able to play at the creek when everyone else is at school. The episode taps into this feeling of being worlds apart. It builds it literally into the kids' worlds of her being in a different dimension. Ren builds this device that allows Craig to cross dimensions. In reality, it's probably just a door glued together with some wires, but in Craig's world, it does allow him to cross the dimensions. And the episode so beautifully puts together the serious feeling of them being worlds apart and wanting to connect. Just about every episode of the show is like this in some way, shape, or form. And once again, I don't know what I was expecting when I saw this premise and some of these episode synopses, but let me tell you, I didn't expect to see so many of the most poignant moments ever created within Western animation. I don't know if other people would put the show in the upper echelons of Western cartoons like BoJack Horseman or Avatar The Last Airbender or Infinity Train, but as for me, I believe that this is my favorite cartoon of all time. I meant it when I said that this is one of those rare few perfect cartoons. And as for now, I'll leave it at that. I'll see you tomorrow. I didn't quite know what to expect with this one going in. Honestly, before I decided to do See and Reel, I'd never even heard of Victor and Valentino, but something about it kind of intrigued me. This show is about two half-brothers, the rambunctious troublemaker Victor and the more responsible and uptight Valentino. They end up moving in with their elderly relative for the summer in the Mexican town of Monte Macabre, but much to their surprise, they find it filled to the brim with the supernatural. Your first reaction is what my first reaction was. That sounds a lot like Gravity Falls, just in Mexico. And I'd be absolutely lying to you if I said that there was no similarities at all between this and Gravity Falls, or even other shows that delve deep into supernatural elements like Courage the Cowardly Dog. But something about this show in particular really did stand out to me. This is one of those shows that I decided to put on, and before I knew it, I had watched like 10 episodes in a row without even thinking about it. Watching the show was quite the ride, honestly. In doing my research, I've learned that people aren't so fond on this one. And I'm not gonna lie, this show does have its problems. But I was surprised time and again by how often this show managed to punch above its weight, essentially. Let's start with the title characters, Victor and Valentino. Victor is the litmus test of whether or not you're gonna like the show or hate it. Victor is an asshole. There's no two ways about it. He's always getting into trouble, making messes, making life difficult for his brother Valentino. He's very much in the Blue Regard Q-Kazoo camp of pissing people off, both on screen and off screen. Also, there's his voice.
Yeah, how's this for using my brain? My beautiful eyes! We're dead!
When people said that Dipper sounded too much like an adult, I never really got it. But what I feel about Victor's voice is kinda along those lines, except much, much worse. This does not sound like a kid, even a cartoon kid. Except when he starts to cry or get overly emotional. Then he sounds like Cartman. I hate directly criticizing voice acting, but Victor's voice is absolutely horrendous. And I don't know why it has to sound like this. It is annoying as fuck. You do get used to it eventually, but for all of your first season, it's going to be a heavy distraction. But if you can look past Victor's voice, his behavior almost never bothered me personally. First of all, he's a clear kid. With the exception of like 1 or 2 episodes where he does go too far, it's stuff you'd expect from a troublemaking kid. Bart Simpson level. And almost whenever he does his shtick, more often than not, the episodes are about him learning not to do that. Much of season 1 is a lesson of the week kind of thing. And so you need someone to break the rules. Also, as the series goes on, his sleight of hand, rule breaking, and skirting around the law actually helps the brothers get out of more trouble more often than you think. Honestly, at a point, I had more of an issue with Valentino. I'm actually mostly talking about season 2 here, the first half of it anyway. With a character like this, it's very easy for them to become an insufferable know-it-all, have their ethical judgment prevent the character from going on fun adventures, or for them to not pull their own weight when the shit inevitably does hit the fan. And once again, for the most part, Valentino does manage to avoid that. As the series went on, I found these two very endearing, flaws aside. And that's because I think this show excels in one particular area, more so than I have seen in any other show. Victor and Valentino really, and I mean really, gets how brothers act. Like, more than literally any other piece of media that I have ever seen. They can get on each other's nerves and even make each other's lives hell, but when push comes to shove, they're there for each other. They'll talk a big game about how they don't want to deal with whatever the other one is into, but when the chips are down, they'll go to the ends of the earth for each other. I saw a lot of my own childhood experiences and feelings with my younger brother in this show. Like, so many of these episodes reminded me a lot of the way we acted back as kids. There was a lot of bickering, which for some people might be too much, and I get it, but in a way it was kind of nostalgic for me. Most cartoons, either the siblings are totally on the same page 100% of the time, or it's the other extreme, literally sibling abuse. Sometimes you do get a relationship of a higher quality, like with Gravity Falls. But even with those cases, no other cartoon has nailed it just this perfectly as Victor and Valentino does. To some, it might be annoying, but take my word for it, how the brothers act in the show, it's realistic. This is also a show where the side characters really manage to shine. Monte Macabre is filled with all manner of interesting individuals. Charlene is a fan favorite for a reason. She's this goth girl who has a major crush on Victor. I was really worried that this would end up being a Panini thing in the end, but no. There was one episode where Charlene tricks Victor into going to a haunted house, says the ghost wants him to pick flowers, share a meal, and it was all more cute than, like, disturbing. Guillermo is another great one. It's the right kind of creepy, you know? Whenever he's on screen, you know you're gonna have a good time. Don Jalapeno is the authority figure that you love to see Victor mess with, and Chachi is just one of the coolest characters ever. Although, that being said, this does take me to one of my problems with the series. It does not use its assets well enough. These characters are all great. The pieces are all here. But as season 2 goes on and we get into season 3, we get more and more appearances of Lupe. And Lupe is fucking boring. Lupe is the most boring character in the entire show. But instead of more episodes with Chache or Charlene or even Cacao, who disappears from the series entirely after the villainous team kills him, no, we're just getting episode upon episode with Lupe. I'd say that it's just personal preference, but then you have characters like Rosa or Tula, which don't have a single focus episode in the entirety of the 3 seasons. It also leads to a secondary problem. This is a spoiler, but towards the end it's revealed that Chache has the ability to control plants, like Isabella from Encanto. I'm willing to spoil it because Chache's connection to the plants is only ever established in 2 other episodes. Early in season 1 we go into her garden, and we don't see it again until there's only 4 episodes left. Meanwhile, you have Isabella. You ever have a character who, the second you see on screen, you know you're gonna have a bad time? And here's the thing, it's not because of anything that she does. It's just that literally whenever she's on screen, Valentino becomes so fucking insufferable. He's either a blithering idiot or an egotistical prick. Like the worst episode, Decoding Valentino, where he is so flustered about Isabella being smarter than him that he almost gets the both of them killed. And in like the 1 or 2 times that this doesn't happen, the episode is about how Victor can't stand that Isabella is driving a wedge between him and Valentino, and so he becomes the insufferable one. Of course, Isabella does manage to redeem herself by the end of the show, but that's a conversation that I don't want to spoil. Halfway through season 3, shit gets intense. That's all I'll say here. Although speaking of the main plot, this is definitely where Gravity Falls has Victor and Valentino beat. Gravity Falls was pretty much planned out from the start, and you could tell that just by watching it. Victor and Valentino wasn't, and you could tell that just by watching it. Season 1 is largely an episodic monster of the week kind of affair, introducing characters and concepts, but you could see it mostly in any order. Season 2 does start adding more callbacks and established, let's call them subplots. Season 3 is when we start approaching like the Gravity Falls type narrative. There's an established plot that does prove important, and it keeps building and building like we're on the cusp of something great. And then the series ends. I want to say that the finale of the show is satisfying, but the more that you sit on it, the more you do realize that plenty of the parts of the narrative were rushed, and there was a lot of character arcs and such that were just cut short. Mick and Hun were established as one of the more powerful adversaries that Victor and Valentino had to deal with. They were the main threat in the pilot of the show, but their last episode is just a random dinner party that doesn't have anything to do with anything. There was a planned 4th season, but the show was canceled before it could have been produced, which explains a lot of these problems. The creator, Diego Milano, has done an interview where he at least talks about what would have been done in a 4th season if the show ever got it. And if I could find it, I'll link it below because it does sound pretty interesting. I might be sounding harsh, but it's out of a place of love. I'm harsh because I really did like this show, and I just think it could be that much better. If the show was bad, I wouldn't want to be seeing more of it, but I think this is a show that was cut down in its prime. It really was taking off before the end, and even before that, it really did stand on its own 2 legs. Because this is a supernatural show that takes place in Mexico, it means we get to see a lot of Mayan and especially Aztec mythological creatures, which you don't usually see in modern media. And that alone is probably worth the price of admission. There are these dogs that drown their victims to, yeah, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. He's the god of music, dance, mischief, and song. Also the patron of uninhibited sexuality. Wait, I thought this was a kid's show. Well, Gravity Falls gets the trophy in terms of plot. I want to award Victor and Valentino the trophy in another area. In terms of like flat out scares and disturbing imagery, besides maybe Weird Mageddon, Victor and Valentino kicks Gravity Falls ass. Especially when it comes to the, CC Mini? I've probably been pronouncing words incorrectly this entire review, I apologize. But these are creatures that take over your body if you just stare up at the clear night sky, and they prove to be more and more dangerous as the show goes on. This show has a vibrant array of monsters that I've never seen before in any other show, because Mesoamerican mythology is not touched on as much as, say, British, Germanic, or even Japanese. Honestly, it's one of the reasons why the first half of Season 2 was such a letdown. We went from these cool and unique monsters and mythological creatures to just a bunch of ghosts. One ghost after another for a good half of the season. Mix that with Valentino testing my patience, and I was like, oh no, please don't tell me that the back 2/3 of the show is going to be just this tedious. The first half of Season 2 isn't unwatchably bad, but it is a major dip in quality. Then the show out of nowhere references Fyre Fest and DashCon, and all is forgiven. Yes, really, the show references Fyre Fest and DashCon. This show has actually got quite a wide array of influences. A civilization of only kids that hates rules, and has a leader voiced by Dante Bosco.
No rules, just right, my guy. We're about to see a sacrifice in action.
You can't tell me that that's not a Hook reference. We also have an episode where a bunch of people are locked in a room, and one of them is an alien imposter, and Don literally says,
"At this very moment, there is a mime among us."
Sorry if this review seems a little bit back and forth. To say that I have mixed feelings about the show overall is not an incorrect statement, but I really did enjoy my time. This is one that I'd love to come back to at some point in the future, especially if I could skip the bad episodes. It's left me with a lot of good times and a lot of good memories. While I will always have my sticking points, what I do love here, I love a lot. Like, as the bad parts do fade from memory, I wouldn't be surprised if it does make it somewhere on my favorites when all is said and done. Mau Mau Heroes of Pure Heart is a show that's more known for how it was treated than its actual qualities. If you've been following along on this channel, or really any other cartoon channel, you know that animation tends to be abused a lot by the networks that are supposedly their biggest showcases and protectors. At this point, it's hard to know which show is treated the absolute worst due to office politics, backroom deals, or corporations being corporations. But you could argue that Mau Mau was a show that was hurt more by this than any other. When this show came out in 2019, Cartoon Network did seem to care about it, and they aired it a lot. Then almost randomly, they started airing it at 5 AM because the show was eventually greenlit for a Season 2, but that was in 2020. If you're just joining us, it's Christmas 2025, and as far as I'm aware, the second season has yet to actually air. And unlike Gumball or several other shows, I don't think there's any information about what a second season would even entail. Normally I'd say this information for the back end of a review, but I do think it's pertinent to mention up front, because unlike say Glitch Tech's, Korra, or whatever, the show being in limbo does have a potential to affect if you do enjoy it or not. But maybe I am getting ahead of myself. Mau Mau Heroes of Pure Heart is a show about a cat who wants to be a hero, and he does it so well he ends up crashing into this giant ruby called the Ruby Pure Heart. This is, or was, a magical artifact that shielded the city of Pure Heart Valley, and with it broken, it's no longer able to do that. So the city is constantly under attack. Sometimes by monsters, sometimes by the Sky Pirates, led by the devious and incompetent Cobra Commander, backed up by Foghorn Leghorn, Ratman, and Joffrey the Giraffe. Mau Mau, the cat that the show is about, is aided by his best friend, a Cyclops badger called Badgerclops, and a Batgirl kid from the town called Adorabat. Through a series of circumstances, they're granted the role of a police force in Pure Heart Valley, and they have many adventures, fighting monsters and fighting each other sometimes. So up front, the show is pretty cute. There's more to say about it, but that's generally the vibe that the show goes for. One of the characters is named Adorabat after all. Of course that's what they're going for. And that's generally the kind of humor that the show goes for. Things are silly, quirky, and while there is some action scenes in the show, that's not what you're signing up for here. One thing that I think defines the show is that all of the citizens of Pure Heart Valley are morons. The town basically has yearly Darwin Award competitions. Whenever a monster's around, they're usually more curious than afraid, and it makes sense in context, because for all of their lives, they've never had to worry about such things. And even after the shield was shattered, they do have Mau Mau to protect them. No episode feels like a bad escort mission, but that's generally the kind of humor the show throws forward. This is most often seen with the king, who is more concerned with his own flights of fancy than any actual serious matter. Our heroes are the ones who tend to play the straight man, even though they each have their own quirks. Let's start with, Adorabat.
Could I commission y'all
How will you pay me?
with exposure?
I think she's a good litmus test if you're going to actually like the show at all. For the people who like the show, Adorabat has got to be their favorite character. She is a child, but she has the sense of dementedness to her.
Art is nothing like that.
Like, every once in a while, she'll say something incredibly disturbed, and it is hilarious every single time. Of course, one of her habits is that she, shouts. A lot. I mean, she is a bat, and that's what bats do, and it makes sense. But I can easily see this grating on people who like their shows a little bit more quiet. I certainly can't say they do the shouting sparingly, but she doesn't do it as much as some other characters infamous for screaming. You know, she's not Fanboy or Chum Chum, or SpongeBob in his worst appearances. It never really did get on my nerves, but I could see this being as a love it or hate it aspect. There is another thing about Adorabat. In some of the episodes, she molts her old skin, and it can get just a smidge too gross. It's not overplayed or anything, and it's like in only 5 episodes out of the 40 that exist. I do like her. She does have the best jokes in the entire show, and she often gets sweeter moments too. It's clear that Adorabat does look up to Mau Mau, despite his flaws. Badgerclops, on the other hand, I think he could have used some work. He's supposed to be the most straight-laced of the 3. He's the smart guy, the inventor. And once again, I wouldn't say that he's bad or anything, but he often did wear on my nerves as the show went on. He has a certain kind of smugness to him that I think can kind of wear on you. His worst portrayal was in the puppet episode. He knows that Mau Mau is afraid of puppets. Mau Mau's not admitting it, and so Badgerclops goes to great lengths to basically annoy him with this puppet thing. It feels like most of the internal conflicts get caused by Badgerclops after a point, which is strange because there is a literal child among the group. I want to reiterate, in most of the episodes he's okay, it's just every so often the show pushes him a little bit too far. It might also be because the development he gets is not helpful. Like, we go into the past and the surrounding lives of both Mau Mau and Adorabat, and it makes both of them more endearing. But then we get Badgefire Explosion for Badgerclops, which is one of those episodes that really does push his likability. In this episode, we learn that he's a ticking time bomb that will randomly start creating disastrous inventions that just cause chaos. But he can't control it, so he goes on whining the entire episode that it's not his fault and stop criticizing me. In another episode, we learn that he actually used to be a villain, and yeah, that scans. I reiterate, he's not usually like that, but sometimes I think the show doesn't actually know what to do with him. However, Mau Mau is the star of the show, and I do think that he is my favorite character. He's definitely a sillier hero. He's prone to a certain narcissism, and he has a lot of emotional outbursts, especially when things aren't going his way, but he's actually allowed to be competent. He is indisputably the best fighter in the group. While Badgerclops has more raw firepower, Mau Mau has more control over his chosen weapon and techniques. Unfortunately, he suffers the most from what happened to the show. I'd say that Mau Mau Heroes of Pure Heart is a silly, wacky, cute show filled with fun and simple adventures. However, unlike most other shows that I describe like that, this show is not episodic. Well, it's less episodic than most shows like this. As you watch the series, it is clear that it wants to build to something. The show goes on and it does establish more of its lore. For most of Season 1, it seems like the Pure Heart is busted and can't do anything. Then in one episode, we learn that it still has wish-granting abilities, and it might be evil, and there's intrigue, and you want to know what's going to happen. But you're not going to know what's happening because this is episode 39 out of 40, and the 40th episode is about a hospital visit that has nothing to do with anything. Throughout the 40 episodes, we learn a lot about Mau Mau's backstory. Some of this does feel like it's complete enough to stand on its own. Like, there's this complicated friendship with this dog character called Bao Bao. It's funny, but we see all we really need to get it in his few appearances throughout Season 1. It's good and satisfying. Adorabat's family has one major focus, Adoradad, and even though it does pose questions and invite a lot of future possibilities and stories, it is a good close circle and it feels satisfying on its own. And like I said, Badgerclops barely gets anything, which in a way works for this. However, Mau Mau's family has a constant presence on the show. How do I want to put this? So, Mau Mau wants to be seen as a great hero, and the show makes the connection that it's because he was the runt of the litter, and he was seen as weak in comparison to his sisters. The show makes this connection a lot. A lot. Almost every single episode focused on Mau Mau himself brings this up. It's done in a silly way, but because it has a quote-unquote realistic but exaggerated effect on who Mau Mau is now, it kind of feels at times like playing the Doofenshmirtz backstory dead straight. The issue with this is that there is no real resolution. We get one episode where Mau Mau does stand up to his father, but it's placed strangely early, so by the end of the series, it feels like this drama is not overcome. Episode 17 is where this comes up, but Mau Mau's father being a dick and not taking him seriously is used as characterization as late as episode 33. It can feel like they had a set idea of what they wanted to do, but 1, didn't write an ending, and 2, placed the episodes in a semi-random order. It feels very much like the creators assumed they'd have more time than they actually got. Or wanted to do the Steven Universe thing where they started out with silly, funny adventures and then start telling an actual story, but decided against that while the show was already in production. The biggest casualty of this is Mau Mau's sisters. They are brought up a lot. They're all said to be great heroes, and the big reason as to why Mau Mau himself wants to be hero. It'd be nice if a single one shows up on screen, ever. They're not even given so much as a name. And it's like, I like the episode where Mau Mau's Lucky Duck mug breaks. It was a fun episode, and it had some funny, cute moments and some good punchlines. Did we really need to have that episode over an episode where we actually see one of these mysterious sisters? The problem with reviewing the show as is, feels like I'm reviewing a half-finished story. And I suppose technically I actually am. But even with that being said, I do think the show could have used what it did have a little bit wiser, or at least made a few better decisions. In the 2010s, a lot of cartoons went into going into having an ongoing arc. Some shows were planned on it from the start, like Gravity Falls or Legend of Korra, but it felt that a lot of shows went in that direction simply to be taken more seriously, even if it wasn't the right fit with them. And because of that, we got plenty of clunkiness along the way. They all started out mostly episodic, went hard into having a plot, and in many ways suffered for it. I like what Mau Mau was building up to, but I do wish that it put all of its eggs in the episodic fun adventure basket. I think with that, the show would have felt a lot more cohesive, and in the end it would have been a much better product. At the very least, it wouldn't have hurt so much with Cartoon Network being Cartoon Network. And here's the thing, you can have your cake and eat it too, when you want to go deeper. The episode Adoradad is the best of the show. It builds on the world of Mau Mau, it builds on Adorabat as a character, it's funny, it's heartwarming, it's cute, and it's right in the style of the show, but it is also self-contained. It can be the first or the second episode you watch, and you'll know exactly what's going on. In the same way, it could be the last episode you watch, and it hits just as strongly. I don't know how fair some of these complaints are, because the show was greenlit for a season 2 that has yet to materialize. A lot of these things aren't exactly the show's fault entirely. Like, season 2 could turn this into the most complicated and endearing plot in all of Western animation. It's theoretically possible, but as an internet critic, I have to talk about what we actually have. I'm not a psychic. And I have to say, with what we have, it may affect your enjoyment if you liked everything wrapped up in a neat little bow. Because there is so much in the show that is not answered for. I did have a lot of fun with this one, plain and simple. And that's what I liked most about Mau Mau. However, the show took quite a bit of time away from being fun to build up to something that we may or may not ever see, which I do think is a problem. But when it is being fun and cute, it is a very enjoyable show, no matter what they do with anything else. Okay, how do I start this review? I said that Adventure Time was the big one, but this really is the big one. It is the biggest cult classic of all of the Cartoon Network shows. Let's start with the general overview. Infinity Train is an anthology series. It has 4 different seasons, or books, each about a new set of passengers on the eponymous Infinity Train. It's a vehicle that, as the name might suggest, goes on forever and ever. There's an infinite set of cars, and each of them has their own pocket dimension. Some of them are rather small and compact. Some of them are huge and elaborate. Some of them are safe, and some of them are out for the passenger's blood. This allows the show to defy genre, in a similar way to Samurai Jack. One episode could be a western, another episode could take place on Mars, and a third episode could be jungle survival. You never know what you're going to get on any individual car. This is one of the reasons that Infinity Train can be difficult to talk about, one of an infinite amount of reasons. Unlike most of Cartoon Network shows, each of the seasons has its own continuing, ongoing narrative. No filler whatsoever. The best way of describing the show isn't that it has 4 seasons, but it's 4 different miniseries, like Over the Garden Wall, all taking place primarily in the same location. Well, primarily the same train, because any car can be literally anything, and it's very hard to talk about Infinity Train without spoiling everything. And I really mean it this time. This is a series you want to go into with as little spoilers as possible. Avatar was also very narrative driven, but I could talk all about the war between the Fire Nation and everyone else, the concept of the 4 elements and how they work, the world itself, and you could still go into that show really fresh. When it comes to Infinity Train, I can't even tell you the main character of the second book without spoiling something major in the first book. This is with the exception of book 4, which is kind of like a guidance story. Every other chapter builds strongly on the last. Our first book follows Tulip, who is struggling with her parents' divorce. They made a promise to take her to a game designer camp, but due to issues, neither of them are able to do it. So she runs away on her own before she gets picked up by the Infinity Train, which looks like it's going in that direction. She wakes up in a mysterious new realm with a glowing green number on her hand. This number is a driving mystery in the first book, and yet at the same time, it's part and parcel baked into the lore and the world of the other books. The mysteries and the lore of this show build onto each other in such an amazingly natural way. It's great for viewing, but it makes things really difficult to talk about in a review without spoiling things. And I want to spoil things as little as possible. I was pretty blasé about this in other reviews, but this one, I really recommend going in as unspoiled as possible. However, at the same time, I want to talk about everything about this show, because Infinity Train might very well be the best thing that ever happened to the world of animation. I still think that Craig of the Creek is my favorite show in this entire marathon, but Infinity Train comes damn near close. And I'll be damned if this isn't my favorite cartoon of the 2020s. I know the first book was 2019, but the other 3 are in this decade, and books 2 and 3 are some of the most action-packed and intense things that I have ever seen in a Western cartoon. They alone pull this show into greatness. And I can't even say why without spoiling the hell out of it. So I'm going to try to be as thorough as I can, while unfortunately needing to tiptoe around some of the show's greatness. I am planning on a bigger review of Infinity Train sometime in 2026 that goes full into spoilers, so if you're a little bit disappointed here, wait for that. So let's talk about what I can talk about. What hit me most from the get-go, and that is the pacing of the show. I've been in the business of watching cartoons for a long time now, and one thing that I've noticed from continuity-driven shows is that they tend to like to waste a lot of time, or have some really poor flow from episode to episode. Madoka Magica takes too long to get started with its proper plot. BoJack Horseman stumbles out of the gate, and Steven Universe stops trying to save the world to have a birthday party. This is something that is never a problem in Infinity Train. No episode is wasted. Hell, I want to say that there is no scene that's wasted. Every season has a strong punch opener, then some lighter episodes as they get comfortable with their new concept, giving clues to the greater mysteries, sprinkling them in. And the final couple episodes explain everything. While there's always more you want to know with the characters of the train itself or how the world works, the episodes never feel rushed, they never feel light. Watching a season of Infinity Train is more like watching a movie than a season of a cartoon. The show knows exactly the story that it wants to tell, and it does not get distracted. And because of this, it has this amazing flow from one episode to the next. I know that this sounds like a gimme, like that's how a show should be, but this is a hurdle that I've seen just about every other show fail to clear. There's like this, Craig of the Creek, and Avatar: The Last Airbender. And that's it. Without going into too many specifics, Infinity Train can go from cute to horrific in the blink of an eye. One of the main characters in the first season is this talking corgi called Atticus, the king of all of the corgis, and he is on a royal mission with Tulip to help her solve the mystery. In season 2, a guy gets cut in half and ground to death against the train's wheel, on screen, with quote-unquote blood splatter. It kind of does it in the Samurai Jack way, but it's fucking blood splatter. It is the goriest thing that I have ever seen in a show that's aimed at children, I think. I suppose it brings me to that aspect of the show. So on YouTube, seasons 1 and 2 were rated PG. And season 4, for some reason, was rated MA, which is the rating that South Park has, which makes no sense to me. Cartoon Network canceled Infinity Train because it was deemed too mature for a younger demographic, and I honestly have to say, I think that's a horseshit excuse. I'm not going to deny that this series isn't more mature than Cartoon Network's usual fare. The first episode introduces all these dark creatures called goms that are gross and bug-like and eat the life force right out of you. And the show goes deep into these complex emotions that you usually don't get in kids' cartoons. Even when kids' cartoons try to tackle these kind of things, like with Steven Universe, there's still a childlike edge that keeps things happy in the end. Things aren't always happy at the end of Infinity Train. Like I said, there's some violent on-screen deaths and some very heavy concepts. In Infinity Train, people get royally fucked over. And honestly, I can see why people like it so much. There's absolutely a place for cartoons like this in the world. Like, here's the thing why I don't buy Cartoon Network's excuse. It has a whole block for cartoons that are quote-unquote too dark for their younger demographics. It's called Adult Swim. Also, speaking of ratings, I don't know why Book 2 is PG and Book 4 is MA. Book 4 is actually the least dark of all 4 chapters, and Book 2 is very dark. But if you got a kid and you're concerned with showing them something like this, wondering if it's too dark or whatever, treat this as a PG-13, like an 80s PG-13. If you can trust your kid with something like Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom or Gremlins, this probably will be fine. However, there are definitely moments in the show that probably would give young kids nightmares, going beyond the typical PG. None of that is a criticism, by the way. We need shows to bridge that gap, and we need them desperately. PG-13 type animation is so fucking rare. It is the rarest rating of all for animated films. And there is tons of room between Teen Titans Go and like hardcore adult media like BoJack Horseman. The age group that Infinity Train is aimed at doesn't often get media tailored to them, because the bigwig networks upstairs say that this kind of stuff is just too dark for their target audiences, not realizing that, oh wait, teenagers actually watch cartoons too! Infinity Train deals with its darker subjects so wonderfully well. It is not a shock show. Every darker concept is given the respect it deserves and has its implications fully explored. Characters have their problems, sometimes coming from very dark places, and we see how that affects them as they make their quest throughout the train. Like I said, Tulip is forced to come to terms with her parents' divorce in the first season, and this brings her to dealing with things like her most painful memories, because if she doesn't confront them, she will be trapped watching false memories on loop. It's that kind of show. I love Infinity Train aesthetically. The background specifically. The heavy metallic trains, the vibrant environments inside the more natural cars, the rustic cities. Every single car has its own unique look, and they're all so memorable. Even the more minimalistic ones. Especially the more minimalistic ones.
Well, ma'am, the only way to open the doors and get out of this here car is if you kick me.
It gives every episode its own unique identity, and it's not just how it looks. The show really does manage to use cinematic techniques masterfully, ones you usually don't get outside of like high-budget artistic animated films. My favorite example of this is in the Twin Tapes, when we got some closing time thing going on here. We see Ryan and Mingi's lives developing in parallel, and in only 10 minutes, it really does hit you how well the two of them parallel and tells you everything you need to know about who you'll be dealing with in Book 4. And it has to be said, one of the best background soundtracks in a Western cartoon. This isn't something that usually stands out in a cartoon, but some of the OST for Infinity Train goes so much harder than it has any right to do. Like, it's up there with glitch techs. Even if you have no plans on watching the show, you should at least look up the soundtrack, and then look up many of the fan remixes of some of the more hard-hitting tracks. The themes and the emotional resonance of Infinity Train are so on point that I don't even have something to compare it to. It's unique in terms of Western animation. I mean, yeah, we've had shows that told a deeper and more mature story, and yeah, we've had shows that had ongoing mystery with fantasy and sci-fi elements, but such a strong attention to detail, and how the show goes on about its themes, such as learning to deal with harsh changes in your life, or shattering of a worldview. The these are things that are so rarely articulated so well in any medium, animation or otherwise. A part of the reason that makes Infinity Train so great is that we get to see the consequences of failure. I don't want to spoil anything once again, but within the show, there are characters that refuse to learn the lessons that are put in front of them, and they become worse people. And throughout it all, we see them break and the destruction that their wrong choices have wrought. From moving on to finding your own identity, the show picks so much harder subjects than just good versus evil or finding true love. While it might start a tiny bit slow, there is never a dull moment throughout the whole entire thing. It's hard not to go from one episode to the next all at once, even when the season is over. Especially when the season is over. I watched this whole thing in the span of just 2 days because I really just could not stop watching it. In its lighter moments, the show has such a charm that I haven't seen in such a long time. Season 1 has this ball character called 1-1, and the gimmick is that it has a dual personality where it goes from cheerful and optimistic to harsh and depressing. And it makes 1-1 one of the best characters of the whole set. But every character is memorable to some degree. Minor 1 or 2 offs such as Randall or the Toad, the more reoccurring established elements such as the cat. However, Hazel is like my favorite character of all time. She's introduced in Season 3, and unfortunately because it's Season 3, I can't really go much into her dynamic and how she affects the other characters. But I will say that she has this immediate charisma and is super immediately likable. What you have to know is that she is one of the best written child characters that I've ever seen. She talks like a child, she acts like a child, but not only is the acting amazing, the character never comes across as annoying. And her story is just so heart-wrenching, when in lesser hands this would come across as an escort mission from a video game. Book 4 is about 2 friends in a constant state of bickering. This should get annoying real fast, but Infinity Train is so good at painting their parallel lives and really delving deep into the psychology of what they're doing, that even when they make the wrong choice or get uppity with each other, you can always understand exactly where they're coming from. Upon rewatch, there are so many hidden details and inside jokes. The show is fantastic at foreshadowing. I can't think of a single bad thing in the show, except that it was cut short. The creator Owen Dennis wanted a full 8 books instead of the 4 that he got. And he's so into this passion project that his current contract has a clause that allows him to halt production immediately if he ever got the chance to work on Infinity Train again. And as I mentioned earlier, this show is cut short for essentially business politics, which is awful. And I guess this needs to be said. Like, did the studio guys just not look at what's being pitched to them? Or did they not even read the pitch bibles? Because they greenlight these shows like Infinity Train or Invader Zim, and the pitches tell like how dark it's gonna be. It tells the subject matter. And then it's on the screen, it's like, oh shit, this is actually dark! Infinity Train came out after Adventure Time, after Steven Universe, after a regular show was dropping piss and crap on daytime television. And also, Samurai Jack made the jump to Adult Swim if it was really necessary to age up the audience. The excuse given is not an excuse. This ranks up there with Symbiotic Titan cancelled for not having toys, or Tower Prep cancelled for having a female audience. As I understand it, there was even a time that Infinity Train was not even available on streaming services. It's available now, at least through Amazon Prime, except for Season 3, also known as the best season, but it's clear to me now that streaming was disastrous for the creative world, as shows get thrown into the wayside and taken off due to algorithmic needs, or the studio heads not wanting to pay residuals. Back when these things were actually put on DVDs, even if they stopped being sold, the DVDs made still existed. I still have a Hey Arnold DVD. I'm not going to encourage piracy or anything like that. What I am going to do is say, find a way to watch this one no matter its circumstance. No matter if the powers that be want you to or not. Because with everything that I've seen, the literally hundreds of cartoons across all decades from various cultures, Infinity Train is simply one of the best out there. I still think Craig of the Creek is like my favorite for personal reasons, but Infinity Train is probably objectively the best Western cartoon ever made. Now, I haven't seen every Western cartoon ever made, obviously, but I have seen enough to know they don't often make shows like this.